everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month for the horoscopes for the month of March 2025. Oh boy, these are definitely the horoscopes that we have all been waiting for. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm glad to be back and be talking to you guys all about what to expect for the month ahead. If you don't know me, now you do. I'm Candice. I am a Western and evolutionary astrologer as well as a tarot reader. And I like to combine the art of tarot and astrology as well as the Sabian symbols to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. So if you guys want to stay with me to the next slide, just a little bit about the offerings for the month. So I'm actually filming these in mid-February. You guys are going to be getting them somewhere around the second or the third week of February. But I just want to remind you that if you guys head over to my website, you can sign up for my newsletter. Promise not to spam you, but definitely sign up because I have lots of webinars that are getting ready to be dropping. I'm planning on putting out the Venus retrograde webinar along with the Eclipse webinar for spring of 2025. So if you guys are not aware, now you know, March is eclipse month. I'm trying to kind of do this closer to the end of February. So as we get closer to that new moon, I'm probably going to put both of those out together. Even though the eclipse season as well as the retrogrades are very intertwined, you see a lot of the same kind of themes coming up. It's just two very broad subjects to be talking about, the retrogrades and the eclipses. So I did split it into two separate webinars. We might package those, I'm not sure, but just want to let you guys know that those should be coming out shortly. And I'm also working on my Saturn Neptune webinar as well. So it's going to be kind of like in three different chunks. And the way that the kind of story unfolds with the eclipses and the retrogrades taking place in Aries is first we're going to see the Mercury and the Venus retrograde. Then we're going to see the eclipse season, especially that solar eclipse that's going to be taking place in Aries at the end of March. And then at the end of March, we're going to see Neptune go into Aries, make its ingress into a new sign. And then we're going to see in just a few short months, then Saturn is going to be joining and going into Aries as well. So like I said, too broad to just throw it all into like one thing. So I had to kind of break it up a little bit. Long story short, head over to my website and sign up for my newsletter if you want to be updated as to when those become available in the next couple of weeks. Now, if you guys like my work, you can support me a number of different ways. You can consider joining my memberships. I do have memberships on my channel, on my YouTube. There are 3 different levels that you guys can join in on. If you really like my content, I'm a full-time content creator. I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday putting out videos, and we have long format educational style videos on astrology, and we kind of tie it into what's going on with the current events happening around the world, and we learn astrology in real time. I'm also here for live readings on Fridays. We alternate every other Friday between tarot and astrology, so you can stop by and get a reading. And if you join level 3, you're going to get a reading from me once a month. Now you can also scan the QR code up there. That can give me a tip for my cosmic tip jar. I try to kind of recreate what it would be like to get a reading one-on-one with me in my office, like a Zoom call. So that way, those of you guys who need a little bit of monthly support and guidance, you can get that. Really appreciate your likes, your comments, your shares, and please don't forget to subscribe. March is the month that we are going to hit 40,000 subscribers. Super stoked. If you have not already subscribed, please do become a part of the community. Any interaction with the channels, like a thumbs up or comments, really helps the channel grow. Equally, I get a kick out of seeing your guys' comments, especially when you come back throughout the month and you leave feedback about what's kind of happening, and also let me know just how accurate this was for you, for your rising sun or moon sign at the end of the month. And I gotta tell you guys, this is gonna be a month that I'm really looking forward to your comments. Anyway, join me on Fridays. I'm always here around 6 p.m. Central Time doing readings, and I would love to kind of help you guys out. You can also book a one-on-one reading with me. I'm happy to speak with you. I am taking new clients, but I got to tell you guys, this is the March horoscopes. Your girl is booked out until like July right now. Part of it is just because I take clients only twice a week because I have a full content schedule that I create for my YouTube channel. Part of it is also I'm just restructuring a lot of things. Sometimes you get lucky and you might be able to get in sooner. I do sometimes have some emergency slot sessions, but I'm going to be doing some traveling in the month of March. And I'm also taking a little bit of time off this summer. So if you know that you want to get a reading, especially if you have a birthday coming up in the summer or in the fall, I recommend checking out my schedule. It's live and you guys can book there at beyondtheveiltarot.com. While you're there, like I said, sign up for my newsletter, and you can also check out my courses. I teach tarot as well as astrology. I have 2 different levels of astrology, Beginners 101 and Intermediate, if you guys want to learn about transits and prediction methods. Over 18 hours of filmed content, study at your own pace, and there is a test and a certification at the end of the program. I also have personalized astrology calendars that go right into your digital Apple iCloud or your Google Calendar, as well as astrology mugs, bags, and printed calendars, and so much more. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for letting me do my plug. All right, things are gonna be a little bit different this month, okay? And I just want you guys to get comfortable because they're gonna be a little bit more, I think a little less structured maybe than what we would typically see with my horoscopes. Yes, I'm going to give you guys all of the dates equally. If you click the link in the description below, you're going to see the drop down. It's going to give you all of the dates for all of the transits. That way you can make a copy of those and you can save them and put them in your calendar. Or you guys can take a screenshot of the dates when I get to the next slide. I don't usually do this. And I'm also not somebody who is going to be another astrologer that's going to be fanning the flames of, oh, March is going to be chaos and it's going to be the end of the world. I don't want to do that. Honestly, looking at the astrology, to be quite frank, it stresses me out. And I have not really, there has not been a month that has made me kind of raise my eyebrows the way that pretty much March and April 2025 do in some time, okay? Probably, in my astrological opinion, this is some of the craziest astrology since we have seen since, I don't know, the beginning of 2020. You know, remember when we were seeing also the Mars retrograde that was happening in 2020 and it was squaring off with Pluto and we were seeing all kinds of oppositions and squares with the nodes, maybe like that. But the good news is that March and April present an opportunity for us to start new in an area of our life. Not just because we're going to see it's going to be the spring equinox, at least here in the Northern Hemisphere, the true astrological new year, the sun's going to move into Aries, but there is just a god-awful emphasis over and over and over. The signatures keep really reinforcing this new beginning that's coming in the area of Aries in our charts. So with that being said, yeah, you're going to see some things both personally in the month of March and April, but we're talking about March right now. You're going to see some things that are going to make your head spin. Globally, we are also going to see some things that are going to be, I think, major eye-opener moments. If you guys want to see more about the general kind of stuff, you know, I'm hoping to possibly do a video. I probably should do a video for the general astrology of March. I probably will, but I needed to get this and the webinars out first. So this is not a drill, okay? And you guys don't usually see this slide on my horoscopes, but this is not a drill. This is pretty serious. We've got eclipse season, which quite frankly, we've been feeling since, February. Obviously, lots of planets moving into Pisces, preparing for Pisces season. You know, we're going to see first a lunar eclipse in Virgo, and it's a south node lunar eclipse. So it's a huge emotional clearing. First Virgo eclipse that we've seen now since the nodes have shifted into Pisces and Virgo. Then we're going to see a solar eclipse in Aries. This is the last eclipse in the Libra Aries kind of cycles. Obviously, anytime we see anything in Aries, it's new, right? Because this is a sign that is cardinal. It's activating some new energy. It's in the sign of Aries, so it's ruled by Mars. There's lots of heat, passion, dedication, quickness, swift things on a personal level. Then you add to the mix a Venus retrograde, which is going to be kicking off the beginning of March. We're going to see Venus turning retrograde in the sign of Aries. She will spend pretty much the entire month, except for the last few days, in the sign of Aries. And then in April, you will see her continue her retrograde into Pisces. And then we'll be looking more at what's going on with the Pisces area of our chart. We will see Mercury about a week later turn retrograde. I believe it's about a week. I'll have to look at my dates here. Let's see. Yeah. Actually, no, I take it back. About 2 weeks. So about 2 weeks after Venus starts her retrograde, Mercury is going to then turn retrograde, and it's going to turn retrograde right along the same degree in which Venus turned retrograde, and also right along the same degree which we're going to have a solar eclipse in Aries. So these patterns, the synchronicities, the degrees that keep getting referenced. Also, you know, these retrogrades and these solar eclipse is happening in close proximity to the opposition point of the solar eclipse in Aries that we saw in the fall of 2024. Obviously, we know the Aries Libra axis is very who am I, what am I doing, what am I going after, passion, independence, entrepreneurialism, and then there is Libra, which is us together, we, considering others. So there is definitely, I think, a lot of reevaluating who we are, where we're going, what we want, what our goals are, what our visions are. And this is all happening with planets crossing the 0-degree Aries point, one of the world axis points. So it's a cardinal 0-degree, which basically is that degree which gives life, right? So what we're really going to be watching is planets kind of going in and out of that this month. Then we're going to see planets kind of dipping back into Pisces at the end of the month. And April is going to be more, you know, Venus retrograde in Pisces, Mercury retrograde in Pisces, connections to Saturn in the late degrees of Pisces, the North Node in late degrees of Pisces, Neptune as well will be moving into Aries at the end of the month. To put it very simply, Pisces is the ending, okay? This is where the soul cycles everything out. This is basically the grand reveal that's happening in March and April. When planets move into Aries, this is when we have a new birth. There's a rebirth. There's something new that emerges. So this month, I think for a lot of reasons, because of the eclipses, because of the retrogrades, quite frankly, is not good for launching new things. Mercury is business. Mercury is also connected to the South Node, which is our health. This is our habits. This is also connected to our jobs. Mental health, and also I think a lot revolving around our work schedules. Then we have Venus, which rules over social connections, relationships, money, right? Beauty, anything cosmetic, anything connected to femininity. So watching Venus retrograde in a Mars ruled sign where the kind of, I think, feminine rage is going to come out a little bit. Retrograding with Mercury. So we've got the head Mercury and the heart Venus moving side by side in the passionate fire sign of Aries. Guys, this is a month to watch. We are going to see some of the most amazing things happen. But for many of us, there needs to be this sense of, before we actually figure out where this new beginning is going to be taking place, what we are going to be working towards, what our vision is for the future, we must get in touch with our inner selves. We must get in touch with our inner identity. We must focus more on what's going on a personal level. We have to focus on our personal resources, our values, our health, our bodies, our mind. And as planets are retrograding back into Pisces, we need to get into our quiet space. We need to reflect. This is going to also represent collectively, there is about to be huge, huge changes with the markets, with the financial system, also with, I think, business and anything revolving around trade or currency. Now, this will impact individuals. Individuals is Aries, the collective is Pisces. So as things are kind of mixing and mingling and retrograding back and seeming a little like wonky, it's going to feel sometimes challenging for some of us to feel like we have a solid stance, you know, in our lives. So I want you guys to really pay attention, okay? Specifically, if you have anything that are in the signs of Aries, Virgo, and Pisces. Usually you get my feedback and I'm like, here's the laundry list of the sextile, the square, the this, the that, you know? And guess what? We're not seeing a lot of that this month. We're gonna see some of it, but it's not as important in my mind. What's most important is if you personally have any personal planet. So if you have a sun, a moon, a rising, let's say you have an angle, but sun, moon, rising, or other planet from 0 to 10 degrees of Aries, okay? You are going to be very personally affected by some of the transits taking place this month. I'll explain why in just a second. Especially if you have anything 0 to 1 degrees of Aries, you are going to be experiencing Neptune coming into conjunction with those planets or an angle. If you have anything from 9 to 10 degrees of Pisces, you are going to be experiencing a solar eclipse that's going to be conjunct those particular degrees. And these are the degrees in which Mercury and Venus will be retrograde. Now, if you have anything from 22 to 24 degrees of Virgo, be that a sun, moon, rising, personal planet, or angle, you're going to be impacted by the lunar eclipse. So this means that there is going to be some major cycle, some kind of completion, some clearing, releasing, letting go, dealing with the past in some way happening for you, as well as 22 to 25 degrees of the mutable signs. So Gemini, Virgo, Sag, and Pisces, you will be impacted if you have 22 to 25 degrees because you will be feeling the impacts of the eclipse through a square or opposition. Now, also, if you have anything from about 27 to 29 degrees of Pisces, this is important for you because you are going to be seeing that both Saturn, the North Node, and Neptune are approaching these degrees. Specifically, the North Node and Neptune are going to be dancing around these degrees. And we're going to see Venus and Mercury retrograding back through these degrees in Pisces. Now that's going to be more at the end of the month going into the beginning of April, but just keep that in mind. As well as 27 to 29 degrees of the mutable signs. So Virgo, Pisces, Sagittarius as well. You will be feeling the effects of the retrograde through an opposition or through a square. This is where it really pays to know your personal astrology. If you don't really understand your chart, highly recommend speaking with an astrologer. I would be happy to work with you. Like I said, check out my information. And if you guys can't get in with me in a timely manner, my lives on Fridays are going to be super helpful. I would imagine they're going to be very busy, but I will be here doing live readings. So that might be the fastest that some people will be able to kind of get in with me. So if you have questions about how the eclipse is impacting you, if you have questions about how the retrogrades are impacting you, take that into consideration, okay? So with that being said, let's get into the transits that catch my eye. All right, so it doesn't look like a long list. Actually, usually I have a lot more going on, but don't let this, don't let this fool you, okay? Do not underestimate the impact of some of the transits that are going to be happening this month. Now, if this is the first time you're joining me, generally what I like to do is I take an overview of all the transits of the month. I pick the ones that are most important and I put them in my list and I let you guys know when they're happening on which days, all right? 2, I also talk about the ingresses. This is when planets change signs. We're going to talk about that because you're going to see a lot of things that are going to be bouncing back basically between Aries and Pisces this month. We'll talk about the retrogrades a little bit. And also, like I said, we're going to have eclipses. But before I even get into any of this, going back to my last slide, okay, as far as I'm concerned, there's only 3 areas of your chart that you need to be looking at this month. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. Because I think that this is like a all hands on deck month. There is this awareness that's going to be coming up where we're going to be like, okay, in order to embrace this new beginning in the area of Aries in our chart, we must actually stop, not be impulsive, reflect, go back, make the necessary changes or reevaluation, or even take our time when it comes to matters of love, money, business, health, and travel. Aries is a very impulsive sign. So when we see retrogrades involving Aries, we could definitely see situations where when we act too quickly, when we panic buy or panic sell, when we get angry in a conflict with a relationship and we burn it all down, when we decide to just abruptly end our job or do anything like that, you know, there can be some challenging consequences, especially as the planets retrograde back to Pisces. Now, it can mean that for some of us, we feel like some of the shifts that we're seeing is happening collectively. The world is waking up. We're going to see definitely some people, I think, having a very significant shift in regards to their religious or their spiritual beliefs. However, we can also see some people that can feel like they're having a hard time dealing with these new realities or new beginnings that are happening, and it's definitely impacting people's mental health, their habits, addictions, as well as anything that's like self-sabotage. Pisces can be about the things that we do behind the scenes that people don't know, in our bedroom, when we're alone, and also things that are going on in our subconscious. So I think for many of us, we're going to get through some of these spicy transits in March by kind of just acknowledging that's like, hey, something new is coming. In order to embrace this, I have to be willing to release and let go of something in another area of my chart. So I would only be focused on looking at Aries, Virgo, and Pisces. Even if you have no planets there, planets will be retrograding or eclipsing in these degrees. That's all you need to know. So with that being said, these are the transits that I think that are going to be the most significant. So let's start with the retrogrades first. So obviously, you know, when we have a retrograde, Mercury retrogrades about 3, sometimes 4 times a year. Mercury rules business, travel, contracts, agreements, anything revolving also around transportation, as well as electronics. So if you're watching this in February, Mercury is not quite in shadow yet. It's going to be in shadow pretty soon. So, you know, honestly, the second half of February, if you need to sign contracts, if you need to plan trips, if you need to sign a lease, if you need to buy something, you can. You're not in the retrograde yet. We're not even in the shadow yet. However, you know, I think that, like I said, this retrograde being in Aries means that we can definitely be impulsive. And Mercury can be about writing, speaking, posting, calling, texting, meetings. And certainly Aries is a sign that's ruled by Mars. So it can be about agitation, anger, frustration, speaking out and not really thinking about things. And where sometimes doing that, it can put us in a position of actually being isolated and kind of being like, yeah, kind of set aside from the world, especially like when I think about the retrograde back into Pisces. Obviously, when we're in a Mercury retrograde, we see, you know, more traffic issues with, you know, getting documents signed. We see that there's, you know, problems with electronics, computers that kind of fry, cars that break down. But I think Mercury being associated with the South Node in Virgo and then the retrograde that's actually going to happen in Aries is going to be much more connected to individuals learning more information and realizing more when it comes to health and wellness. Now, can this be changes in health systems? Yes. Can this be people deciding that suddenly they want to give up bad habits and they want to go back to the gym? Sure, great way to use the transit. But I think for others, it could represent this realization that, you know, how we talk to ourselves, how we treat ourselves, what anger, frustration, and hostility can actually do to the body, and how that can actually create health problems. And it can also create more conflict when it comes to our habits as well as our work routines. Now, we are going to see Mercury pretty much retrograde, you know, all the way up until the next month. So you're going to see from mid-March all the way into April, Mercury will be retrograde. At the beginning of the month, before the Mercury retrograde happens, we're going to see Venus begin her retrograde on the 1st. So 2 weeks apart, but still they're going to be moving side by side, and you're going to see actually Mercury and Venus kind of kiss several times, which could represent a change of mind. Oh, I was with this person. I don't want to be with them anymore. It's not working for me. It doesn't make me feel good. Now I'm switching relationships. I'm going from being in a partnership to being single. I'm trying to choose between what's best for, you know, me and what's best for them. What's my mind saying? What's my heart saying? And there's going to be a little bit of conflict. Venus turning retrograde, obviously, you know, it is a little bit more challenging because I feel like Mercury performs pretty well actually in Aries, but Venus doesn't, because Venus is traditionally associated with Taurus, which can be about pleasure and security and resources, as well as Libra, which is about committed relationships and partnerships. So when Venus turns retrograde in Aries, we're going to see that, like I said, that kind of feminine, fierceness that's going to be kind of coming up. It's pretty common to see feminist movements and things going on when we see Venus retrograde in this sign. We can also see that Venus retrograde can bring back people from the past. It can make us more impulsive when it comes to reconnecting with past romantic partners, lovers, or old flames. Now, Venus, I think, in conjunction to Mercury and also retrograde, I mean, we kind of have like a triple threat here, right? Venus not performing well in a Mars sign, Venus conjunct Mercury, head and heart conflicting, and then we've got the retrograde, which means it's internal. We want to use this period to be very much kind of engaging in internal dialogue. What do I love? What do I value? How can I better assess my resources, my money? How am I spending? What am I eating? What do I feel like is important to me or for me? And that's just more general. You're going to see the retrograde play out in a specific place depending on what sign it's in. So we'll get into that when we get into the 12 signs. But something to think about is that this retrograde is going back into Pisces, and it's going back into Pisces before Saturn and Neptune dip into Aries. So there is like this need to really gain clarity. I think check in with oneself and figure out, what direction we really want to go in and what we want the most and what we love the most, how we can incentivize ourselves to actually have healthier relationships to others, to self, to money, and also to our jobs and our habits. To really fully prepare for when Neptune goes into Aries at the end of March, and ultimately when Saturn joins in just a few short weeks after. Now, yes, we have eclipses. So we are going to be having 2 eclipses this month. This is the first time we've had eclipses since the fall of 2024. March 14th is going to be showing us a lunar eclipse in Virgo. This will be at 23 degrees. Which is a degree where the wheels fall off. This is where suddenly something accelerates. We start to see forward motion and some kind of rapid development of something. Virgo is about health, habits, routine, grooming. It can also be about the service industry. It can also be about jobs and job numbers and analytics and data. It is very strongly connected to health and organization as well. So when we see a full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo, we're going to be more aware of what is breaking down, what's not working, what's not serving us, and also what needs to be fixed. When we see the eclipse come through, the ruler, which is Mercury, is going to be stationing in the sign of Aries. The very next day, Mercury will turn retrograde. This basically means that there is some big news that's tied to this particular eclipse that is going to be giving us some insight globally about what's going on with our health. Armies, military, any type of changes in the job markets, and also I'm predicting many layoffs, especially for people who are in the service industry, people who are involved in healthcare, public servants, as well as anything that's kind of connected to, maybe even like changes with military. So that is going to be a theme. We're going to be hearing about that quite a bit. We're going to also be hearing a lot about data and analytics relating to what's going on with the job market, as well as the economy, as well as health. Now, for Mercury to be stationing, it can mean that this is a time where we can be much more in tune with the changes we personally need to make, what we need to let go of, what we need to stop doing, and what's actually getting in our own way. 2 weeks later, then we will see a solar eclipse in Aries. Now, for the last 18 months, we've had eclipses taking place in Aries and Libra, so you might want to go back and think about what was happening in the spring of 2024 and 2023. We had solar eclipses in Aries then. Now, this eclipse is going to be happening at 9 degrees. So this is a Sagittarius degree. It is about global growth. It's about trade. It's about initiations. It's also going to be about our beliefs and opening the door for more positivity and optimism. Now, when this particular eclipse comes through, Mercury is still going to be retrograde. So it's retrograding through the sign of Aries. So likely by the time we get to the end of March, we're more so aware and we're kind of bouncing back from the eclipses and we're thinking about, well, what new thing we want to initiate. Right around that same time, we are also going to be seeing that Neptune is going to be going into Aries. Actually, the day after the eclipse, Neptune is going to go into Aries and Mercury and Neptune are going to be in conjunction. I'm anticipating that this is going to ramp up fear, especially revolving around health, or wellness, okay? So I think that that's going to be something that's going to be coming up. I anticipate we might be hearing news revolving around water scarcity, water contamination, issues with viruses in water that are promoting fevers, rashes, blisters, or anything that is going to look like excess heat in the body. We're probably going to be learning also more about the negative impacts and side effects of alcohol, drugs, as well as anything that's connected to pharmaceuticals, particularly things that are going to be impacting Aries. So the head, the sinuses, issues revolving around allergies, inflammation, sneezing, upper respiratory stuff like head colds and things that are kind of connected also to the face and the eyes. So I do think that we're going to see quite a bit of people who are suffering from some very, very significant seasonal allergies. So that's something that you guys just want to kind of keep in mind. Anyway, when we have a solar eclipse, the solar eclipse sometimes plays out over, months or years. Solar eclipse is at a 9. Mercury is going to retrograde, conjunct 9. Venus is going to retrograde, conjunct 9. All of this opposes the solar eclipse in Libra we had in the fall. And next year in 2026, we're going to see Saturn coming into Aries to stay, and so will Mars. So this eclipse is going to be promoting things that are actually going to be really taking shape and kind of being built out and being developed into 2026. So this has legs. We will see this get impacted quite a bit. Didn't talk a lot about that with the lunar eclipse in Virgo, but I can tell you that same thing goes for the lunar eclipse in Virgo. Later this year, we're going to see Mars go into the sign of Virgo, and it will conjunct the south node as well as the same degree as the eclipse. Kind of scanning ahead and taking a look at that, it looks like we're going to see Mars coming into the same degree as the Virgo lunar eclipse, and that is going to be taking place in July of 2025. So this eclipse coming through in March, we're going to see, in a couple of months' time, there is going to be like another wave of some of the Virgo things that are going to be coming up. Anyway, with that being said, aside from that, for ingresses for the month, we will see on March the 3rd, Mercury enters into the sign of Aries. Now, by the time we get to the beginning of March, Mercury is already in shadow. This means that it's already gone through the degrees of Pisces as well as Aries, which it will retrograde back through. For this reason, March is not a good month for signing contracts, buying cars, gadgets, major important decisions, purchases, or changes to your body. I would double down with that. It's one thing if you want to review health results. It's another thing if you want to go back to the gym. It's another thing if you want to return back to healthier habits, or if you want to quit smoking. Maybe you want to adjust your schedule. Maybe you want to make more time for mindfulness or meditation. Great things to be doing, especially as Saturn and Neptune are going into Aries. But with Mercury retrograde in Aries, we are going to see that some people are going to be having some health-related issues. Now, on the 20th of the month, you're going to see the sun enter into Aries. So this is known as the spring equinox, basically, here in the northern hemisphere. Obviously, this is the true astrological new year as the sun enters into the first sign of the zodiac, Aries. This is a time generally where we see new beginnings. But if you guys think back to spring of 2024, we saw a solar eclipse and a Mercury retrograde in Aries. And if you guys remember, I was telling you back then, it's going to seem like something new is coming, but we don't really know how to actually initiate that start. The second half of April is going to be much better when the retrogrades are over, when we've kind of gotten out of the kind of fallout from the eclipses. So use this as a month where you really want to review and you just want to assess what comes up for you and take more proactive steps in communication, contracts, or major purchases, launches, or decisions from mid-April on. Now, on the 27th of the month, Venus retrogrades back into Pisces. So this is where I said pretty much almost the entire month, except for the last 2 or 3 days, Venus is actually in Aries. Venus moving back into Pisces, I think, is actually a better thing because Venus is exalted in Pisces. This is about self-sacrifice, loving the collective, music, romance, vulnerability, sensitivity, and also, I think, being generous with those who are in need. This is a place where Venus is most comfortable, and we're going to see Venus making aspects several times over. So you might want to think back to what was kind of going on in January going into February. The first trek of when Venus went through Pisces. Venus came into conjunction with the Saturn conjunction, with Neptune, as well as the North Node. So as Venus goes back into Pisces in April of 2025, next month, we're going to see Venus kind of repeat some of those particular transits. So it's going to give us time to heal, release, let go, work with art, music, spirituality, and also find ways to be able to, I think, forgive. This is also a house and a sign that deals with endings. So this can be about completions, releasing, and letting go. Pisces dissolves. So likely there is going to be a lot of realizations that happen throughout the next 2 months about what is and is not real. Financially, is your money in the bank actually safe? Is it truly backed by something that is valuable? Is it losing its, its power? Do we have the security that we thought we had in certain financial systems? Is there about to be some major grand reveal about some changes economically and with like the world banks? Possibly. This is also going to be a moment of reckoning in our own personal one-on-one relationships. Venus will be dancing with Neptune, where there can be lots of room for deception. Saturn, which is the Lord of Karma. The North Node, which represents what is destined and what needs to happen. I'm calling this Karmageddon. So anything that is supposed to find its way back to you will. If you're supposed to be with someone or something, then likely the universe will bring it to you, if it's meant to be. But if there are certain illusions, things that are less than transparent, honest, or genuine, it can be removed from your life. So something to think about is this and next month, the universe gives and the universe takes. And some of us might panic or freak out over what's being taken. But, something that I've always kind of thought about with these particular transits and these signs is that, what the heart might grieve over losing, the spirit rejoices. So try to kind of roll with the punches. All of this is now leading into what will eventually be a continuation of Mercury and Venus retrograde then in Pisces in April. And on March 30th, Neptune enters into the sign of Aries. We have not seen this transit in our lifetime, ever. This is going to be, I think, a brand new beginning. I keep referring to this as Brave New World. Neptune is traditionally, I think, associated in modern day astrology with Pisces, which is Neptune, god of the sea, illusions, mystical, magical things. It can be about visions and apparitions. It can also be about aliens and otherworldly creatures and beings. Projections and things that humans are seeing. I think we're going to see an uptick in people who are having personal, profound religious or spiritual experiences, dreams or visions. Major revamping and emergences of what will be new religions. And this can also be talking about for humanity as Neptune goes into the sign of man, that we are now waking up and realizing where we have been, I think, deceived. Where we have to also learn to get out of our own way. That dreams are now meant to be action. We're not playing the victim anymore. That's Neptune and Pisces. As Saturn also makes its way into Aries, fortune will favor the bold in 2025. We are going to be focusing more on what we can do, can build, can initiate, and can achieve, rather than waiting for somebody to come and save us. Obviously, Neptune can be positive in a sense of what we are opening up to. After all, it is a higher octave of Venus. However, it can also be huge for deception, scams, themes involving isolation, separation, and prison. Now, we're also probably going to be quite angry and agitated about some of the news and information that's going to come out over the next 2 months. Whether that's finding out that there has been some major falsehoods regarding human health, also some major scandals that are going to be kind of connected to the art and music industry, perhaps even film industry, as well as organized religion and even the Catholic Church. So we have to wait and see how some of this stuff plays out over the next month or two. It's going to take some time to get some clarity. And to be honest with you, things aren't really starting to even look remotely clear until about May of 2025. On the first of the month, we're going to see Venus station retrograde at 10 degrees of Aries. Like I said, conjunct the solar eclipse, conjunct the Mercury retrograde degree, and also in opposition to the solar eclipse in Libra that we had in September of last year. You might want to go back and think about what happened during that eclipse, because now this might be your reaction to some of the things that were seeded. Obviously, with Venus retrograde, it goes without being said, major changes, okay? Cosmetic surgery, elective surgery, anything that involves cutting, lasers, heat, peeling, microneedling, tattoos, piercing, anything like that, okay? Especially Aries is the face and the head. So anything from here to here is going to be Aries. The forehead. So those of you guys who are like, I'm getting brow lifts, I'm getting facelifts, I'm getting Botox, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I would be like, probably not a good idea. Obviously, we don't stop our life because of a Mercury retrograde. But Venus retrograde, we're going to see a lot of bad haircuts. We're going to see a lot of shaved heads. We're going to see a lot of bright red hair that's going to make a comeback. We're going to see people who are also going to be thinking about or making changes that might be lasering on or off, or tattooing on or off, or covering things. And we can make some impulsive decisions cosmetically and when it comes to our beauty, our money, and our relationships. So you guys have been warned. On March 11th, Mercury will conjunct Venus in Aries at 8 degrees. Okay, so 8 degrees is a Scorpio degree. So March 11th for me is the day that's like, oh, if there is some major conspiracy that, ooh, did you guys just see that? That, I don't even know where that came from. I definitely saw it on my screen. I have no idea what that was. That looked like a fucking ghost. I'm not even kidding you. That was bizarre. I'm gonna have to play this back. Anyway, if you guys think about 8 degrees is a Scorpio degree. So if there is some major scandal or something that comes out about taxes, where money has been, I think, like stolen or taken, or there's been some kind of financial crime or something like that, it may come out during that day. Mercury is what we say, Venus is what we love, or it can be about affection or possess. So people who are not being very honest, people who are doing some things that are kind of unsavory, or things that are kind of naughty, can come back to bite them in the ass. And once again, Venus is retrograding, conjuncting Mercury. Mercury is the South Node ruler. So a lot of people are going to be finding out, oh, there's massive layoffs, there's huge financial changes going on in the world. I know these are things you guys don't want to hear, but this is what's going to happen. This is also a day where we can be changing our mind in regards to matters of love and money. And I'm predicting that a lot of people are going to be very impulsive. If they start seeing that the stock market is breaking down, they're going to be like, oh my God, I'm getting out, or I'm getting in. And then there's going to be whiplash and things going back and forth. And this cycle is going to continue for several weeks. So if you're somebody who's like a long-term investor, I would be like, you know, I'm not a financial advisor, but I would be like, don't even try to catch one way or the other. Just take a step back, because I think things are going to be so volatile. And usually when we see Mercury and Venus retrograde at the same time, that definitely impacts the markets. Anyway, be careful with money and what you're agreeing to and what you're signing and what you're buying, especially for debt and loans and anything like that, because we know that 8s deal with that. And it's also about death and endings. Okay, so that'll be interesting to see. On the 12th of the month, we're going to see the Sun conjunct Saturn in Pisces at 22 degrees. So this is going to represent like in one way, like a serious commitment, or shining a light on where we need more structure, or where we need more transparency, or we need more faith, or we need to believe more. It can also be a day where, because this is in the sign of, you know, things getting ready to kind of cycle out, that there is a death of a prominent person out in the world. It could be a leader. It could be somebody who's associated with like government, because that's Saturn. It could also be that there is some major changes that are going on behind the scenes with government or some kind of like leadership. It is at a 22, so it's definitely going to be either like an older military leader. It could also be that there's some news that there's somebody who served in a high position of office that's going to jail. I've said for a long time that with Mercury and Venus retrograde back into Pisces, we're going to hear about a lot of people who have committed crimes that are going to jail. So this could be that there is somebody who may actually be getting arrested or being charged around these transits. In your own life, it's more like, how is the structure in this area, right? The North Node and Saturn are in Pisces. So to some extent, we have to use our gut, our intuition, and our faith to decide what we believe in, what we're committing to. We may have to work a little bit harder maybe to be compassionate, understanding, and self-sacrificial, but this is a day that actually gives us a little bit of stability, I think, for the most part, especially as it's kind of slightly sextiling Uranus and Taurus. On the 19th of the month, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces at 29 degrees. All right, 29 degrees of Pisces is the last degree. Unfortunately, and trigger warning, I'm putting this out here now. Unfortunately, 29 degrees of Pisces, we see shipwrecks, we see drowning, we see overdoses, we see suicide, we see people who are literally just like, I want to escape, I want to evaporate, I want to be free. Watching Mercury, which is mental health, watching Venus, which is money, I have this weird feeling that I'm like, man, you could see some people that could be incredibly mentally and emotionally unstable if we see some major, major volatility. Obviously, none of us were alive, but I think about like what happened in the 20s when they had the big stock market crash, people throwing themselves off of like bridges and stuff, so I think about drowning. There's probably going to be a string of mysterious deaths. That's something else that I think is going to happen. I think we're going to see that there's going to be people who are either involved in high level positions of government that might disappear. They might unalive themselves. We might also see some situations where people are found in water or they have overdosed or some kind of strange situation. I think we will see some of that. But with the Sun conjunct Neptune at 29 degrees and the dispositor of both of these, Jupiter is going to be connected to Jupiter in Gemini. It's going to be stories and things that people are going to want to have hidden, or stuff that's coming to the surface in media that is going to expose a lot of people who are not going to want to be exposed for some of their doings. Anyway, that is like the final turning point. All right. And we're going to see that 29 get hit several times. Mercury, the Sun, right? Also Venus is going to hit that 29 degrees. And that represents the kind of clearing out karmically of the soul before we go on to the next phase. That's a day where with Sun conjunct Neptune, lower energy levels, be mindful of scams, be mindful that not everything is going to be what it seems. Some people are going to be like, oh my God, this is the beginning of the end. What's going on? Pisces deals with prisons, hospitals. It also deals with pharmaceuticals. This is also about immigration. It's also going to have a huge connection, I think, also to mental institutions, what's going on in prisons, what's happening behind closed doors in some of these like private spaces and facilities. Neptune is water, okay? So Neptune is connected to the ocean in particular, but bodies of water. And as you know, by the end of the month, Mars is now direct, but it will still be kind of moving through Cancer. So we might be hearing more about how there could be things going on with water that's impacting our health. So we could hear changes revolving around what's being put in the water, testing the water, that kind of stuff. Also, Neptune is fog, okay? So we might see a return of some of this like weird and mysterious fog. And obviously, Mercury is health. Venus represents also our ability to socialize. And if you're a 12th houser, or if you have a North Node in the 12th house, or if you have a lot of planets in the 12th house, or you've gone through a 12th house transit, you know that the 12th house is where you're like, I just need to kind of step back from the world for a little bit. I need to kind of hide, right? So I'm anticipating there is a possibility in some parts of the world there is going to be push for lockdowns. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to happen in your country. I'm saying that it's very likely, and I have been speculating with a lot of other astrologers, I don't think I'm the only one, that this is going to be the potential where some places are going to go, oh, we've got this avian flu, we've got this Ebola, we've got this COVID 2.0, blah, blah, blah. We're shutting down. People are going to freak out. So is it real? I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe a lot of things when we get planets back in Aries in May, personally. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm an astrologer. I've got a pretty good track record at this point. So remember that, Pisces is what you watch on TV, right? Your Netflix, your shows, your videos. I mean, even this is Neptunian. And you have an option to say, you know what? I'm going to do something different with my time. The retrogrades are over Saturn. Saturn is time. What am I giving my time and my energy to, right? It'd be so good to just like do a social media detox this month. It'd be so good to turn off the TV and go for a walk on the beach.
to meditate, to read a book, to paint, to listen to music, to hang out, to be of service, to help other people, to go to church, to go to yoga, to play an instrument, to do something that is going to be more inspirational, Neptunian, something that is going to raise the vibration of the collective, rather than feeding into the collective fear and paranoia that is most likely going to be coming from these transits. We're going to see on the 19th, that is when the sun will conjunct Neptune, and then, the sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces on the 19th, and then on the 22nd of the month, the sun will conjunct Venus in Aries. So this is the new Venus star point. I don't really do like a lot on this, but basically there's always a Venus star point whenever we're seeing like the retrograde cycle. So there's several of them. What can I say? I mean, basically Venus is cazimi with the sun. So Venus is in the superior position. Unlike when planets are conjunct the sun on either side within 10 degrees, when they're combust, so they burn up. This is significant. So this is going to mark a new degree, which, will, every time something goes over this now, it's going to be reactivated. This is a turning point for Venus-related things. So relationships, trends, beauty, money. It's going to be out of 2. So it does deal with money and banking, physical money, currency and exchange. The sun also, by the way, is connected to Leo, and it's connected to gold. I do anticipate March is going to be giving us some really interesting information about gold. And where is the gold? Who has the gold? Are we returning back to a gold standard? Is there going to be more emphasis in having a gold-backed currency, at least here in the United States? That's been a huge topic. And obviously we have an exalted sun in Aries, which does deal with a military compound, something that holds gold. So I'm wondering, are we actually going to see an audit happening at Fort Knox? Maybe. Anyway, sun conjunct Venus can be that turning point where there is like this epiphany with what's actually going to be going on with the future of personal resources, wealth, and beauty. Obviously, when this happens, it's ruled by Mars. We are going to have Mars in Cancer. Mars is now direct, but it's still going to be kind of a bit debilitated in the lunar sign. And it will be in a square to Chiron slightly. So to me, it almost looks like faint whispers of people starting to realize that there's likely going to be a real estate breakdown. I'm not saying it's like a crash, but we're going to start to see where people are going to realize like, oh, maybe my house isn't worth what it's been valued at, or, maybe my money isn't going as far, or maybe I do need to sell something. And so remember, Mars is the dispositor in Cancer of Chiron, the moon, the sun, and Mercury while we have the solar eclipse. So I think we're going to see a lot of people panicking, trying to panic sell or buy properties, mostly sell. I think we are also going to see a return of people being concerned about home defense, self-defense, and also borders. I do think that we are going to see some people who are going to be kind of wondering like, well, what do I do? What can I do? And I talk about these cycles in my webinar about how these are directly connected to, the last 2 or 3 times we've seen the Venus retrograde in Aries, and they have corresponded with major economic breakdown as well as changes with the housing industry and the banking industry. All right, so that'll be a day to watch out of 2. And then on the 24th, we're going to see the sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in Aries. So now this is another conjunction point. This is another cazimi. So this is basically the superior conjunction between the sun and Mercury. So it's going to represent basically when planets cazimi, they die in the heart of the sun and they're reborn. So we're going to see first on the 24th, on the 22nd, relationships and money stuff being reborn, new styles and new trends. And then we're going to see on the 24th, the sun conjunct Mercury retrograde at 4, which is about home, property, I think families, things connected to homeland. It's also kind of mirroring the real estate industry, obviously. And this is more about data, numbers, and analytics, right? Mercury. And Mercury is connected to the South Node. So we are going to see that, people who still have jobs are basically being told, you need to go into work. You need to physically leave your home. You need to be going back into work. Also, we're going to see maybe some people who are going to be suddenly realizing that they need to change directions with their home. Hey, I need to be moving to another city. I need to move to another state. I need to move across town. I need to do this. I need to do that, because it's connected with the 4. So we're dealing with the past, which is kind of interesting because the retrogrades are about going back in the past anyway. But you kind of get my drift, 10 degrees of Aries, 9 degrees of Aries, 8 degrees of Aries, 2 degrees of Aries, 4 degrees of Aries. It's like, boom, the whole first decan basically of Aries. And that first decan is about the thing you do first thing in the morning. Once you rise, right? The rising, first house. Once you wake, what do you do? I hope you're being active. I hope you're focusing on your goals. I hope you're using positive self-affirmations. I hope you're working out. I hope you're praying. I hope you're visualizing. I hope you're meditating. Like, that's what we need to do. Without a vision, we don't know where we're going to go. And that's really what I think this next month or two is going to be about. Now, finally, we see on the 27th, this is when Venus will retrograde back into Pisces. So now it's going to be going back through some of the waters that it's basically been going through since January, February of this year. A little bit easier, but still it's going to be retrograde. And obviously we are going to see some themes revolving around disappearances, things that go missing, scandal, conspiracy, crime. And I am anticipating we're going to see a lot of reevaluation and also, I think, disclosure revolving around where some of our charitable donations have gone. Whether it's for government programs, things like you said, where our tax dollars are going, why the homeless aren't being fed, why people are still living in squalor, why we have people who have been suffering through, flooding and natural disasters, haven't been helped, why we have people making 6 figures a year to work in positions for city offices where they're supposed to be helping the homeless, and we have like mass numbers of people who are drug addicted and unhealthy and still on the streets. Get ready, because the grand reckoning, the grand auditing, which is very much Mercury, by the way, especially connected to the South Node, is all going to be happening. And we are all about to find out in some way, I think, globally, where we have been deceived about our health, about the true nature of where humans come from, about religion, as well as about the kind of collective energies and sense of direction in this impending feeling of war. Aries wants war, Pisces wants peace. So it is possible that we can actually, I think, diffuse some of the flames of war and conflict. But I can't promise you that you're not going to get angry and agitated. I can't promise you that you're not going to look at the area of Aries in your chart and go, I don't know how I'm going to do this. But the universe is giving you the next 2 months through the retrogrades and through the eclipses to come up with a strategy, come up with a plan. Saturn is not there yet, okay? So we still have a couple of months before Saturn goes into Aries, but Neptune will be there this month, which means you have to have a vision. You have to have a vision for where you see that going, right? You have to believe, and you also have to believe in yourself. Now, that is the month at a glance. I highly recommend taking a screenshot of this or coming back to this, or even just clicking in the drop-down menu below. If you guys like even a fraction of what I had to say about what's going on this month, you can only imagine the depth and the information and the insight you're going to get from my webinars on the Venus retrograde. I give lots of remedies. I also talk about and show you the charts and talk about how this is going to be impacting the collective and how to navigate and work with this, as well as the eclipse webinar. And I go through all the 12 signs, and I go really in deep and kind of talk to you guys about how this will be unfolding over time. I will have those available on my website. And like I said, eventually we're going to see the Saturn and Neptune video too. I'm trying to kind of get that done if I can before the end of March for you guys. So let's see if we can do it. All right, so with that being said, these are going to be the 12 rising sign horoscopes for March of 2025. I'm a tropical Western astrologer, so that's the kind of astrology I practice. Obviously, if you want to use Placidus, you can. That's why I put the degrees specifically this month, so you can see where the degrees of where things are happening. So you may have to listen to more than one rising sign. But I recommend listening for your whole rising sign first. The rising sign is going to tell you exactly where the planets are going to be moving in zodiacal order, and it's going to tell you what area of your life is being impacted. I do also recommend listening to your sun and your moon this month because you do get some insight from the sun and the moon, but especially since we're going to be having eclipses, you may find that your sun and your moon rising horoscopes are going to be particularly bang on for you in the month ahead. Now, as a reminder, a lot of these transits are going to be happening several different times over. So this month in particular, I'm less consumed with what planet is doing what on what day, okay? Because you're going to see a lot of planets hovering around the same degrees, and then you're going to see an eclipse around the same degrees, and then you're going to see a retrograde back into the other houses. In this month only, I am much more focused on 3 areas in your chart: Aries, Virgo, and Pisces. Nothing else matters this month. Trust me, okay? Yes, you're going to see, you know, some faint stuff starting to come into a trine, but that's going to be actually kind of more so in April. Let's use this month of March to reevaluate, reimagine, and reassess where we're going to be going when we start to see what's happening around the world. All right, so without further ado, let's get into the 12 rising signs.
What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Welcome to your March 2024 overview. Welcome. You are one of the main star players. So if you have an Aries sun, moon, or rising, especially in the first 10 degrees, boy, oh boy, there is a lot going on in your life. I'm probably going to recommend this to all of the 12 rising signs, but if you don't typically go and listen to the overview that I do of the transits, if you just skip ahead and you listen to your horoscope, this is definitely a month that you're going to want to go and listen to everything that I just said. So trust me on this. It's going to be lots of really valuable information, especially for you, Aries. Obviously, you start the month with Mars direct. So Mars is no longer retrograde. Yay! And throughout the month, Mars is still going to be in shadow, which means really until we get into April and May, Mars is still going through the area of your chart, which it has been retrograde in. Even though now it's direct motion, you know, we're still waiting for Mars to kind of wake up. This means that a lot of the action, energy, and vitality is being funneled into your 4th house. This is your home, your family, your past, your emotions, domestic things, stuff that you need to get done at home, renovations, moves, all of this stuff. Even if it's just rearranging and reorganizing, that can definitely be a theme. Or it can deal with people you live with, or it can also be dealing with your parents. Outside of that, you're not going to see too much going on. Mars is yet to start coming into trines again with Neptune, North Node, and Saturn. You're actually going to see more of that kind of playing off going on in April. So we'll talk about that more next month. Generally, in a nutshell, you know, Aries is going to be one of the primary places that people are going to be watching throughout this next month. Because we have so many planets entering into Aries, because we have retrogrades happening in Aries, because we also are going to have a solar eclipse in Aries. So if you're in an Aries rising, it's going to be more pertaining to your appearance, your health, your identity, and your body. If you're an Aries sun, this is going to be more revolving around changes with your career, maybe even creative projects or your relationship to yourself. Versus the Aries moon, this is going to be more on an emotional level, things that are going on in your private kind of domestic life, or even with your home or your family. Now, I'm not consumed with what happens when, because the truth is I'm trying to look at the month of March much more abstractly. I know that there are planets that go into Aries and then they retrograde back into Pisces. So I'm trying to be a little bit more fluid with these horoscopes. Yes, you are going to see at the beginning of the month that Venus is going to start its retrograde. That basically means in your 1st house, okay, where Venus, which rules your beauty, your appearance, your relationship to yourself, your relationship to others, and also spending money, is retrograde. So you're going to be rethinking, how do I want to look? How can I make myself feel better? How can I be investing in myself? How can I bring in more clients? How can I attract more relationship opportunities? Some of you guys will be assessing your personal style. You might be going back to like old clothing or old styles that you used to wear. Others are going to be having like a complete identity crisis and trying to figure out who you are now outside of relationships, and also how you can kind of free yourself of any like feelings of being attached to material possessions. It's safe to say that with Venus retrograde, cosmetic procedures, rushing in or out of relationships, rushing in or out of financial dealings is not really a good idea.
You will then see on the 3rd of March, Mercury will enter into Aries. So the first house is what you do as soon as you get up in the morning, right? So this is your natural instinctual impulses. Mercury can be about writing, running, walking, jogging, journaling, talking, texting, reading. And Mercury is also going to deal with your South Node transit and Virgo in the 6th house of health and habits. I highly recommend all of my Aries placements, sun, moon, and rising in particular, to come up with a new morning routine. Rather than waking up and, scrolling on your phone or going on social media or anything like that, maybe you're saying, you know what, I'm not gonna touch the phone, I'm gonna go for a walk, I'm gonna work out. Rather than getting up in the morning and, smoking or maybe eating things that we shouldn't be eating, you're making a conscious mind-body shift revolving around your health and your habits. It's also very obvious to me that you're going to be making changes either with what you're consuming or how you're spending your money this month. If you're thinking about, with Mercury retrograde, changing jobs, moving, changing vehicles, do not make any impulsive moves this month as Mercury is connected to these areas of your chart. Equally, with Venus being connected to money and relationships, I think this is more a month where you're reevaluating and you're kind of weighing what your relationship to money is, who or what you value, what you want to hold on to, and what you want to let go of. Retrogrades in the 1st house, both Venus as well as Mercury, are strongly tied also to health. So this can be your appearance, this can be your grooming habits, this can also be about kind of getting results or attending to health-related matters. So just be mindful of that. On the 11th of the month, you're going to see that Mercury will conjunct Venus retrograde. So Venus and Mercury will come together. And likely on the 11th, this is the day where you realize, hey, I've got some kind of significant change that needs to be made. Sorry, give me just a second. I can actually see that my computer is about to die. Sorry about that. So this is the day where the mind and also the heart kind of come together and they align, and there is this awareness of what needs to change. You may be getting a significant phone call or email, or maybe there's some back and forth with somebody at work, or perhaps even a sibling or a neighbor where you're having to kind of jump in and you're having to kind of be of service and better communicate. On the 12th of the month, you will see the Sun conjunct Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so the Sun will be moving through the 12th house before it comes into Aries the 2nd half of the month. So if you're a March Aries, happy birthday to you. Anyway, Sun conjunct Saturn is a day to seriously reevaluate, to kind of rest, recuperate, practice some kind of spiritual practice, especially to be working on something creative behind the scenes. There can be a need to tend to a romantic partner, a child, or maybe this is just a day where you're seeing something naturally concluding or completing when it comes to a project or a romantic relationship. On the 14th of the month, we're going to see the first of what will be 2 eclipses taking place this month. They're very strongly tied to one another. So for starters, the lunar eclipse taking place on the 14th in your 6th house is a full moon lunar eclipse completion cycle. This is connected to health habits, work routines, pets, as well as your coworkers. So this is a time where you can get health results. You can change jobs, change your schedule. You can be checking in with a doctor. You could be seeing somebody in regards to health and wellness. If you're seeking a job, you can gain employment. However, the South Node is talking about kind of releasing and letting something go. So it can be consciously saying, I'm changing my schedule, changing jobs, changing something with my work relationships. But the ruler, Mercury, is going to be in your sign. It's getting ready to go retrograde. So it tells me that this is a time where you're consciously saying, I need a new schedule, or I need to change a habit, or I need to change something about my day-to-day. And knowing that Mercury is connected to this and it's going to be retrograding in your 1st house of self into the 12th house, some Aries placements are going to say, you know what, I'm breaking with my daily routine. I'm going to take time off, or I'm going to work less, or I'm going to be traveling more, or I'm going to be maybe taking a bit of a hiatus. So that can be something that can be coming from this particular eclipse. Now on the 15th of the month, you're going to see Mercury then retrograde. And what's really interesting, especially if you have any placements like 8, 9, 10 degrees of Aries, Mercury and Venus will retrograde around these degrees. The solar eclipse will be around this degree. So that means that it's going to be a little bit more personal for you. And obviously Mercury is connected to your health and anything involving your third house. So this could be if you're smoking, if you have stress or anxiety, if you want to start walking again or bike riding, if you want to make more time for journaling or for fitness or for studying. Really the change that you are seeking has to start with you, because all of these planets connected to the eclipses and the retrogrades are going to be in your first house. Now, watch for breathing issues and any issues revolving around lungs. Breathwork exercises can be particularly helpful during this time, Aries, as can be being physically active and possibly even working with saunas, like infrared saunas, hot yoga, stretching, or just getting more sunshine can be really helpful for your health. Now you're going to see on the 19th of the month, the sun will then conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So first we saw sun conjunct Saturn, a little bit more serious, somber kind of energy earlier in the month. And then when the sun conjuncts Neptune, it's kind of like a trust fall that you're having with the universe. It's like whatever is meant to kind of happen is going to happen. Whatever is concluding, You're getting ready to see planets that have been kind of in your 12th house, Saturn and Neptune, getting ready to come into Aries. This represents like coming out of your cocoon phase. There is a new you that is going to be emerging. Maybe you look different. Maybe you're more independent. Maybe you're a little bit more courageous or brave or physically active, maybe even more entrepreneurial. But there is a process over the next couple of months where you're going to see this unfold. I think with the sun conjunct Neptune, this is just a time where to be mindful of your dreams, your creative inspiration, and there can sometimes be some confusion in matters that deal with children or romantic partners. Try not to make any big serious decisions during this day. On the 20th of the month, the sun enters Aries, so it's moving into its exaltation. Aries season has begun, and it's the beginning of the astrological new year. So with the sun on your ascendant and Venus on your ascendant and Mercury on your ascendant, even with the retrogrades, it is giving you the opportunity to bring more attention to you, more romantic attention, more creativity, more fun, spontaneity, and also a huge focus and emphasis on you, celebrating you, who you are, how you look, how you enjoy your life. I'm giving you the green light to be a little bit more self-focused because that's what Aries is all about, especially with the retrogrades, as these energies are reflecting who you are on the inside and how you can better connect to that so it can reflect out. Now, on the 20th of the month, the sun enters Aries. The 22nd, we're going to see the first of several conjunctions. 22nd, we will see Venus conjunct the sun in Aries. So this is going to represent a birth of like a new relationship with yourself. It can mean that you're feeling more confident, you're feeling a little bit healthier, maybe you're feeling like the investment and the time and the energy you're putting into yourself is paying off. Maybe it's very physical or obvious in your appearance. This can also be a time where there is a significant shift revolving around your relationships with physical things, children, or romantic partners. It can be a time where love finds you, as Venus is connected to your 7th house of committed relationships. So when you have your 7th house ruler in your first, it is possible you have a chance meeting, you bring in a client, it could be something very lucrative, you could be getting a lot of compliments and people can be kind of seeing you more so than usual. It's like you're going to be like radiating with Venus and the sun in your first house. This could also mean that there's a significant change revolving around the relationship with a younger person, a romantic partner, or even a child. Now on the 24th of the month, you're going to see yet another conjunction. We are going to see now Mercury retrograde conjunct the sun. Mercury is connected to your 6th house of health, habits, and routine, as well as your 3rd house of communications. This can be a day where you become more aware of how to better communicate, express yourself, what direction you need to take in terms of navigating a health or a habit or a job-related matter. This is a time where also you might notice you're just a little bit more tapped in, intuitive, and kind of just in the flow of information kind of coming to you, and you may feel like you want to sit down, you want to write something, or you want to study something, or that there is some significant message that comes to help guide you. And it can come from a book, it can come from social media, It can also be something that's going to be really insightful information about better health and habits. You're going to then see on the 27th of the month, you are going to experience Venus retrograde back into the sign of Pisces. So at the end of March, we're going to see planets now, Mercury and Venus, making their way back into Pisces, where in April, you're going to spend some more time meditating, resting, reflecting, and also having a bit of a spiritual experience. You might feel a little bit more hermity with those retrogrades, but basically, Venus is at least in a better sign. So Venus in the 12th house can mean that you're feeling really enticed to watch films, movies, listen to music, go to church, spiritual practices, anything revolving around romance, and kind of feeling a little bit more kind of in the flow with what's going on in the world, right? The 12th house is the collective. So you can be feeling very inspired by some of the events and things that are going on. You can feel more charitable and more likely to want to donate time, resources, or services to other people. Now, when Venus does retrograde back into Pisces, it's going to conjunct Neptune. So it can mean that you're having some question marks revolving around your investments, your relationships. It can mean that there is some changes that are going on where, you're kind of wanting to be away from the world a little bit. This can also mean that there can be some things or some secrets that are coming to light. So stuff that you have been questioning about a relationship or about your money or your values can now you can get a little bit more clarity about some of this stuff. This then leads us to the March 29th solar eclipse in Aries at 9 degrees. So if you have any personal planets around 9 degrees of Aries, so like 8, 9, or 10 degrees, this is going to be really prominent for you. Solar eclipses mark a brand new beginning, and a solar eclipse in the first house means that it's setting the stage for who you're becoming. The sun obviously represents your ego, your vitality, and also creativity or children, and the moon represents your emotions, your private life, your home, and your family. So a solar eclipse, a Mercury retrograde, and a Venus retrograde is not only about what changes are happening with my appearance, my relationships, but also your body. Sometimes eclipses can be precursors of pregnancies or changes when it comes to health. So that's something you're going to want to watch. When the eclipse comes through, Mercury is still retrograde, so you're still trying to figure out how you can kind of embrace this new beginning for yourself in the area of Aries. And this eclipse is ruled by Mars. Mars will be in the 4th house, so it looks like a lot of the changes that you are seeing within yourself are also somehow brought on by changes in your home or family or domestic zone. Maybe a change with a parent, or it can be about parenting themes or finding your own space. Finally, on the 30th of March, we're going to see that Neptune enters into the sign of Aries. So now it's crossing your ascendant. If you happen to have anything 0 to 2 degrees of Aries, sun, moon, or rising, this is going to be very prominent for you, as you're going to be under not only a Neptune transit, but in a few short months, Saturn will be there as well. This is very trying, to be honest with you. Saturn represents kind of karma and boundaries, and Neptune represents kind of illusions and things revolving around our inspiration. So having Neptune there first, I do feel like is going to have some of you guys feeling very intuitive, very kind of dreamy, creative, inspired. But also you want to watch for feeling victimized or feeling isolated or alone. Mental health and addiction issues really need to be managed under this transit. And if it gets out of line when Saturn shows up here soon, then it's definitely going to be getting things kind of in order. My advice is find a way to combine spiritual practice or mindfulness with physical activity. Think of things like Pilates, yoga, you can be doing Tai Chi, anything that is going to be about kind of connecting to physical movement as well as breath, and also flow. Rowing, doing laps in a pool, going to a spa or a sauna, listening to music to move energy and emotions through your body can all be really helpful during this time. I encourage you to use the month of March to be more thinking about where you see yourself going, and trying to implement some of these changes in your routines and how you communicate with yourself and others, as well as your daily routines and your habits or your work. And then we're going to see how some of this is going to be unfolding in the month of April and May. Hopefully that's helpful for you guys. Definitely consider checking out my webinars that I'm doing, because a lot of it's going to be very specific to you. The card that I got for you is the Hermit card, which is so interesting because this is talking about one of the areas that I said are most prominent, and that is going to be Virgo. So for the eclipse in Virgo, it can be about job situations, it can be about health changes, it can be shifts revolving around your routines. But the Hermit card is about turning within, which is so appropriate for all of these retrogrades in your first house if you're an Aries rising, because it's more about asking yourself, what's not working? What doesn't feel good? What is no longer serving me? Where do I need to let something go? Where do I need to be more in tune with something? Where do I need to even be alone? So I do think this is going to be coming up for you guys a lot this month. Watch for, especially around the time of the eclipse, as this is happening in a sign that in conjuncts or quincunxes you. So you don't have anything in common. And when the 6th house doesn't aspect the 1st house and you've got a lot of retrogrades in the 1st house, it's almost like you're going to be feeling fine, but you're trying to make changes to your health and your habits. But you don't know how, or you're going to be experiencing health-related matters, and it's hard for you to see how to make health changes or how to make job changes and get out of your own way. The only way to do that is to turn within. And what better time than with Neptune on your ascendant to be focusing on a meditation practice and to also be opening up to dissolving old identities and kind of welcoming whatever new emergence is happening in your sign. Good luck, and let me know how this month goes for you. We have got Taurus and Taurus rising. Welcome, Taurus, to March of 2025. I hope you're doing well. As I've said to all of the other signs, but I'm just going to say it anyway, if you usually scan ahead and you listen to just your horoscope for the month, I really recommend going and listening to my overview because it's going to be more in depth and it's going to give you some insight as to how and why I'm navigating doing your reading the way that I'm going to do it for you this month. As you know, you are ruled by Venus. So when Venus is making aspects in the sky, like a retrograde, it's going to impact you a little bit more. Something I told all 12 of the signs is to really pay attention to 3 main areas of your horoscope. Those areas are going to be Aries, which is your 12th house of isolation, spirituality, and seclusion. Virgo, which is your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, children, and romance, as well as Pisces, which is your 11th house of friends, goals, allies, and other people. In my opinion, these are the areas that are going to be the most important. And obviously, with your chart ruler going retrograde, you're definitely going to feel the impacts of this month. Now, at the beginning of the month, on March 1st, you're going to see Venus turn retrograde. She'll be retrograde for about 40 days. It's going to go until April of 2025. So what this means is that planets are actually leaving your 12th house of hidden, subconscious, kind of behind the scenes. Also, this deals with hidden enemies and problems and issues. And it's going to go retrograde into your 11th house. Actually, Mercury and Venus will retrograde together. So it's my interpretation that March is the month where we have to kind of figure out what new thing is about to emerge in the areas of Aries in our chart and what we need to actually go back, recover, rework in the area of Pisces in order to welcome that beginning that's coming this spring. So Venus rules you, your health, and your body. It also is connected to your health, habits, and routine. So with Venus starting the month retrograde in your 12th house, it's actually going to spend most of the month in the 12th house. Taurus placements would really benefit from having a regular meditation practice, going to a private gym, a spa, or a sauna, infrared lights, temples, healing centers, church, or anything that's going to be spiritual in nature. Think meditation, retreats, or even visiting a foreign land. Doing this is going to be very helpful for being able to channel that internal energy, get some insight as to what you're ready to kind of complete, what you believe in, and what you're working with behind the scenes. Now, what you're going to see on the 3rd is then Mercury is going to enter into Aries. And eventually, 2 weeks later, Mercury will retrograde with Venus. So we are going to see your 5th house ruler of creativity, romance, and children retrograding with your chart ruler, Venus. So you could be going back and forth in therapy in regards to childhood matters. You could be going back and forth in regards to a relationship that you have with a romantic partner, needing some alone time to kind of think it through. You might feel like there is a little bit of a standoff or isolation that's going on with a romantic partner or a younger person like a child. But when Mercury enters Aries, it's already in shadow, so be mindful that the month of March is not good for contracts, for major purchases, for anything revolving around serious matters of love or money. I encourage you guys all to wait to make those decisions until after these cycles have completed at the second half of April next month. Now, Mercury is going to deal with your money, your values, your possessions, your resources, and also it deals with your fifth house of romance. So it looks like there is some things that you've been thinking about or things you've been marinating on, whether that's how you want to make money, how you feel about your financial situation, how your self-esteem is feeling, whether or not you feel satisfied in a romantic relationship, or whether or not you are feeling kind of isolated or alone with these planets in the 12th house. Now, on the 11th of the month, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Venus retrograde, and this is a day that I really want you to pay attention to, Taurus. It does look to me like this can be a very prominent dream that you're going to have, or it can be some message that you have subconsciously. It can be giving you insight about a financial situation or a love life situation. It can also be that there is some major change that's happening for you subconsciously or psychologically revolving around children or the inner child. It is possible you could hear from an ex-romantic fling or somebody who you've had a romantic connection to, or you're kind of dealing with some situations that's complicated in matters of love behind the scenes. As Mercury comes into conjunction with Venus, it is a time where you can be feeling helpless when it comes to a love-related matter or a financial-related matter. It's clear to me that something is going to change, and this is kind of what's going to be playing out throughout the entire month of March. Now, you will see on the 12th that the Sun will conjunct Saturn in Pisces, and this is going to be about strengthening of your goals and your networks, and maybe like working with friends or groups or people who can kind of help you feel supported. And then we're going to see on the 15th of the month, there is going to be a lunar eclipse that is going to be happening in Virgo. This lunar eclipse will be in your fifth house. Full moon lunar eclipses are very emotional, and this is a south node eclipse. So it can be about reconnecting with an old flame. It can be about completing a creative project, big news or changes revolving around your children or revolving around pregnancy. Now, at the time of the eclipse, the ruler is Mercury, and Mercury is getting ready to retrograde in the 12th house. So some Taurus and Taurus risings have been thinking about making changes in regards to their romantic life. Maybe they have been working very hard on a creative project or on a hobby that they're getting ready to share with a group. It is also possible that some Taurus risings will be unknowingly pregnant, and you may not actually find out until after the eclipse or during the retrogrades. Nevertheless, I feel like this is a wonderful time for definitely engaging in the arts or any spiritual practice. Now, you're going to see on the 15th of the month, then Mercury will turn retrograde in Aries. So you're going to be taking time to rest and recuperate, reflect on matters of beauty, resources, creative projects. And while planets are in the 12th house, it's kind of like a cocoon phase. So you're going to see more in the month of like April that you're taking some of your creative projects and you're sharing it with people. Maybe you're feeling like you're coming out of like hermit mode and you're more willing to connect with others. Now, you're going to see on the 15th of the month, the Mercury retrograde happens. The 19th of the month, the Sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. This can indicate that there is a connection with like a mystical, magical person, some awareness or achievement of your goals. There can be a hard time seeing friendships clearly, and you can be questioning certain people's motives that you've connected with socially. This can also be a time when you're, celebrating something with a group of people. There can be like a get-together or a gathering with friends and family. Mystical, magical, spiritual, artistic, kind of vibey, is definitely the themes that you see with the conjunctions to Neptune. On the 20th of the month, then the Sun enters Aries. So the Sun is now going to be in your 12th house. This is more about preparation coming into Taurus season. There is like this reevaluation of the last year as planets go through your 12th house. You might be feeling like you want to travel, you need to kind of rest and recuperate. Obviously, retrogrades in the 12th house can be like this big mental reworking that you're doing, or you're healing, or maybe you're traveling, but it could also mean you're reorganizing your bedroom. It could mean that you're cleaning out closets and hidden spaces and places that you haven't really been in, and just be mindful. Doing so can definitely have quite an impact on you subconsciously or in terms of your sleep. Anyway, with the sun there, it's definitely about spending time alone when it comes to, you know, your needs. And Aries is about action and fitness. So this is about spirituality and action. This is about fitness in private. This is about traveling alone and having some time to kind of rest and reflect as you go through these retrogrades. On the 22nd of the month, the sun will conjunct Venus retrograde at 2 degrees. This is important as you're ruled by Venus. So the sun obviously rules your 4th house of home and family, and Venus is you. So this can be a time where there is, you know, a major change that's coming for a family member in your life. It can be, obviously, touch wood, where either there is a hospitalization or maybe you're wrapping up or closing up a cycle of living in a home for some time. It can also mean that there is opportunities for you to go to a retreat or a healing center yourself. Resting and recuperating and kind of just having time alone can actually make you feel renewed emotionally. The cazimi is a positive aspect. So I do feel like it's kind of giving you some kind of clarity about where you want to live, how you want to feel, and also who your family is. On the 24th of the month, then 2 days later, you're going to see the sun conjunct Mercury. Mercury is going to represent your personal values as well as children and creativity or self-expression. This might mean that you have a breakthrough or a turning point when it comes to a creative project, or maybe, you know, what direction you're going in with investing, or perhaps even something that you want to sell as like a personal hobby or side business. It is going to be out of 4, so there is still a lot of dealing with the past. I think it's like who you were in the past and how you've had to do things by yourself, you know, and now what you're learning to kind of like open up to is having more alone time, working with a team, and radically changing and transforming something about your career. So you don't have to do it all by yourself. I predict that some Taurus and Taurus risings are actually gonna have a lot more free time on their hands with like Saturn and Neptune going into Aries, and you're gonna be like, what do I do with this time? Now that I'm cultivating more time, what do I do with it? Certainly, I think with the 2 retrogrades, watch for prominent dreams, major completions or conclusions, opportunities for spiritual renewal, and also just heightened intuition. Now on the 27th of the month, Venus will retrograde back into Pisces, and this is where at the end of the month and most of April, Venus is now going to be hanging out in Pisces, where it's in a much, I think, better sign. It's exalted here. So even though it's retrograde, you know, it's going to touch again with Neptune, the North Node, and Saturn. Obviously, this is about figuring out who your tribe is, who you can spend time with, who's got your back. Maybe it's about kind of dissolving old friendships that you feel like are not really supporting who you're becoming. But it can also be making friends with mystics and artists and creatives or spiritual people. So artist collective, hanging out with musicians, poets, creative people, meditators, you know, spiritualists. These can kind of be the kinds of people you're connecting with. And they can also be very different and like kind of globally, you know, located like all over. I do think that this is going to kind of shine a light also more on getting back into socializing and kind of being out there with like friends again, because the 11th house is where people are, parties, and kind of also your audience. So if you feel like you're taking a break in the month of March, it wouldn't surprise me if you're kind of like, yeah, I need like a social detox or something, you know, or I'm like resting or recuperating, or I'm traveling, or I'm feeling under the weather, like I'll reemerge. You'll be reemerging more at the end of March going into April. Then you're going to see on the 29th of the month, there will be a solar eclipse in Aries at 9 degrees. So this is like where Venus went retrograde, Mercury went retrograde. This is also in opposition to the solar eclipse we had in Libra last September. So almost like it looks like you have been so focused on changing your routines, your health, and your habit, like physically, that now that the North Node has gone through Aries, and like now that Neptune and Venus and Saturn, you know, are all going to be there, now you're like, yeah, but now it's about the spiritual side of things. So it's not just like, am I eating my veggies? Am I putting away my laundry? Am I going and working out? It's like, no, how are these routines and systems actually enhancing and benefiting your emotional health? How is it helping your psychological health? How is it helping your intuition? How is it helping your sleep? There is like a lot of needing to kind of balance the spirit in the 12th house. And I feel like, you know, having gone through Saturn in that house, having gone through the North Node in that house, I remember those transits and like I went, you know, there was a period of time I was going to church, you know, because I thought that that's what I needed. And at the time, I think it served as like that foundation for having that spiritual structure, but it really opened the door to making me realize it's more about my connection with a higher power, right? So I'm not saying this to inflate your ego, but like your connection to a higher power is Aries, your higher self. Better connection spiritually to yourself, the relationship you have between you and the cosmos or you and the creator. Treating your body like it's a temple, right? Literally is very Pisces in the 12th house. You know, I guess Aries in the 12th house, but it's like a Pisces vibe. The 12th house is the temple. Anyway, I think that, you know, with the solar eclipse, I would be mindful that, you know, the ruler is Mars, and it might be a time where you're having like a lot of like mental dumps and you're writing a lot of stuff out, or maybe you're going to be, you know, needing to do some journaling, or maybe you're just needing to do some talk therapy. I think that with retrogrades in the 12th house, you know, going and getting a therapist, or working with a hypnotherapist, or working with a meditation coach, or, you know, if you're somebody who's trying to combat addiction issues, right? This can be something else that you could do. You could go into like a program. Just some thoughts, because I know everybody's going to be kind of on a different wavelength. And then finally, on the 30th of the month, we're going to see Neptune enter into the 12th house, where, you know, I really feel like I'm looking forward to Neptune in Aries. I think that Neptune in Aries is going to be a lot easier than Neptune in Pisces. Even though Neptune has a association with Pisces, I feel like this is about no longer feeling like there is like a veil over our face. Now we're going to start to kind of see where, okay, we've not been seeing things so clearly, and you know, if we feel like victimized or like stranded, it's because we aren't doing what we need to do personally. It's less about the collective, it's more about the individual. However, Neptune and Saturn in Aries is going to be much more in your face. And all of these eclipses and retrogrades are happening prior to Saturn and Neptune kind of coming into Aries. A lot of Tauruses, I think, are going to be maybe going back to school, doing higher levels of education. Maybe they're going to be spending time in a foreign land. Maybe they're going to become more consumed with meditation, spirituality, aloneness, detachment, you know, like, you know, it could be like Buddhism or some other kind of practice that they're getting very involved in. And it doesn't even have to be a spiritual or religious practice per se. It could be that like fitness becomes your new like religion, or that you're kind of having like a total shift revolving around your belief system. Anyway, on the 30th, Neptune will be moving into that sign. Keep in mind that this is all reverberating off of Mars, okay? So all this energy is connected to Mars, and Mars is in Cancer. So a lot of Taurus and Taurus risings are going to be like traveling. They're going to be watching videos. They're going to be reading books about some of these changes that you guys are going to be going through. And it's going to help you kind of navigate this time better. If you're traveling, bring a book with you. If you guys are going to be going and doing some you know, retreat work, or if you're going to be going and doing some emotional or psychological work, definitely journal the process, because it can be very beneficial to kind of look back over down the road. This goes without being said, but just a heads up, because Venus rules your body and it also rules your health. You can be feeling a little under the weather with eclipses and retrogrades in your 12th house, okay? So whether that's just more tired and run down, or you just don't feel like you can get as much done, I don't recommend any major health changes. Elective cosmetic procedures, no. Taurus. Anything on the face or the forehead, no. You're like, oh, I'm going to Mexico to get my teeth fixed, or to go and get a boob job. No, trust me on this. Okay, having Venus retrograde in the 12th house means that there can be some unforeseen issues that can be happening with cosmetic related things. Obviously, Libra is cosmetic, it's beauty. And I just want you to be very, very, very careful here. Okay, so watch your health. Be mindful that Aries is the head and the face. So bumping the head, people who are more prone to sunburns on their face, or maybe you're like, I want to get my laser or my microdermabrasion. No. April, the second half of April, when Venus and Mercury are direct, we can move forward with some things. You would actually really benefit from when Venus goes into Taurus. So I'd wait even a little bit longer. However, some of you guys are going to be like, I am recovering from an injury. That's the eclipse and the retrograde, right? So that might be one way of looking at it. But just trust me on this. You are definitely one of the signs that's going to be more impacted with some of these retrogrades. So keep that in mind. All right, so what does Taurus need to know for the month of March? Queen of Wands. I like that you have all these planets going into Aries and you get the Queen of Wands. I really feel like this is like, how can I make magic happen? Like when I think of the 12th house, I think of like the magician. As above, so below, right? And the 12th house is kind of like the subconscious and everything that's going on kind of in the ethers before it rises, before it becomes kind of visible. So I think about, well, what is it that you're wanting to change emotionally, spiritually, physically, psychologically, to really have a better impact and oomph when Venus crosses the ascendant? I think for a lot of you guys, it's going to be about heat. It's going to be spas and saunas. I'd really recommend getting an infrared sauna panel. You don't have to get a full-blown sauna, but if you have somewhere locally you can go to, use that. If not, get on Amazon and get a panel. If you guys haven't seen the links below in this video, there is a thing that says Amazon book list. Click that. I have a whole Saturn and Pisces page, and I have all kinds of other things, but I definitely have recommendations for red light panels because I think that can be really beneficial for kind of working with fighting off inflammation, fighting off illness, all that stuff. But Queen of Wands, so this could be help that comes from like an Aries, Leo, or from a Sagittarius. You know, they say the 12th house is hidden enemies, but guess what? Your chart ruler is going retrograde in the 12th house. So I think just in general, like Neptune going into Aries is like, where can we be our own worst enemy, you know? But especially in your 12th house, when it comes to financial matters, when it comes to self-esteem issues, when it comes to health problems. And I would really say that a lot of this is just becoming aware that it's really okay to let some of these things go. And that actually letting some of this stuff go and not feeling like you're a victim of circumstance can actually be incredibly rewarding and freeing for you. And I think you're channeling a much more bold, dynamic, action-packed, kind of creative type of energy. And I'm really excited to see how that manifests because the Queen of Wands is all of those things. Good luck. We've got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, Gemini? I hope you're well. Welcome to March of 2025. Obviously, if you haven't already seen my kind of intro where I take you through the month ahead and I just talk about things generally, if you usually just skip ahead, go back and listen to that because there's lots of gold in that 1 hour intro discussion for everybody. I'm telling everybody the only areas of the chart that really, really matter this month are Aries, Virgo, and Pisces, okay? So we are looking at your 11th house, we are looking at your 4th house, and we are looking at your 10th house. Why? Retrogrades and eclipses or ingresses are happening in these signs. Really, with Mercury retrograde, you're going to be feeling kind of the breakdown and the rearranging or the reworking of something personally. A lot of blasts from the past might be happening for you, and also kind of redirecting yourself March when it comes to your goals so you can make some bigger changes when it comes to your career in April, okay? That's the way that this is going to go. So with that being said, I want to talk a little bit about the Mercury retrograde first, okay? So Mercury obviously rules you. So this is you, your body, your appearance, how you communicate, how you move in the world. It's also connected to your 4th house, which deals with your home and your family, your emotions, and the past. Now you're going to see that there is a lot of energy connected to this house because there's going to be a lunar eclipse that will be happening in mid-March in the area of Virgo in your chart. So this tells me that somehow this is connected to the Mercury retrograde. That you're like, what are my goals when it comes to my social life, my friends, where I'm living, who I connect to? Am I connecting to people from the past? Is it possible that, you know, I'm having some changes happening on the home front and it's kind of putting me in a position of needing to be more connected with others? And whether that's going to parties, reaching back out to friends, making new friends, joining clubs, that may be influencing ultimately where you're living or where you're moving to or where you want to be. Now, we're also going to see Mercury turn retrograde, and it's going to make several conjunctions, which is really significant for you. Conjunctions are the strongest aspect in astrology. You know, you'll see a conjunction with the sun, which I think is actually going to be pretty fortuitous for you for joining a new group, meeting a new friend, or maybe traveling with friends or getting an invitation to something. We're also going to see Mercury conjunct and kind of move side by side with Venus several times. And that could mean that there is like a prominent opportunity to meet a new person. So it could be a younger person, it could be a romantic connection, it could be going to parties and getting introduced to someone, it could be getting set up with someone. It could also represent going back and forth and like handling or getting clarity maybe on a situation involving like a misunderstanding or miscommunication with a friend. If there's been a falling out with a friend and you're wanting to figure out what happened, or if you're wanting to kind of squash it or get clarity, or maybe you're kind of feeling like you're on this like defining moment where you're like, okay, am I going to kind of end this friendship? Is it just time for me to look for new friends? So all of these things can kind of happen in the 11th house, right? Okay. So keep that in mind. Anytime you hear anything going on with Mercury, that's going to be a little bit more impactful for you. So keep your eyes on these 3 houses. Now, on the 1st of the month, we're going to see Venus stations retrograde in Aries. Now, retrogrades in the 11th house, just in general, we get back out there and we socialize, we reevaluate relationships with friends, we can have miscommunications with them, we're reevaluating our goals, and this is also like our audience, what we have to share with people. So when Venus turns retrograde, okay, there can be an unexpected reemergence of somebody who's causing some rifts. 11th house could be on Facebook. It could be on social media. It could be at a party. You run into somebody that you're like, oh, I can't stand that person. That can definitely happen. Venus is also connected to the 5th house of children and lovers. So it can also mean that there is like an unexpected romantic connection maybe that you have with somebody during this transit. I think like a Venus retrograde here can definitely be a time where if there has been some conflicts going on in a group dynamic, you can kind of solve some of those problems. And remember that both the Mercury and the Venus retrograde start in your 11th house and they're going to go back into your 10th. So this is also applying to like, if you want to change direction with your career, you got to network. If you want to, better, lead or be a boss, you have to learn how to work with groups of people. You need to learn how to like delegate tasks, and you need to be having team meetings and be focusing on like building like some kind of team effort. So that's going to be your theme basically throughout the month. Now, Venus will station retrograde. And obviously, because Venus rules hidden enemies and unexpected things, as well as romantic challenges, something else to kind of consider is like if you have kids, your kids can be having some romantic dilemmas going on with like a romantic partner. They could be going back and forth with someone. If you've got younger kids, you could be hearing that they're having tiffs and they're not getting along with somebody else. That can be, somebody else's children. So there can definitely be some squabbles going on with them if they're younger. All right, so then on the 3rd, Mercury enters Aries. So your chart ruler is like moving out of your work zone, moving into your social zone where you're like, I want to get out, I want to socialize, I want to hang out, And on the 11th, we will see Mercury Mercury direct conjunct Venus retrograde at an 8. So this is a day to watch because this is about you becoming aware of something. So it's like, oh, you have a friend, God forbid, they're running their mouth and they're kind of gossipy or they're saying some stuff. You're going to get wind of it about stuff that somebody's saying behind your back or something that somebody has done. If you're seeing somebody casually and you're questioning whether or not they're seeing somebody else or what's going on there, this could be a day where you could find something out. What else? This could also be a day where, you're able to reconnect and have a change in regards to your financial goals or a social connection, a friend. Maybe, you decide I'm getting out of that Facebook group, I'm starting my own group, I'm joining a network, something like that can happen. So watch for that. Changes with matters of the heart happen with Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus. So we will see that theme kind of happen where there's like a hot and cold back and forth that you have with somebody. You're trying to figure out like where you stand with them this and next month. On the 12th of the month, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Saturn in Pisces. And this is really putting an emphasis on having better communication skills with bosses or better leadership skills. It can be that there is like a email that goes out that's like about something that's going on with staff or something at work. It can be that you have a feedback, evaluation for your job, or that there's an important email or meeting that's going to be coming in at work. Then you're going to see on the 14th of the month, there is a full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo. This will be happening in your 4th house of home and family. Now, when you have this eclipse, especially if you have anything that's going to be around like 22 to 24, 25 degrees of Gemini, you will be under a square, okay? That eclipse is going to oppose Saturn, and it's going to be kind of squaring some of your Gemini stuff. So you might feel a little bit of like pressure in regards to that. I feel like eclipses in the 4th house is generally an emotional clearing. This can also mean that you're closing on a home, selling a home. It can mean that you're, buying, renovating. There can be some kind of home-related matter or roommate-related matter or parent-related matter. And the moon is at home in the 4th house. So, we have to look at what's the ruler of this. Well, it's Mercury, and Mercury is in the 11th. So it almost looks like there's going to be maybe a family reunion. Maybe there is going to be a party or a gathering with friends from the past, people you haven't seen in a while. This can also mean that, there can be some kind of unexpected situation that's arising, from past conflicts socially that you're having to deal with. And there can be like a need to kind of put your head together with other people when it comes to handling a home or family matter. All right, then you're going to see on the 15th of the month, Mercury will then station retrograde in Aries. So if you're watching this in February, Mercury's not in shadow yet, at least at the time this is coming out. Venus is. So you either need to sign all your contracts and do all of your stuff in February, or you're ideally waiting until the second half of April when Mercury and Venus are direct. Take your pick. Now we're going to see with Mercury going retrograde, you're reassessing some of your social connections and also your goals when it comes to money that you make at work. Who you want to be involved with, who you want to be friends with, who you want to be reconnecting with from the past. And then you're going to see on the 19th of the month, there is going to be a Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So with Neptune, we don't see very clearly, and this is a critical degree. It's 29 degrees of Pisces. So you may feel like this is like a critical turning point at work. Maybe there is a meeting that's happening with the bosses. Maybe they send out like a company-wide email, or there is like a update that's about what's going on with leadership at work. It can also be a time where you're feeling like it's impossible to communicate clearly with people, that you don't really feel like the people at the top know what they're doing, or it's like really difficult to like not feel the mental pressure of communicating and being able to kind of like lead a team, or just have clarity about what you want to be doing for work. So watch for errors with scheduling meetings, typos. There can also be like missed emails or phone calls that can kind of come up too, that can just literally just kind of go under the radar. You're going to see on the 20th of the month, the sun will enter Aries. So it's going to be lighting up your 11th house, where obviously Mercury and Venus are. And this is bringing attention to just communicating, being with others, like-minded friends, and being social. Now on the 22nd of the month, you're going to see the sun will conjunct Venus retrograde. This is a time where there is going to be an opportunity to connect, communicate, or reconnect with somebody from the past. So watch for those emails or those phone calls. It can be an invitation to come back and join a group or be a part of a group. And it can also be a shift where there is this awareness of like what it is you want and what it is that you value. Now, 2 days later on the 24th, you're going to see an important transit as you're ruled by Mercury. This is when the sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde in the sign of Aries, and this is the Mercury Cazimi. So I feel like this is actually really good for showing up, being at a party, networking, being around friends. Like you might suddenly get this invitation mid-month and then you decide that you're going to actually join and you're going to be there. But like the 22nd through the 24th is really strong for this. And I feel like this is positive for you because it can be about sharing something with your audience. So if you're like a writer, a blogger, a YouTuber, if you have an online website or something, you might be kind of like returning to share something with a group of people. And it can actually make quite a splash. So I'm really liking some of the announcements you're going to be making around that time. You're going to have on the 27th of the month, then Venus will retrograde back into Pisces. So most all of March, it's going to be a lot of action in Aries, but then we get to the end of the month and then we start to see Venus retrograding back into Pisces, where honestly Venus does better. And, it's going to be in your 10th house. So now there is this kind of reemergence or reevaluation of your career, your status. You start to kind of work through some of the kinks and some of the issues maybe that you've had work-wise the last few months. Venus will dance with Neptune, and it's also going to kind of hover over the North Node and Saturn, which can be about a really significant shift happening in regards to your career and maybe getting more recognition or having like a better appreciation or love for your job and what you do for a living. Now, on the 29th of the month, you will see a solar eclipse in the sign of Aries in your 11th house, around the same degree which Venus and Mercury turned retrograde. So that's important for you because it rules your chart, Mercury. Solar eclipses bring new opportunities, new beginnings, and it's some kind of brand new seed that we're planting. So the 11th house is about goals. It's how we want to feel with groups of people, what we are hoping to achieve. Obviously, with so many retrogrades and eclipse energies kind of taking place here, really the universe wants you to be social, Gemini. If you feel like you don't have friends, go make new ones. If you can't join a group, start a group. Get out there and be physically active with friends. Join a fitness group, a walking club. Maybe this is about you starting your own club, right? This is all kind of connected to Aries as well. So with the ruler Mars being in the second house, you might be feeling like there are goals that are kind of coming online revolving around money, how much money you want to make, what you are hoping to achieve, what you desire, what kind of financial success you want, and opportunities to work on your personal self-esteem and surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals who are also entrepreneurial, active, dynamic, and independent. You need to be around these types of people. It's going to be very good for you. Now, on the 30th of the month, we will then see the month finish off with Neptune entering into the sign of Aries. So obviously Neptune is the modern day ruler of your career and kind of work zone. And as it moves into the 11th house, it makes me feel like you may be leading a whole new team, working with a whole new group of people, working with a new company. Some of you guys will be working with startups. Some of you guys are going to be getting into the fitness world. Some of you guys are going to be more focusing on helping humanity, the collective, what you can do when it comes to, like mental health related matters. It could also be about getting more involved in humanitarian efforts. So it really depends on what you've got going on in your chart. I would say just in a nutshell, Neptune can also deal with water. Aries can deal with sports. Some of you guys might be like, hey, I'm joining a volleyball league this summer, or I'm going to be, golfing near a pond, or, I'm going to be doing laps at a community pool. Very simple ways of using this. I encourage you guys to get into also maybe doing some health or fitness or meditation group classes. This is about being around other people. And I think that would be beneficial for you. Aries is a sign that sextiles you. So you're going to find that, Pluto sextiling Saturn and Neptune, sextiling what will be Uranus in your sign is great. I think you're going to learn a lot. I think you're going to socialize more. I feel like you're going to be more spontaneous. And a lot of that's going to be driven from focusing more on individual one-on-one relationships you're having with other people rather than feeling like you need to be part of a clique or a group, right? Okay, so remember that your chart ruler is retrograde this month. That means that you are going to hear from the past. You are going to reevaluate your goals. You may be going to people's house parties. There might be reunions or reconnections with friends or family. Not necessarily a bad thing. Some of you guys might feel like your home or your family is a little bit all over the place, so it's not the best to host spaces. If that's how you're feeling, if you've got family stuff going on, or if you're moving, or if you're wanting to have a gathering or a get-together of some kind, ask your friends, hey, do you know of a place? Can you help me set up a party? Can you help me with a networking event? Can I do it at your house? Ask other people to kind of help you, because I feel like that's the only kind of hang up that I see is some stuff that can be coming up with your home life. Equally, if you have something that breaks in your home, you might have a friend that's like, hey, my husband's a contractor, or, oh, you need to paint the walls, we'll come over, we'll help you. Oh, your mom's not doing well, how can we kind of help you at this time? What do you need? Let other people know what you got going on. That's the only way that they're going to be able to be there to support you. With that being said, let's take a look at what the cards say for you, Gemini, for the month of March of 2025. The card that I get is the Nine of Coins. That's what I want to see. Strong, independent woman, financially secure, feeling confident and capable of holding her own. That is the energy of Aries, I think, in a nutshell. But I think that in general, you know, when I think about like Venus going retrograde, you know, it could be very much about money, and that maybe you are trying to make it as an entrepreneur, you know, maybe you are trying to start your own business, and maybe you're trying to find like-minded people who are kind of the same mindset. You are going to become who you surround yourself with the most, okay? That's who you're going to become like. So think about all these energies going into Aries. You want people who are going to identify as being heroes, not victims. You want people who are going to be proactive, active, and fierce, bold, and dynamic. This is also a good indication that, you know, money is going to be flowing your way. And I think a lot of that's also because we are going to see, you know, there is going to be a full moon. That can mean some of you guys are selling homes, or you're inheriting property, or your property has, you know, been renovated, so it's kind of going up in value. It can also be because now Mars is direct in your house of income. So now you have the opportunity to feel like you've got a little bit of breathing room. Now you feel like you can spend again, and you have a little bit more money kind of flowing. So I hope this month is as positive, as abundant as it looks like for you. And I will catch you guys back here in April next month. Take care. I've got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's up, Cancer? Welcome to March of 2025. I hope you're doing well. Very excited to chat with you this month. I'm going to tell all of the signs this, so if you're listening to your sun, moon, and rising, and you've heard this a couple times, I apologize. But if you have a tendency just to scan ahead and listen to your sun, moon, or rising sign, I really recommend listening to my intro, where I talk to you guys all about the transits this month. I go a little bit more in depth, so that way you understand how this impacts not just you, but as well as the collective. Now, obviously you're ruled by the moon, so we have got eclipse month that's going to be happening, so hold on to your shorts, because not only is this a time where I feel like you're going to be feeling the impacts of this a little bit more strongly, but we're also going to see that it's going to be happening in a sign that is going to be 10 signs away from you, Aries. Now, the good news is that you have been having Aries eclipses for the better part of the last 18 months. So you can go all the way back to 2023, 2024, when we were having spring solar eclipses in Aries, or fall lunar eclipses in Aries. You have become very familiar with this energy, okay? This is the last one. What's significant about this is that I have told all of my viewers in this video, there is only 3 areas that you really need to care about this month. That is going to be Aries, Virgo, and Pisces. Nothing else matters in my mind. Nothing else matters. I welcome anybody else's views on that, but even for you, you know, you've recently had Mars retrograde the last couple of months in your sign. You're actually going to start March with Mars direct, but Mars is not going to be changing signs yet. So you're still going through some of the same kind of familiar territory of what you've been working on for the last several months. Just some fun fact here, you know, Mars is connected to Aries. So while Mars has been retrograde, some of you guys have been healing, some of you guys have been frustrated, some of you guys have been trying to figure out what direction you're going in with your work, with your career, with your professional life, because Mars rules all of this, right? So something has already been brewing where you're like, okay, this is bothering me, or I'm not liking this, or this is where I'm having some tension with my boss, or something that's going on at work, or, you know, I've been like working on my own business before I'm getting ready to launch something. So this is all interconnected to the Mars transit that's been happening in your sign. Anyway, what I'm getting at is tons of energy in Aries, which is 10 signs away from you. So this is like a Saturn energy. It pushes you to be in the spotlight, be responsible, be hardworking, be determined, be committed. Huge themes for you for the next couple of years, as Saturn and Neptune are going to be entering into this sign. Anyway, what I would really focus on is, you know, yes, there's going to be some pressure because it's squaring you by sign, but it's good because Saturn will be coming into this house in a couple months, which is going to be a really big turning point for kind of setting the stage for your career, long-term career goals, and new things. Aries represents something new that's emerging. It's not old. So some of you guys are either deciding you're going to retire, or some of you guys are deciding you're going to switch kind of career paths. Some of you guys are going to want to be entrepreneurial. You're going to want to launch your own business, Aries. It really depends. And this will be a process of what's going to be happening, I think, pretty much from the eclipse this month all the way through the next 2 or 3 years when we have Saturn kind of fully going through Aries and eventually hitting the eclipse point. But for now, think of March as kind of the month where you're like getting a sneak peek of where you see your life going for the next couple of years. 10th house is about what you're doing professionally, how people see you. It's also about your status. So you could go from being an employee to being a CEO. You can go from being single to being married. You can go from being single to being a parent. You know, it could be anything like that. So something new is going to be emerging. And Aries is the self. And it's also very bold and assertive. So there is this sense, I feel like, with Cancer rising charts of being like, I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to do it my way. And feeling very incentivized to do that. But March feels very discombobulated with 2 retrogrades where you're trying to figure out just exactly how can I do that. So long story short, we're not launching businesses, Cancer. We're not signing contracts. We're not buying businesses. We are not selling businesses. We're not doing these things right now. We want to wait until at least the second half of April when Venus and Mercury are direct and you're no longer seeing all of this retrograde motion, okay? You know, Aries is also where we get really short-tempered and we get agitated. And something I kind of touched on in my earlier bit before I got into the 12 signs was that some of us can get really anxious, or we can get ahead of ourselves, or we can kind of do something preemptively before we're ready. So some of you guys are going to be like, you know what, I don't have another job lined up, but I feel like quitting my job. And I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'm going to tell you that this may not be the best month to do that. You may also feel like, you know that you want to jump ship and leave one position to go to another position, but it may not be ready yet, or you may not have the training or the certification yet. There's something else that needs to be reworked as planets are going back into Pisces in your 9th house. With that being said, obviously the eclipses are going to be the most prominent, so I'm going to start with those. March 14th, you're going to have a full moon lunar eclipse that's going to be in Virgo. This is in a sign that is harmonious with you, and actually it's going to be at 23 degrees, so it's going to be about sextiling Mars in your sign. So if you're feeling ready and rearing to go, this eclipse can actually really work in your favor. I think in the 3rd house, a lunar eclipse is like we see themes revolving around communication, and the South Node is what we're kind of eclipsing out. South Node in Virgo, very critical, detail-oriented, focusing on, making sure it's perfect, making sure everything's on time and it's organized. And it can also be very critical and it doesn't mince words. So for me, it almost feels like this is a time where a lot of you guys are trying to launch a website, launch a blog. You're wanting to buy a vehicle. Maybe you're deciding that you want to sign a contract. Maybe there is important conversations, meetings coming up, stuff revolving around traveling, moving, siblings, as well as your neighbors. And at the time of the eclipse, the ruler, Mercury, is about to go retrograde in the 10th house. So it tells me there's a brewing conversation coming between you and somebody at work, a manager, right? A boss. It could be a business partner. It could be a client. And Mercury is something that has been on your mind that you have been waiting to share, or information that is now being relayed to you that you didn't know. So be mindful of that. Then you're going to see 2 weeks later, there's going to be a solar eclipse that's going to be taking place in Aries. The solar eclipse will be happening at 9 degrees in your natal 10th house. Now, if you have anything 8, 9, 10 degrees of Cancer, the eclipse will square you, okay? So you will feel the impact of that. It's probably just going to make you a little bit more emotional than usual. Look, exalted sun in Aries, solar eclipse in the 10th house. Now is the time to get the show on the road. If you know that you want to switch careers, if you know that you want to change jobs, this is the beginning process of where you're going to start to put those pieces together. Mercury is actually still going to be retrograde in the sign of Aries. So that means that there's still information that's coming out. You're still figuring out what direction you're going in. Nothing is clear yet. It's going to be clear, and you might need a little bit more time before you start kind of making those changes. Even into 2026, right, when Saturn and Mars are going to be in Aries, it's going to cross over these degrees. So you might find that it's not now, it happens a year from now. But any which way you spin it, whether you want to get working on this now and you have a new career path in mind, and maybe you're going back to school or you're training or something, and then you start it next year, this is actually kicking some of that off. I think that with, Mercury and Venus, so you're going to see like Venus retrograde over this eclipse degree. You're going to see Mercury retrograde over this eclipse degree. It's also bringing up the fact that there's new goals that are kind of emerging when it comes to your career, and maybe there's some issues with dynamics with people at work, and you're needing to sort some of that stuff out. So Venus will turn retrograde on the 1st, and Venus is about your friendships and your goals, as well as home and family and the past. So there can be hearing back from family members, friends, women that you haven't seen from or heard from in a while. And then Mercury will enter into Aries. Okay, so with Mercury and Venus, I have made the connection. This is Mercury, the mind. Venus is the heart. Mercury is business. Venus is money, right? So there's something going on like where all of these planets are retrograding and coming into conjunction with the sun, where you're going to start asking yourself, like, should I just be doing this myself? Should I be working for myself? Like, do I need to be doing something on my own? And there can be ego issues going on with the man at work. There can be some tension happening with like a male parent as well. That can be definitely kind of taking place. And all of this is being brought on by Mars. And now Mars is direct. So now that Mars is no longer retrograde, you're more willing to have the conflicts. You're more willing to hash things out. You're less likely to hold back. And it can actually be impacting you, where you're feeling either incentivized to go and start your own thing or kind of have some new management role or position, or you could be feeling like you're so agitated with what's going on at work that you're like, you know what, I'm rethinking just what I'm doing altogether. It really depends. It won't be until the 11th that you're going to see Mercury conjunct Venus. And this is interesting because Mercury represents something you don't know, or it can be about like a hidden enemy. And it could be somebody at work who you thought you were friends with, and then there's some information that comes to light about things that they've been saying or doing. Mercury is also connected to communication and coworkers. So there can be like some of your private information becoming public in a workspace, and that's because you shared something with somebody and then it got out at work, and then you're like, oh my God, why are they talking about me? Or why is this being said? Or why are they communicating with like, my family or my friends? Like there could be a sense of them like kind of overstepping boundaries at work. So watch for that. And that's also at an 8. So it could be like the turning point where there's this epiphany where you're like, now I know what I need to change when it comes to my career, or what I need to change when it comes to, how I am dealing with people professionally, and feeling like you need to be a little bit more bold and kind of like assertive. On the 12th of the month, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Saturn in Pisces, and this will actually take place in your 12th house. This can be a turning point for you, Cancer, where there can be changes revolving around legal matters. So if you're going through like a lawsuit, this can be like a turning point where you're finding out whether or not you're actually going to win something, or if something is going to be paid for. So if you're going to have a settlement, if you're going to be getting travel paid for, if you're getting education paid for, this could be where you're investing in a new trip, or you're investing in working with a lawyer, a teacher, or a mentor. Then we're going to see opportunities also for you to be like partnering with somebody with the Sun Saturn, because Saturn represents your 7th house. So there can be some new potential business opportunity with somebody at a distance. Shipping, importing, exporting, travel, or advertising or marketing is highlighted here. Now on the 14th, you're going to have the lunar eclipse, and that's going to be in your 3rd house. So watch for communications, contracts, and things revolving around changes with vehicles, siblings, or traveling or movement. You are also going to see on the 15th of the month, then Mercury retrograde. So if you're watching this in February, Venus is not retrograde yet. It's in shadow, but Mercury is not retrograde yet. So I really recommend using February if you have to book travel, buy or sell a vehicle, sign a lease, if you need to move, anything like that, do it now, because you don't want to do this in March, okay? Especially if you're like trying to launch an online business. No, not with retrogrades in your 10th house and eclipses connected to the 3rd house. You're going to have some issues with a website. You're going to have some issues with a sales portal. There's going to be some contractual issues, that kind of stuff. So you're better off waiting till the 2nd half of April. And I would say I would wait until the 2nd half of April just to see what's going to kind of play out with like all of the retrogrades and the eclipses in your chart. because I think there is definitely going to be some really significant changes that's happening for you, whether it's going to be with your career or if it's going to be like with your professional status out in the world, something is going to change. So you want to just like wait. Then you're going to see on the 15th, Mercury starts the retrograde. So you could be changing jobs, going back to an old job, reimagining, you know, what you would like to be doing, working for yourself or doing something a little bit more independent. And you will see Mercury retrograde into April of next year. And both Venus and Mercury will be retrograding into Pisces, but you're going to see more of that the second half or the tail end of March. And most actually of April is going to be like that wrapping up in Pisces, because Pisces is the end. So that's why I think a lot of Cancers and Cancer risings are like, okay, well, I need to either, you know, get some traveling in before I totally dedicate myself to working full time, or I need to go back to school and get some training before I go into a new career, or God forbid, you know, some of you guys that are having a major relationship change because Saturn will be coming into your 10th house. You know, if you're going through, you know, a separation or a divorce, this is like continuing the legal proceedings before you're like, okay, Aries in the 10th house, now I'm on my own. So it's going to be different for everyone. But I would say definitely take your time during these retrogrades. Don't make any rash or major decisions, bold decisions, especially when it comes to new businesses, because businesses that are launched during Venus and Mercury retrograde cycles, I have observed just personally, you know, like I'll drive through my town or my neighborhood and I see businesses that are opening during those times. And like within a matter of months or even within a matter of like 2 or 3 Mercury retrogrades or sometimes a Venus retrograde cycle, I'll see the business go under. So it's one of the worst times actually to be trying to launch something new. It's one of the better times to be thinking about what you want to do and what changes you can make to be able to get to that point. Okay. All right, Sun conjuncts Neptune in Pisces at 29 degrees on the 19th. Dreaming of, you know, visiting faraway places, thinking about investing in a program or a teacher or a trip. And like not everything is going to be so clear. So be careful with travel scams, be careful with education scams here also, and dealing with foreigners. On the 20th of the month, the sun enters Aries and it moves into your 10th house, which is a strong period for working and also your public recognition and earning. On the 22nd, you're going to see the sun conjunct Venus retrograde in the 10th house. And this can mean that you're reconnecting with somebody who you used to work with. Maybe there is a reevaluation or a change of a family business. This could also mean that you're deciding to try to go back to working from home. Watch for prominent relationships with people in the workspace. And then you're going to see on the 24th of the month, Mercury retrograde will conjunct the sun in Aries in the 10th house. And this could represent, oh, I've got another option. I am resigning from work. Or, oh, you know, I've decided to take another offer, or I've renegotiated, you know, my salary. And maybe that's where, you know, there is some change that's going on professionally. Sun, Mercury, Cazimi, Venus, Cazimi, these are actually really positive. Even though Mercury and Venus are going to be retrograde, it still represents something coming to light from the past that you need to know. So, you know, you can use Mercury retrograde periods as a time to plan a business. It doesn't mean you can't work on it. You just don't want to launch it. And there's going to be probably epiphanies about, you know, or insightful conversations or things that are going to come up that's going to make you realize, okay, how do I make this more successful? How do I make this more profitable? What changes do I need to be making, you know, in order to make this successful in the future? Watch for grand reveals at work and with bosses as well. So there can definitely be stuff coming to light about money, stuff coming to light about agreements, contracts, that kind of stuff. On the 27th of the month, you're going to see then Venus dip back into Pisces, which I think you're going to like because it's going to go back into a sign where it performs well. And Venus will be in a fellow sister water sign. So with Venus in the 9th house, you are seeking pleasure and beauty and harmony pretty much the end of March into April in foreign lands, in courses, in studies, in upgrading your airfare, you know, to first class or going on a luxury vacation or trip. It can also mean that this is a time where there is opportunities for love at a distance, especially because Venus will come into conjunction with Saturn, which rules your relationship several times. So being benefited by a foreigner, being benefited by an attorney, being benefited by a teacher or a mentor or a guru. You're going to see several opportunities for that it's actually going to bring you like good things. Okay. On the 29th of the month, you then have your solar eclipse in Aries. So by then, like the Mercury retrograde, the Venus retrograde, it's kind of done its thing. Those planets are now heading back into Pisces. Mercury is still retrograde, but nevertheless, solar eclipses are about action. So like I said, this is the time where there's going to be some kind of significant change coming for you in your career. Will it happen that day? Not necessarily. It can happen a couple weeks earlier. It can happen a couple months down the road, but it's planting a new seed about work. My guess is as we're getting into like May, when Venus and also when Mercury come back over the solar eclipse degree, you're going to be feeling more confident in making some changes professionally around that time. This eclipse is also brought on by Mars as the rulership in your sign. So it's about you being like, okay, all systems go. Let's do this. And it might mean that all systems go traveling, training, studying. It can also mean about something involving a lawsuit or something involving teaching or publishing. But that'll play out over time. And then finally, the month finishes off with Neptune entering Aries. We haven't had this transit in our lifetimes. Honestly, this is almost like March is the prelude with the retrogrades and the eclipse of eventually Neptune and Saturn these next couple of months being in your 10th house, where you're going to be imagining a brand new future when it comes to your career. And it can mean that you are envisioning entrepreneurship. It can mean that you're going into military. It can mean that you're going into welding. It could mean that you're going to go into, maybe doing something involving photography or the arts. It really depends on, what your preference is. But I think that you're willing to kind of venture into things that maybe you haven't done before, and it's definitely a little bit more daring. So 2025 is the year that you're getting like this little sneak preview, especially the next couple of months, of what the future of your career looks like. And I promise you one thing, it's going to be completely different. It's going to be all brand new. So with that being said, let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead, Cancer. And the card that I get is the Knight of Cups. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful energies. This can be about you as a Cancer. It can also be about a Pisces or a Scorpio. It can be about a romantic opportunity. I think about like all of the Venus transits in the 10th. Love can be found at work. I think about the Venus retrograde coming into the 9th, going on a trip or somebody reaching out to you from further away, long distance relationship, traveling and meeting someone. Watch for a water sign. This can also just mean being more intuitive, more sensitive, wearing your heart on your sleeve. And this can be an indication that there is some new partnership coming. It can be romantic, but it could also be professional. This partnership, you're going to have to kind of navigate with your intuition, deciding whether or not it's going to be a good fit for you. I think it is. I feel like this is about you feeling more inspired and kind of really going after your dreams in the month of March. Good luck, and I'll catch you guys back here next month. What's up, Leo and Leo rising? Welcome to your March 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm glad to talk to you about what's going on this month. And just as a reminder, I said this to all of the signs, but I'm going to tell you too, if you usually scan ahead and you just listen to your horoscope, I highly recommend going and listening to my overview. I go more in depth into some of these transits and what it might mean. And there are obviously a lot of things involving the sun going on this month for you. So definitely very significant, and I'm going to break it all down. So the first thing I want to start with is there's 3 areas of the chart that that's all you need to look at in the month of March, okay? Because there's a highly focused energy in 3 different signs. Those signs are going to be Aries, which is a fellow fire sign, which trines you, especially if you're an early degree Leo. First 10 degrees or so, you're going to like these transits. They're going to form trines to your ascendant. It's going to bring opportunities for travel, adventure, as well as learning. We've also got a eclipse that will happen here and 2 retrogrades. So the area of Aries in your chart is going to be majorly highlighted. Traveling, higher education, teaching, legal stuff, publishing, learning. Also, this is a house that's about like good fortune. This is like a Jupiter kind of esque house. So it can mean that there are some major shifts revolving around your personal beliefs that are happening. Then we're going to want to look at what's going on with Virgo. So Virgo is the area of the chart where we're going to see a lunar eclipse. That means there's going to be some emotional conclusion or completion or some kind of clearing out. This is ruled by Mercury, which will be in Aries. So that's why we're watching Aries. Then we're going to see planets that are going to be retrograding back into Pisces. And that is going to be in your 8th house of joint resources, change, intimacy, vulnerability, endings, and beginnings. So with that being said, those are the areas that I think are the most important. However, you're ruled by the sun. So when we see Mercury conjunct the sun, Venus conjunct the sun, the solar eclipse, the sun conjunct Neptune, the sun, conjunct Saturn, these are a lot of solar transits happening for you. That basically means that, you're moving ahead with, your goals, with your travel, with your education, with your beliefs. But in order to really have that new beginning in the 9th house, you are having to go back into the 8th house and you're having to say to yourself, can I get the loan? Am I afraid? Am I going to have physical, financial, or emotional support? Do I need to be vulnerable? What needs to end? Maybe it's going to be about processing some grief, going to therapy, healing something. And that's going to be some of the stuff that's going to come up. There is a lot of financial stuff that's going to be happening this month for Leos and Leo risings because of that South Node eclipse that you're going to have in the 2nd house of personal possessions and the retrogrades that are going back into your 8th house of other people's money. So it can be a lot of what's mine versus what's yours. What am I spending versus what do I owe? And trying to work out some tax stuff or trying to work out some investments or some joint finances with another person. So be mindful that that's going to definitely come up. All right. So with that being said, the month kicks off on March the 1st. This is where we see Venus turn retrograde. Venus obviously rules love, money, beauty, values, anything in regards to social stuff. And Venus is connected to your 10th house of career, relationships, public opinion, and your reputation. Venus is also connected to the 3rd house of communications, learning, contracts, as well as siblings, vehicles, and also, media, websites, things like that. So with Venus going retrograde, right, that tells me that you're reevaluating these 2 areas of your life, communication and work. And you're asking yourself with Venus retrograde, how can I learn a little bit more about advertising? How can I learn a little bit more about sales? Remember, Venus is where we have indulgences. So you might be saying, well, I want to learn how to promote my website or new SEO options, or maybe this is a time where you're going to go and you're going to work with somebody who can kind of help teach you these things. Anyway, Venus retrograde in the 9th house, some things that can happen here is you have a falling out with a teacher. There's some delays or setbacks maybe with planning a wedding, with an international trip. Harder to get refunds, I would say, for you guys during these cycles. So if you have trips booked, you have education booked, maybe you've already started a lawsuit, it's going to be a little bit longer, maybe a little bit more pricey to actually get your settlement, to actually, be able to get a refund on some cancellations for traveling, to maybe if you decide that you want to pull out of a program, they're like, sorry, no refunds. This is the kind of stuff that can kind of happen. So really think about that, because the 8th house is other people's resources. They're going to be less likely to reimburse you or give you something back for those things. Obviously, Venus also rules cars. So some of you guys who are anticipating like, oh, I'm going to school and I'm going to be living on campus, I can sell my car, I don't need it. You might consider doing that. Some of you guys also might say, hey, I don't really need to be paying a car payment. I'd rather be traveling and flying around the world. I'm going to get rid of my car. Some of you guys might be thinking about an international move, or you might be thinking about ways to be able to learn how to promote your website or your business online. Now, Venus will be retrograde all the way into April, so be mindful of that. I don't recommend ceremonies or weddings during this transit. Ceremonies and graduations can be delayed in the 9th house, and you can also see issues with results and kind of feeling like they're not going according to plan. So I'd be really careful with pushing it, a little too close with some of your credits if you think that you're like on the border of, whether or not you would graduate. I would also be really careful with putting down deposits or paying for travel or anything in regards to like wedding stuff. And I really don't recommend getting married when Venus is retrograde, especially when it's retrograde in a sign where it's not doing so well and it's conjunct Mercury. So just some food for thought on that. All right, on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see then Mercury enter Aries. At least with like, you know, eventually the Sun, Mercury, Venus in Aries, you know, a lot of you guys are like, I'm traveling, I'm going out, I'm doing things, I'm having fun. You may not feel originally the effects of this out the gate. However, I think with Mercury entering Aries, you know, you're spending money on travel, education, or something revolving around flights or ceremonies, celebrations, that kind of stuff. More interest also in higher knowledge, learning, and studying. Then you're going to see on the 11th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Venus, which is retrograde. Okay, so you're going to have your friendship house, your money house, conjunct communication. So if you are traveling, maybe you're communicating or connecting with friends you haven't seen in a while. Maybe you're traveling with them. Maybe there's some changes to your travel plans. Maybe you're letting people know, hey, I extended my stay. Let's get together. Or I decided to do a layover in another city. Do you want to meet with me? There can also be changes going on with other people, which can impact your travel. And it can give you the opportunity to be like, do I want to spend some of this time doing a layover in another city that I want to explore on my own? A lot of the ninth house retrogrades is like either going back to a place you've been before, or it can be about going and exploring something on your own. But watch, because this can be a significant turning point revolving around a legal and education, a publishing, or a travel matter. On the 12th of the month, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Saturn. So this is significant because you are the Sun. Saturn rules other people and also work and health. And with the Sun coming into conjunction with Saturn, it looks like a significant turning point in either a relationship or a financial relationship. So it can mean that you're asking your partner, you know, to spot you for some money and they're like, I don't have it. It can also be a time where you've got some health expenses or some work expenses coming up and you're needing to dip into savings or you're putting it on credit. Maybe you're trying to find somebody to help you navigate wrapping up or finalizing your taxes. Because the 8th house can be about taxes, debt, and loans. Now you're going to see on the 14th of the month, you'll have the lunar eclipse in Virgo. So this is a full moon lunar eclipse, which is emotional, and it's about dealing with the past and wrapping something up and completing something relating to your self-esteem, your finances, or your resources. So this is money stuff. Sometimes when we see a solar eclipse in the 2nd house, especially with the south node, a lunar eclipse in the 2nd house with the south node, it's bringing up emotions about money and security. And for me, I feel like this is like where you're having to pay a bill, or there's an expense, or there's something coming up that you have to make a big budget purchase. At the time of this eclipse, the ruler, Mercury, is about to retrograde in the 9th. So it does look like either education or travel is posing some expenses, and there could be some unexpected expenses or fees that you didn't see coming. And you're like, ugh, okay. Or you're having to unexpectedly travel and you're having to pay higher fees because it's unexpected travel. The other way of looking at this is that you have finally found a program or a trip that you want to invest in, or maybe you have found a way to save money, or maybe you're reorganizing your travel accommodations and your flights so that way you can get a deal and you're actually spending less. That's the other way of looking at it. But watch for unexpected travel and expense matters on the 14th. On the 15th of the month, you're going to see Mercury is then going to start its retrograde in the 9th house. So this is where airplanes, air travel, international travel, school, advertising, legal matters are a little bit trickier, okay? So it can be harder and you can feel like it's more difficult to spend money on these things, or you're having to kind of reschedule or reorganize some of this stuff. And with Mercury connected to the South Node, you know, it can mean that you've booked stuff weeks earlier and it looked fine, but now it's not. And now you're like, oh, now it is impacting me, you know, financially, because I'm having to kind of make some of these changes. Or you find flights that are cheaper that if you had waited, you know, you would have gotten a better deal. All right, so then you're going to see on the 19th of the month, the Sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So you're the Sun, it'll conjunct Neptune in the 8th house. I feel like this is where somebody could be less than honest with you about a financial situation. It might mean that you're uncovering some kind of truth about savings, investments, money, or your partner or your spouse's finances. They might have been saying like, oh, I don't have anything, or I don't have enough, or I can't give you something. And then you're like, wait, is that true? Like, are they telling me the truth? Or there could be some confusion around an investment, a tax, or an inheritance matter. Be very careful when it comes to also, like security, password security, financial banking security, because you're more prone, I think, to like having phishing scams and things like that during this transit. You're going to see then on the 20th of March, the sun enters Aries. It moves into your 9th house where you're kind of feeling like, okay, time to get the show on the road, focusing on my 9th house stuff, going to school, traveling, legal matters, learning. I predict a lot of you guys are going to be either in and out of airports, or you're going to be traveling to places on your own, or you're focusing on going back to school or some kind of training. Traveling to foreign countries in particular comes up a lot for Leos because you have Mars as the ruler of all of this. It's in the 12th house. It's either that or you guys are going back to school, finishing a degree, getting a certification. You're then going to see on the 22nd and the 24th, there's some significant solar transits happening. On the 22nd, while Venus is retrograde, it'll conjunct the sun. So this is actually really good for you. It means that a positive reconnection, a reunion, or a chance meeting with somebody that can really benefit your belief system, help you with communications, help you legally, or somebody who could be a teacher of some kind can emerge. This is also maybe love is found while you're traveling or while you're at an airport. Maybe you have a really sweet connection with a family member or with a sibling, and somebody who passes on a note or leaves you a voicemail that kind of uplifts your spirit. Then you're going to see on the 24th of the month, the sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde. This is the Mercury Cazimi. This is also about chance opportunities, making new friends, meeting people, having opportunities to recoup lost funds, make money, and positive news revolving around travel, education, as well as legality. If you miss a document, it can be returned to you. If some item goes missing, it can be returned to you with that Cazimi. And then you're going to see on the 27th of the month, Venus will then retrograde back into Pisces. So Venus is a lot happier in Pisces. It does better there. It's a lot more sensitive and romantic and creative. Obviously, Venus is going to dance with Neptune as it comes back into Pisces. And you want to think of like March as the month where there's a complete reorganization going on in your 9th house. And before you figure out what you believe in, or where you're going to school, or where you're traveling, or what you're doing, or what you're learning, you have to go into the 8th house in April. And you have to say, well, if I'm going to go to school, how do I get the loan? If I'm going to be moving across the country or to another country, how am I going to afford this? If you are thinking about getting married, you have to come up with a budget and have to talk to your partner about your guys' debt and your credit and everything, in the 8th house. There is a transformation in the 8th house. So Venus coming into the 8th house is good because let's say you've been going through a lawsuit or a legal matter and you've been waiting to be awarded something, right? You could get awarded something when these planets go into the 8th house in April. It's hard to say. But I can tell you that you have more access to loans, support other people's resources when Venus is in the 8th house. It is a little bit more passionate and intense as well, so it can definitely be good for intimacy and romance. Now you're going to see on the 29th of the month a solar eclipse in Aries at 9 degrees. So if you have anything 8 to 10 degrees of Leo, sun, moon, or rising, it's going to trine you. Solar eclipse in the 9th house means now you're ready to kind of take action, or you're setting intentions now in regards to what you're doing in this area of your chart. Yes, Mars is the ruler, but Mars is in the 12th house. So it almost feels like you're getting ready to make a big decision about, what direction your life is going in, what you believe in once Mars is coming back into Leo in a few short weeks. This can also mean that there is some unexpected action revolving around travel, education, or law or legality. This can also be with your father. This can be with your in-laws. It can be about these people as well. And maybe you're taking a trip. Now, Mercury is still retrograde, so there is still this whole sense of like, maybe there has been a change in your travel plans and you're waiting to see if friends are going to meet up with you, but you're like, I'm going to go anyway. I'm going to make a thing of it. Like, I'm going to travel and I'm going to go and do something, even if I have to do it alone. And I like some of the aspects that it's making in your chart. I think it's actually going to be pretty nice with trines to Leo, sextiles to Pluto. I think that it's going to be a pretty big turning point for you guys, where your philosophy about life is going to open up, and it's going to be very can-do type of attitude. All right, solar eclipses plant a seed. They take about 6 months, sometimes a year or longer to fully unfold, and you'll see more of that in 2026. All right, and then finally we've got on March 30th, Neptune is going to enter into the sign of Aries. I think for the most part it's friendly for you guys, to be honest with you, especially if you're like an early degree Leo, 0 to about 3 degrees, you're going to be under a Neptune trine. Can be very mystical, magical. It can give you an opportunity to explore foreign lands, new cultures, philosophies, and belief systems. Can also be a time when you are, really interested in learning about the blend between spirituality and physical fitness. Think yoga certification or trainings for yoga or retreats. This is also going to be furthered when you start to see Saturn coming into Aries in another couple of months' time. Basically, the Mercury, the Venus retrograde, the solar eclipse were all the prelude for Saturn and Neptune creating a new belief system and also a new way of life in your 9th house. Likely what you're going to find with Neptune in the 9th house is that you're more attracted to learning more about mysticism, esoteric related subjects, art, as well as anything that's going to be connected with hypnotherapy, therapy, healing techniques, because Neptune is connected to these themes in your 8th house. New teachers can emerge as well. There can be like new programs. It can also represent that, you're going and getting training and certification in these areas, or that you're going to be working with foreigners in the 9th house. Maybe people who are proactively teaching about mind, body, spirit connection. And you will see this kind of unfold over time. This is the first time in our lifetime that we've seen Neptune in Aries. I think that for a Leo in particular, this is going to represent a complete shift in regards to your religious or your spiritual perspective, and be focusing on a balance between the mind, body, and the spirit. Those of you guys who are interested in the arts as well, I think you'll really enjoy this one, because it can be a turning point where you're really starting to kind of learn how to bring more, of a foundation, or kind of like a groundedness to some of the things that you're painting, drawing, creating, as well as if you work with music, as well as if you work with art or film. Anything like that can definitely come through the 9th house, and it can be wonderful for storytelling. This can also be a huge kind of segue into shifts revolving around higher education. So you'll see that kind of play out over this year into next year. Neptune always runs the risk of not seeing so clearly. It can also kind of be a little deceiving. But Neptune in Aries in a nutshell is where we're learning to get out of our own way. We're not feeling like a victim or victimized. And I think those of you guys who have had fears or phobias of flying, traveling alone, going to certain places, going back to school, writing a book, you can overcome some of these fears basically with this transit. And because it's in an element that's, kind of kind with you, it trines you, I think you guys are actually going to do very well with this. So with that being said, let's take a look and see what the tarot has to say for you for the month ahead, Leo. All right, the card that we get is the 6 of Cups. Very sweet. This is the soulmate card. This is the reunion card. I kind of feel like this is about kind of realizing like how sweet life can be, right? I feel like with Venus retrograde, maybe connecting with friends or hearing from old friends or partners or relatives you haven't heard from for a while, traveling to reconnect with people, receiving emails, texts, and phone calls from them. This can also mean that there is a sense of getting more in touch with the inner child, more in touch with the inner creator, more in touch with also like this more playful kind of innocent side. I think you're actually really going to like some of the Venus retrograde. With Venus coming back and hitting Saturn in the 8th house, it can be actually a very romantic kind of love story for some of you guys. It can represent something that's about transforming in love and overcoming challenges in love. Maybe you're feeling a little bit more adventurous and you're willing to get out there. And those of you guys who are single, you might actually connect with somebody. And it can be because you decided to go somewhere that maybe you would have never gone before, or maybe you thought about traveling, but you were always kind of afraid to kind of venture there or go by yourself. So being adventurous will pay off in matters of love and also matters of the heart. I do feel like there can be this sense of getting back to a simpler or kind of sweeter way of life. And I feel like for many of you guys, you're going to feel like in order to do that, you may actually have to go somewhere else. So slow down a little bit. I love like a retrograde in the 9th house for taking an extended vacation or returning back to a place that you have visited that you really loved, and reconnecting with it in a much deeper level, or reconnecting with teachers, mentors, or people who might be abroad. I hope that helps, and I'll catch you guys back here in the month of April. Let me know how it goes. I'll see you soon. All right, so we've got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's up, Virgo? You're going to be obviously going through lots of changes, as will everybody in the month of March. I attribute a lot of that to the sheer amount of retrogrades and also eclipses and planets that are going in and out of very specific signs. As you know, you're ruled by Mercury. So Mercury retrogrades and Mercury transits impact you a little bit more than some of the other signs. I want you to really listen in and pay attention to the Mercury retrograde, to when Mercury is conjuncting Venus or conjuncting the Sun, as this is going to represent a really significant turning point for you this month. Now, in my opinion, the areas of the chart that are really only worth looking at in March are going to be Aries, Virgo, and Pisces. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters right now. Because with a ton of planets retrograde and eclipses, it basically means that there are still some things that are shaking out. As you know, when we get into eclipse season, doors open and doors close, and there can be some really shocking and surprising things that happen. You factor that in with some retrogrades, it's going to take some time to integrate some of this change. If you didn't already listen to my kind of preview of some of the transits before this part of your horoscope, I really recommend listening to it because it's going to give you a little bit more in depth as to what to expect. But obviously your chart ruler rules your first house, yourself, and your body. So this is kind of symbolic of how do I look, how do I feel, how do I communicate? Mercury is also connected to your career, your reputation, and your personal status. So it's not just what kind of work you're doing, it's who you work with, how people know you, and also your status in the world. Are you a CEO or an employee? Are you single or are you married? These are the kind of things that are going to be changing and getting reworked as Mercury goes retrograde. Now, something that's going to happen is that Mercury is going to retrograde with Venus. So Mercury is the mind, Venus is the heart. And it's going to start the retrograde in the area of Aries, your 8th house. This is a house that deals with subconscious issues, psychological issues. It can also be connected to trauma. It could be connected to vulnerability, sexual healing, joint assets, investments, taxes, loans, also inheritance. When planets go through the 8th house, there is a significant change because the 8th house, the sun does not shine. So as a Virgo rising, change always has to start with you on the inside, Aries. So you're going to see Mercury retrograde there, where you might be revisiting things that you've been afraid to talk about, discuss, or work through. Venus will retrograde here, which means that there's going to be a need to get down to the nitty-gritty when it comes to your intimacy, as well as your joint assets and investments that you have with another person or a bank. Then you're going to see planets retrograde from Aries back into Pisces. Okay, so as planets are leaving the 8th house in the shadow, they're actually coming through the 7th house to be dealt with. Perfect time to work with a therapist or a mediator, maybe working with a lawyer, especially if you're going through some pretty significant changes going on in a relationship. These kind of third parties can be really helpful to kind of find diplomacy and keep the peace if necessary. This can also be a time where there can be secrets that are being revealed within relationships. Sexual intimacy things, fears. It can also be about joint assets. And I'm just going to tell you guys, really, really keep your nose clean. Really keep your eyes open. Pay attention to what's going on. Because as Mercury comes into conjunction with Venus, there can be, a lot of things changing in regards to your romantic relationships or your finances. And all of these planets are going to leave the hidden zone, come into the 7th house where it's going to be dealt with publicly, conjunct Neptune and the North Node. And then you're going to see planets also that are going to be dancing with Saturn. This means that significant turning points in relationships and committed partnerships or one-on-one relationships are happening because of vulnerability or joint assets. equally, it's eclipse season. So you are not only going to see a solar eclipse in Aries at the end of the month, but you are now going to see a lunar eclipse that's going to be happening in your sign mid-month. And this represents both an emotional and an energetic clearing, as well as changes with identity, changes with emotional reactions. With the ruler being in Aries in the 8th house, it means that this is a time where you're going through some kind of significant change. And whether this means that you're shedding old identities or old egos, maybe it means that you're moving through some kind of personal change in regards to resources or in regards to hidden or subconscious fears. There is a need, I think, to really tap into the North Node in Pisces, right? The South Node in Virgo is like perfect, critical, organized, everything makes sense. And like as a Virgo rising, you're letting that go. You're embracing more of the North Node in Pisces, which is like, yes, I want to work with an astrologer. Yes, I want a therapist. Yes, I want to be hypnotized. Yes, you know, I need some assistance, or I need somebody to kind of show me the way, because you're feeling maybe a little lost or a little confused. So I know you're used to being the person that people go to for help or organization, but actually you could use a little help yourself throughout this process. So don't be afraid to ask for it. Now, at the beginning of the month on the 1st, you're going to see Venus station retrograde in Aries. This is going to be happening in your 8th house. Word to the wise, don't delay on doing your taxes. I think with like a solar eclipse and some retrogrades and some other things, some of you guys might be banking on getting a refund, and you might be surprised to find out that you actually owe money. I hate to be that way, and if it's not you, then it could mean that you're paying for old taxes, or that there are bills that are coming up. So even if you do get a refund, you're like, okay, I have to pay off some of my debt, or I'm having to pay off some of my loans, or my partner has some expenses and some of the money is still going out. You're going to feel that kind of coming up this month. Venus is connected to what you pay for, your personal possessions and resources, and it's also connected to the 9th house of education. So some of you guys are like, okay, I'm finally getting into paying my student loans, or I'm coming up with a way to pay my student loans, or, you know, I put a trip on a credit card and now I got to figure out how to pay for it. It can mean that there is some back and forth financial stuff that's coming up between you and a father figure, or between you and an in-law. That's another way of looking at it. There could definitely be some rearrangement of tax documents, health insurance, life insurance, car insurance, that kind of stuff, or dealing with an insurance matter. If something has gone missing and you filed an insurance claim and you need to have it replaced, that can be dealt with this month, as well as getting maybe new quotes for new insurance, or maybe debt consolidation, or you could be filing for lower interest rates on mortgages or things like that. That's something else you can do. Retrogrades do cause delay, so it can take longer to get funds repaid, or it can take longer to get a refund, or to actually get something replaced, but it can be a time where you can do that if necessary. Now you'll see on the 3rd of the month, then Mercury enters into Aries. So we've already got Venus retrograde there, where you're kind of, maybe if you're owed money, you're waiting for it to come back. If you have to pay something off, you're trying to get it paid. And then Mercury enters that house. And the 8th house always deals with business and other people's stuff. So there is a lot of like, depending on how you're getting paid at work, who's repaying you, what's getting refunded to you, in order to help you sort out and kind of sift the 8th house, because the 8th house is where we have to actually like make payments. So there's like this sense of you trying to kind of get stuff back, so that way you can allocate it towards things that you need to pay off. Anyway, I think that you're a little bit more research oriented. You're a little bit more going into details and a little bit more intense with Mercury in your 8th house. You might notice your intuition is high as well. On the 11th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Venus, which is retrograde. So your Mercury, Venus deals with law and legal matters. It also deals with money. And when that conjunction happens, it looks like there might be a decision. You might actually hear that, something is going to go one way or another legally, or it can be a time where you get some kind of answer about loan situation or about borrowing or lending. Then you're going to see on the 12th of the month, the sun will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So the sun has yet to go into Aries. It's still going through your 7th house the first part of the month in Pisces. And when it conjuncts Saturn, it means that there is like a serious matter coming up in a relationship. Could be a marriage partner, could be a one-on-one business partner, could be a client. It could also be just a committed relationship. And the sun represents things that are hidden or hidden enemies or things you didn't see coming. And the 7th house is committed relationships, and then Saturn. So a lot of you guys are tackling problems head on in your relationships with boyfriends, girlfriends, you know, how you're navigating raising children, having children, dealing with children, with a relationship. This can feel like a definitive turning point in a relationship where if you feel like the relationship isn't going anywhere, that you're like, you know what, maybe it's time to kind of cut and run. And it can mean that you feel like somebody is hiding away or running away from you and like avoiding you. Because the sun does deal with like people who kind of keep you kind of on the fritz. So watch for those defining moments and like having, I think, better boundaries in relationships with another person. Then you're going to see on the 14th of the month, this is when you have the lunar eclipse in your first house. Full moon lunar eclipse in the first, emotional clearing. You know, you might be changing your style, changing your hair, changing your appearance. The first house is obviously the body, and the first house with the south node could mean you feel exhausted, you're changing your habits or your schedule in some way of like body maintenance. You know, I would say if a lot of stuff's coming up for you in terms of emotional grief or anything revolving around loss, or just processing and dealing with emotions, you know, with Mercury being the ruler in the 8th house, it's a really good time to be working with a therapist. I think it can be really, really beneficial for you, and you can see miraculous healing while you're having retrogrades in this house. Now, some of you guys can find out that you're pregnant with an eclipse in your first house, or there is a birth that's going to happen sometime around this period, or you're just kind of more emotional, wearing your heart on your sleeve. Then you're going to be seeing on the 15th of the month, Mercury will then start its retrograde. So if you're watching this in February, you know, March is not a month to sign contracts, change insurance, to be trying to start lawsuits, to be trying to, you know, start your taxes really late, to be trying to get like loans. Like there's going to be delays in these departments. So if you know that you want to move money around, if you want to request more money, if you're trying to make a change to spousal support or child support, if you're trying to sort out an estate matter, I recommend either trying to get that going in February, or you're going to have to wait until the second half of April to do some of this stuff. Some of you guys, I predict, will benefit from filing an extension if you feel like your financial situation or your tax situation is so sticky. You may want to preemptively talk to your tax professionals about filing an extension, so that way you're not dealing with like a really messy kind of deadline with some of these retrogrades in your 8th house. Now, you're going to see then on the 19th of the month, okay, there is going to be Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So with the Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces, this can be a time where you're feeling like partners are really sensitive, they're really vulnerable, there's some kind of changing situation with the relationship. Maybe they're not as aware that they're a little standoffish as usual. There can be some ghostiness or kind of feeling like somebody is avoidant in a relationship dynamic, so watch for that. Shortly after that conjunction, you're then going to see the sun go into Aries, and this is happening on the 19th of the month. This is now, on the 20th of the month. This is now lighting up your 8th house, where you're acutely aware now of like what needs to change 8th house in regards to self, Aries. This might also mean that you're more personally involved in your partner's finances or resources, or that of money owed to you, or involving an estate matter. Now you're going to see on the 22nd of the month, the sun in Aries will conjunct Venus retrograde. So Venus will be retrograde in your 8th house of others' money, bringing up some kind of legal matter or education matter, as well as personal finances, and it will conjunct the sun. So you're going to be maybe getting some kind of insight about whether or not you're going to qualify for some kind of resource. So if you're like, hey, I'm looking at disability, unemployment, I'm looking at also negotiating severance or a benefits package or a retirement package, this could also be coming up for you around this date. Keep in mind, Venus brings you good things. So also if you're going through a separation or a divorce of some kind, or you're separating with a partner, you can be kind of trying to find ways to mediate and figure out how to split up your stuff. Then you're going to see on the 24th of the month, the sun will conjunct Mercury which is retrograde. And the sun represents kind of a conclusion or completion. And obviously you are Mercury. So I kind of feel like a lot of Virgos are going to be negotiating something. You know, Mercury also deals with your career. So you could be negotiating better benefits, stock options. You could be negotiating some kind of an insurance. Maybe you're going back and forth and trying to negotiate for, you know, a job, but you're still currently employed elsewhere. And you're wanting to make sure you get everything you want before you make the jump. If not, a lot of this is going to be about a reshuffling and an organization of your partner's money. But with the, you know, North Node going through, I think, the 7th house, you're going to have a hard time getting clarity from other people that you're dealing with. And you're going to feel like it's kind of difficult cutting through some of the emotional stuff with them. Then you're going to see on the 27th of the month that Venus will retrograde back into Pisces. Okay, so Venus does much better in the 7th house. It's happy there. Venus also likes being in Pisces. It's exalted there. This can bring, from the end of March into April, more harmony in relationships. It can also bring better diplomacy in partnerships. You can be more likely to meet somebody. There can be, obviously, with retrogrades, karmic stuff happens, right? So when you have retrogrades into your 7th house, this is where there can be some really difficult life things that can happen that really tests a relationship. And it's like, this is where you see what relationships are made of. This is also where you can heal past trauma and open yourself up to new love, or you can go to deeper levels with current existing partners. I think that with the, you know, Venus retrograde in the 7th, you know, yeah, some exes will come back, right? Mercury retrograde, Venus retrograde. You can hear from exes. You maybe don't know what they want or where they stand. Other people can feel kind of confused or lost, or they don't know necessarily where they're going. And there can be a difficulty in balancing kind of like partnership dynamics with Saturn and Neptune in the 7th. There's either this feeling of overly idealizing partners or not getting necessarily what you need, and them not being aware or being accountable of some of like their kind of like nebulous nature. Anyway. You will be dealing more in the month of April with the retrogrades in your 7th house. And I think a lot of this is you going like, what do I need to change within me? Instead of making it be about them and what they're not doing or who I don't have or what they don't see, taking accountability for your own safety, security, and healing. So that way it's not being projected onto relationships and like holding them accountable for stuff that maybe you feel like needs to be more on you. You'll then see on the 29th a solar eclipse in Aries. This will be in your 8th house, and Mercury will still be retrograde. So you're still kind of sorting through either a financial or an emotional situation. This is going to be ruled by Mars, and it's going to have Mars in your 11th house. So you're going to be more gung-ho about some of your financial goals, socializing, connecting and mixing and mingling with other people. Potentially opening up to new networking opportunities or working with companies or groups that are going to give you access to resources, right? Solar eclipses play out over time. It could be 6 months, it could be a year, but you will see that kind of evolve. And I think that this is just a sneak preview into what Saturn and Neptune are going to be like in Aries for like the next several years. And then finally, on the 30th, you're going to see Neptune enter into Aries. So having had Neptune in your 7th house for like the last, 7 or 8 years, has definitely probably been really difficult in having clarity in relationships. So I do think that having Neptune getting out of your 7th house, which is an angular house, and going into the 8th can be a good thing. I do feel like what this is going to bring up though is now this heightened sense of awareness of like what's actually wrapping up with relationships and like where maybe you feel like partners haven't been clear, or maybe they have been dishonest, or they've been dealing with addiction, or they have been a little like distant. And with planets getting ready to leave, you know, Saturn and Neptune are getting ready to leave your 7th house, there's going to be some major changes in your existing relationships and also new people who will come in. Neptune in the 8th, you do have to be careful with joint resources. You do have to be careful with financial scams. But remember, Aries is yourself. So this is like where you're too trusting with other people. And that could be investing. That could be who you're banking with. That could also be if you're having joint accounts. There may be a sense of you being a little bit more private when it comes to your financial vulnerability. Obviously, Venus ruling your 2nd house, it's like, those of you guys who feel like you have had a hard time going further in relationships because of debt, you know, financial mishandling, maybe you're not wanting to talk about, you know, like loans, or maybe there's been some sense of like avoiding kind of talking about some of the difficult financial things. Now you're going to be more willing to look at it but you still may feel like other people are not looking at money in a practical, logical way. So just full disclosure, so you know, it's still a lot of your relationship with other people because it's on the right-hand side of the chart, but it's going to be about your relationship with them and money. And you might see like partners becoming more entrepreneurial or wanting to like make money in a new, innovative way. I would just say be careful with, making major investments, pulling money in or out of something. We're going to see a lot of market volatility with the retrogrades and the eclipses in March and April. So I would be really careful with like moving around 401ks or like major changes to your savings or anything like that. Because it can definitely be a little hectic if you're trying to reallocate investments or funds when stuff is going to like swing all over the place, okay? Obviously, with your chart ruler retrograde, something I would say is you got to watch your health, especially the 8th house can be about pregnancy. The 8th house can be also about hormonal changes, reproductive organs, anything revolving also around STDs. Mercury and Venus, when they retrograde together, especially in Aries, I see in this particular aspect that people are really risky sexually and they can get an STD and not know it. And then the way that a partner finds out that they were cheating on them is because they turn up positive. I know, stuff that you guys don't want to know, but I know. Mercury's health, Venus can be about the genitals. And it's in a sign of Mars. So the point is that, some people will go through that, unfortunately. And if you're not having conversations or practicing safe sex, you're going to see some crazy stuff. Secrets being exposed. Also, this can be about reproductive hormones and testing and things that can be going on with that. Scorpio is the 8th house and Aries is the blood. So it can also be like blood tests and things like that are coming back relating to hormones and panels or like pregnancy related things also. What else? That's pretty much it. But yeah, just watch out for some of those shocks and surprises. I think Virgo risings and Libra risings are going to be the ones that are going to have some of the craziest stuff happening in relationships more than some of the other signs. Okay. Remember, karmic things happening. So those of you guys who are single, it could be a significant turning point where you could meet somebody, but it could be after you're really healing and opening yourself up to love. So let's see what happens. You guys are going to have to let me know what plays out. The card that you get is the 7 of Wands. Not a bad card, actually. This is about kind of standing your ground, standing up for yourself. This can also be about defending yourself and knowing like your boundaries. And I think that your boundaries definitely get tested in the 8th house. It's like, okay, what is my stuff? What's other people's stuff? And there's all this karmic entanglement also like in the 8th house. Like there is this sense of like kind of paying karmic debt. And so I feel like some of you guys might look at your relationships and you've been like, I've been through hell and back like this, it's going to be a difficult time, but it's not going to actually rock us or impact us negatively. Probably not. But for other people, it can feel like it's a time where you're really being pushed to your limits. And I really feel like financial limits, psychological limits, also limits revolving around, what you have been overlooking or not wanting to deal with. And like, that is something that you're going to be maybe a little defensive, a little protective over. You might be feeling like you're a little resistant to change. Obviously, you got a lot of planets that are going through Aries, which quincunx is your sign Virgo. So it does mean that it's uncomfortable, right? But you know what? You have to get out of your comfort zone if you want to kind of get to where you want to go. That's the name of the game this year. So try to be open to change, but also be mindful of where your limits are kind of being pushed and like where you're starting to see defensiveness and reaction coming up is probably because you're getting close to something that you need to be dealing with. Hope that's helpful for you guys. I will catch you guys back here in the month of April.
What's up, Libra, Libra rising? Welcome to your March 2025 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Excited to chat with you about the stuff that you got going on this month. Obviously, there are lots of things happening in your opposite sign. So there is a lot going on in regards to relationships. Equally, your chart ruler, Venus, is going to be turning retrograde. So that's pretty significant for you as Venus is your kind of guiding light. So as I've said to all the other 12 rising signs, if you don't typically listen to my overview, if you just skip ahead to your horoscope, I really recommend listening to my overview to give you a little bit more context in regards to how to navigate the month ahead. Now, obviously, Venus is associated with your first house. This is your appearance, your beauty, anything revolving around your body, and also your actions.
So when your chart ruler goes retrograde, you have the opportunity to reassess and reevaluate that particular area of your chart. So Venus is going to start the retrograde in the 7th house, which is your astrologer, your relationships, your one-on-one partnerships, your therapist, your marital partner, or anything in regards to your, I guess, your services. So if you sell services or if you sell products, this is like your marketplace. This is an opportunity to kind of rework, reevaluate what's going on there. Now, I've told all of the rising signs that the areas that I think are most important this month are actually going to be Aries, Virgo, and Pisces, okay? So even though there's nothing going through Libra, still your chart ruler is on the move, so you're gonna see how you relate to that area. The truth of the matter is a lot of the stuff that's gonna come up in the next month for you, Libra, has nothing to do with you. The 7th house is about others, and it can also kind of be like a mirror, and it can show you your shadow self. So there can be a lot of you working through your shadow issues, through relationships with other people. There can also be, through the retrogrades, a karmic turning point in relationships. So if you're single, it can mean that there can be a karmic relationship that can come into your life, or you could be getting back into dating or going back into therapy. If you're in a committed relationship, this could actually be a little bit more difficult or challenging to navigate, as the retrogrades in the 7th house mean that it's going to be harder to find peace, good communication, and diplomacy. And if you have been on kind of the fritz or kind of on the rocks with relationships with someone, it can be a client, a business partner, or a committed relationship, the next couple of weeks into April can be a time where you decide to actually complete something or walk away from a relationship that has not been fulfilling. So it's going to be dependent on your particular situation. Something to think about is that, when Venus comes into conjunction with Mercury, there is likely going to be some unexpected conversation with a partner, or there can be something that catch you off guard that you didn't see coming. It can be a dream, an intuitive hit, but it can also be some kind of a secret or something that a partner failed to mention to you somehow becomes more visible. When Venus comes into conjunction with Mercury, this can also represent a change of the heart as well as the mind. And Mercury has a direct connection to your subconscious. So the positives is that, sharing some of your concerns, your fears, or your worries with a partner can actually be beneficial in clearing the air. It can also be a really good time to work with a therapist or a coach of some kind. However, I do think that you're going to see definitely a lot of reworking and rearrangements in the area of Aries in your chart, and it seems very appropriate that it involves your chart ruler right before you see Neptune go into your 7th house, and also Saturn will be joining the 7th house pretty soon. My interpretation of March is, in a nutshell, there is a need to go back to the Pisces area of our chart, and we need to sort and sift through that area. Get clarity, give it a little bit more love before we make some bigger decisions in the months to come, when all of these planets fully move into Aries and there is something new. So for you, Venus, or Libra ruled by Venus, I think that I would also really be looking at what has happened in January and February previously, as Venus was going through your 6th house. Where were you learning to heal something? Where were you looking for a job? Where were you maybe focusing on having better mind, body, spirit balance? Maybe there was a change in your office space. Maybe there was a change with, your coworkers. Something changed here. And now Venus is going to come back at the end of the month, and it's going to come into this part of the sky. So it can be kind of wrapping something up where you're bettering your health. Maybe you're practicing meditation. Maybe there's a mindfulness practice that's actually positively working out in your relationship zone. However, I do feel like my Virgos and my Libra risings are going to be the ones who are going to be the most impacted when it comes to relationships and committed partnerships. I think this is where you're going to see some of the biggest shocks and surprises. Maybe next to like Taurus, and I would also say Sag risings, but still, it's going to be pretty significant for you guys. So pay attention to the Venus transits. Now the month kicks off on March the 1st. This is when Venus starts her retrograde in your 7th house. So we know retrogrades are karmic. It brings up the past. We reevaluate something, and there can also be opportunities for closure. So if you have been wanting to separate from a partner, if you've been wanting to finalize a divorce, if you have been wanting to break up with a business partner, if you have been wanting to get closure on an old relationship, this can give you the opportunity to do that. Truth be told, your Venus, so you might be the one thinking about reaching out, reconnecting, or dealing with somebody in the past. As a fellow Libra rising, I gotta tell you, I'm already kind of seeing it. I also feel like it's so interesting just watching, okay, as an example, you know, Britney Spears, really famous Libra rising. She's got, you know, Venus getting ready to go retrograde in her 7th, and she's being spotted with her ex, right? Sometimes Aries can be about doing something that's like impulsive and it's like very quick. And I just want to remind you guys that things can start up very quickly in the 7th house, and then it can kind of lose speed and lose momentum when it retrogrades, and then the truth kind of comes out. So I'd be very cautious about going back to the past, as you know, Aries is going to be about some new way of approaching relationships. So if you go back to the past, there has to be like this sense of like really starting from scratch. Otherwise, you may be better off kind of looking for a new partner, in my opinion. But hey, to each their own. Because Venus rules your face, your body, your appearance, your style, as well as your money. I think that one thing that Libras really want to reevaluate is like how much value they're putting on what they can change about themselves, where they're investing their money. I would really guard against like cosmetic surgery. I'd really guard against making any big investments into changes with your appearance or your style. Also, you can be a little bit more self-critical as to whether or not you feel like people like value you or find you attractive or like pleasant. And so there can definitely be people who are being more critical of you as Mercury and Venus are going through your 7th house. And this could be people you work with, this could be your spouse, this could be just people in general. They could be a little bit more aggressive and combative with planets in Aries. So I would say don't let other people get your goat, and don't let other people kind of like define your value, okay? 7th house is not just relationship house. This is like a boxing ring. This is where we spar. So it can be about legal endeavors and conflicts and kind of airing out issues as well. So Venus starts the retrograde. She'll be retrograde clear into April. On the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Mercury entering into Aries, and now Mercury is really focusing on communication. It's going to be about contracts, business, negotiation. Honestly, March is not the month to be getting engaged, planning a wedding, getting married, making major commitments, joining business partnerships, anything like that. We don't want to do that stuff, okay? Because with Mercury retrograde, we're going to see there's going to be some communication breakdown and some issues of clarity that you didn't see coming. With Venus retrograde, it's going to cause some disharmony and some challenges in terms of how you can relate to other people. One thing I like about being a Libra rising is when the world zigs, we zag. So I have found that like actually, you know, all of these planets in the 7th house, Saturn does very well in the 7th house, Venus does very well in the 7th house, even though Venus and Saturn are going to be in signs that they do not perform well in, they do well in the house. And you have to think of it as this is also about the relationship, 7th house you have with yourself, Aries. So you're going to be creating new boundaries with people. You're going to be also reassessing certain relationships. And if you feel like other people are being angry, hostile, aggressive, or combative, you're going to be like, nope, there's the line. That's not working for me. So you'll be less likely to have conflict with people if you're really standing up for yourself. And also you may feel like a lot of the transits are about other people needing you. And you being like, I can't get sucked into other people's challenges or issues. Like people need to learn how to do things on their own. So that might start kind of coming up with Mercury going into the 7th house. Obviously puts an emphasis on business and communication, but you're going to see mid-month Mercury is going to turn retrograde. On the 11th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Venus in Aries at an 8. So this is what you want to watch, Libra. On the 11th, Mercury represents the subconscious, self-undoing, things that are hidden. It can be about anxiety and stress. And then also you have Venus, which is you. So maybe you had a dream about something, or you had a vision or an epiphany, or you have a gut feeling and you're talking to your therapist about it. You're talking to your partner about it. You know, you're talking to a romantic partner about it, and you're being like, this is what I've been afraid of, or this is what I've been working through. Secrets involving money, secrets involving vulnerability can definitely kind of come up here. And 8s are a little tricky because the conversations that you have can really dramatically change your relationship. This can also be a time where, because the 7th house represents your partner's physical body, and Mercury represents their health and their habits. A lot of Libra risings are going to see that their partners or their spouses are going to suddenly start having a health problem, obviously touch wood, but it could be a psychological issue. They could be drinking a lot. They could have an addiction issue. They could be having sleep problems. They could be having some immune system issues. And I think with like your 12th house ruler retrograde and eclipses and stuff going through the 7th house, your partner could be going through a lot of challenges where they're learning or trying to figure out how to become more independent, or they're working through anger and hostility issues, and there can be a little bit of like hot-headedness. So Mercury conjunct Venus, watch for the changes in terms of relationship dynamic on the 11th. On the 12th, the sun will conjunct Saturn in Pisces at 22 degrees. And this is about you committing to a healthier schedule or routine. This could mean that you're joining a new gym. Maybe you're working out with friends. Maybe there's a new goal. Maybe you're overcoming some kind of health or work challenge. And I actually feel like this is a really positive transit for you guys. And it's about being able to kind of meet your deadlines and getting stuff done. Now you're going to see on the 14th of the month, there will be a lunar eclipse in Virgo. This is a full moon lunar eclipse in your 12th house where the subconscious comes out to play. This can kind of shake up or change something about your sleep schedule or something about your subconscious. You might feel like it's a little bit harder to kind of have consistent sleep and you're waking up a lot or you're having very vivid or wild dreams. Eclipses in the 12th house is where there is like a psychic dump, okay? So you do feel like a little bit squirrely. You feel like you need a little bit of time alone in the 12th house. And obviously the ruler of this particular house is Mercury. So when you see the full moon come through, Mercury is actually going to be getting ready to retrograde in the 7th. So it tells me that you're either like fit to be tied about having a conversation about things that have been hidden from you in a relationship, or that because there is a lot stirring subconsciously, you're kind of feeling like you need to go and work with a therapist or somebody who can kind of help you kind of sort through or sift through psychological issues, sleep issues, dream interpretation, or probably be confronting people if you've been having some issues with people at work, okay? Because Virgo can be connected to coworkers. Anyway, there is like, you're going to feel like you're kind of getting hit from all angles. And I don't know if it's going to be people kind of coming at you and you're feeling attacked, or if it's going to be that there's a lot going on in like your one-on-one relationships and you're really feeling the need to be like, okay, we need to air all of this out. And the truth is there can be some twists and turns and shocks and surprises that can happen with some of these retrogrades that you didn't see coming. Unexpected communication with exes from the past can definitely impact current or existing relationships. So be mindful of that as well. It's not unusual for you to have some dreams about people from the past also. And I think a lot of that is just getting clarity in your subconscious, or you're picking up that you're going to be running into them or hearing from them. On the 15th of the month, Mercury is going to turn retrograde. So now we have Mercury, planet of communication, retrograde in your relationship zone along with Venus. So this means that you might be feeling like, you know what, there's been some things that have happened in my relationship. There's been some things said. There's been some changes. Like now I want some space because Mercury is connected to the South Node. So you might be feeling like, you know, you need to either work with a therapist, or you're needing like a mediator, or you're needing a lawyer to kind of sort through some of these issues you might be having with another person. Good time to be working with a coach or to be working with somebody who's going to be like a manager, or, you know, somebody who's going to help you kind of get things in order. So if you're feeling kind of disgruntled and you want to change management, or, you know, somebody who can be kind of helping you with your health or your business, not a bad time to be looking. But still, miscommunications, misunderstandings happen during a Mercury retrograde, and we also hear from the past. Now, in particular, because Mercury rules your 9th house, likely you're going to be hearing from people who are far away, foreigners. It could be back and forth communication with in-laws, back and forth communication with a father figure. This can also be about a back and forth with somebody who is either in the legal field, or somebody who is a foreigner, somebody who's international. So they could be further away from you. All right, then we're going to see on the 19th of the month, Sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. Well, this is a day where I wouldn't go self-diagnosing myself. I would get off of WebMD. You can feel a little lower energy. You can feel like there can be some weird nebulous symptoms that are coming up. There can be some digestional issues. You may also be feeling like you're drowning in work and you're just very sensitive. And I would say take it easy this day. Keep an eye on your schedule and not overdoing it. And also like making too many sacrifices for other people.
And keep an eye on your pets here as well. It looks like if you're having some issues, you might have a friend who can kind of give you some insight about health or wellness. Then you're going to see on the 20th, the sun is going to enter into Aries. So the sun, Mercury, Venus are all going to be hanging out in your 7th house of relationships, your opposite sign. The sun is going to be in good position, and also in the sign of Aries, it's exalted. So it's putting an emphasis on mediation, diplomacy, balance, relationship, partnership, and this might be a turning point where there's some significant things happening in your love lives. If you're single, it can be some chance meetings that are coming up the 3rd week of the month. If you're in a committed relationship, the Kazimis can represent a time where one phase of a relationship is ending and another one is beginning. So watch on the 22nd when the sun in Aries conjuncts Venus in Aries. Obviously, you are Venus. The sun represents basically a friendship, a network, an ally. If you're a single Libra rising, a friend might set you up. They might introduce you to someone, or it's possible that you're joining a new network or group and you meet someone. Then you're going to see on the 24th of the month, the sun will conjunct Mercury in Aries. And this is the Mercury Cazimi, where there's going to be a significant epiphany, conversation, connection with another person. Likely it could be a teacher, a mentor, or somebody who is, giving their perspective or their feedback. It could be you're meeting with a lawyer. Maybe you're going to be meeting with a counselor or a therapist of some kind. And this could also be somebody who is giving you some insight about emotional, spiritual, or psychological things. Now, on the 27th of the month, you're going to see your chart ruler Venus dip back into Pisces, where it's actually going to be performing a little bit better, at least in this sign. In the 6th house, you find pleasure through work, sacrifice, animals, healing, anything revolving around wellness or fitness. Unfortunately, Venus will still be retrograde, so you're still working through some airing out of issues with others, trying to heal stuff, maybe making some changes in your work routine or in your office space. I think for a lot of you guys, because the Venus shadow started in the 6th house and it goes into the 7th, some of you guys who maybe find love in the office space, it can get kind of complex and complicated. Or if you guys are working with a partner or a spouse, like a business partner, or if you work with your romantic partner, you're going to start seeing that there are some real issues in the relationship, and it's like impacting your guys' ability to work together, and you could be feeling like you're at a crossroads. Then you're going to see Venus continue from the end of March into April. April is going to be more about kind of reviewing things as planets retrograde back into Pisces. And your focus is actually really going to be on maintaining your mind, body, spirit balance, meditation, mindfulness techniques, taking care of your health, getting back to your healthcare practitioners, going back to the gym, that kind of stuff. On the 29th of the month, you are going to see that, actually before that, I take it back. On the 27th, when Venus comes back into Pisces, it's going to conjunct Neptune. And this can be a time where you're feeling a little under the weather, or you're feeling very sensitive. So take it easy. It's kind of similar to when the sun was in conjunction to Neptune on the 19th. And then you're going to see on the 29th of the month, there is a solar eclipse in Aries. Well, Libra, you've had almost 2 years of these. So go back to spring of 2024, go back of spring of 2023. Those eclipses in your 7th house were pretty colorful, because one of them went hand in hand with a retrograde. So it almost seems like every March, April, when you've had an eclipse here, you feel like there's either somebody new coming into your life, or there's something going on with one of your partnerships, or there's something changing with your relationships. And so this is the final one. However, Mercury is still retrograde. So it's almost like you're starting to see the future of where there's going to be significant changes when it comes to your one-on-one relationships. But, you're still kind of clearing things out, or you're clearing out the past. Woof. As a Libra rising, I got to be honest with you, not looking forward to this month. I think even the best of relationships are definitely going to go through the ringer. And I think those who have been having some issues, Libra risings are finally ready to give people a piece of their mind, and they may potentially be cutting people off if they feel like they're not being treated very well. So if you're a partner of a Libra rising, it really is important for you to be mindful of how you're treating your Libra or Libra rising, because they're not playing anymore. Solar eclipses bring new beginnings. So you will see about 6 months to a year from now that this solar eclipse is going to be painting a picture, I think, connected to next year when Saturn hits 9 and you see Mars hit that. So
It might mean that a lot of Libra risings are looking at the solar eclipse going, okay, I'm giving myself a year to get back out there, meet people, commit to somebody, have new services, whatever. But it can also mean that there is now 1 year on the clock. That by the time we get to the spring of 2026, when Saturn and Neptune are coming into conjunction with this eclipse point, some Libras or Libra risings are going to go, okay, if I'm still not happy, I'm divorcing my partner, or I'm moving out of our house, or, you know, I'm moving back home, or I'm cutting off that family member, or something like that is going to happen within a year. So there is like a working time that you kind of got with this eclipse. Anyway, finally, on the 30th of the month, Neptune goes into Aries, okay? So I think a lot of like Libra risings would benefit by talking to a Virgo rising, because Virgo risings have had Saturn and Neptune going through their 7th house for the last several years. And obviously it's a different flavor. Pisces is more going to retreat and they're kind of like hiding in their private. So you don't really see like the problems or the crazy or the transparency issues as much. Versus the Aries is going to be a lot more obvious. You're going to see, unfortunately, I think the darker side or the shadow side of Aries energy, which is like some of you guys who are in relationships, you're going to see your partners are going to be acting very selfish, very self-consumed, not self-aware, more prone, like I said, to addiction, and they can be kind of projecting onto you, you know, anger, frustration, and hostility. And so I think for like Libras, I think one thing you really want to pay attention to is like the dynamic of the retrograde and how the retrograde can keep bringing up situations and things from the past. So you might want to think about what was happening the last several times that we had these retrogrades in Aries, and what the storyline kind of looked like when these happened. And I talk about that at great detail in my webinar. So if you want to check out my Venus retrograde webinar, I highly recommend it. All of this is the prelude to Saturn going into your 7th. And that's where there's going to be some real serious new ground rules when it comes to relationships, and be that with roommates, with committed partnerships, with family. There's something really significant that's going to be emerging where you're getting a little sneak preview of what the future looks like for your relationships for the next couple of years. With that being said, Libra, I know it sounds like a lot, trust me, but let's see what the cards say for you for the next month. Well, why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Ten of Swords. Feeling stabbed in the back, feeling taken advantage of, taken for granted, feeling like somebody has done something that is unforgivable, right? Tens are always about completion. Ten of Swords is kind of like, oh, you know, the damage has been done, like there's no going back. So for some of you guys, if you are really having a hard time healing from an old relationship wound or forgiving somebody or letting somebody go, this is a really good time to do it. For those of you guys who have been asking for some kind of confirmation from the universe, is this the right person for me? Should I be with them? Should I get back together with them? Should I put myself out there? You're going to get your answer, but be very careful and make sure that you're not putting yourself in a position of being taken for granted. And also be mindful that there is like this very kind of hard to kind of see. I mean, you know, Neptune is foggy, right? So it can be hard to see who or what somebody really is or what their real intentions are. So there, you know, there can be some issues here. And certainly the descendant, it deals a lot with like ends of situations for family. So Ten of Swords can mean that there is somebody in the family going through some grief, right? Or that, you know, grieving some kind of change with a family dynamic or a home dynamic. And the Ten of Swords can be about actually letting that kind of go. Okay. Not thrilled about that card. Libra, let me know what happens. I'm sending you lots of good thoughts, and definitely leave me some comments on how this plays out for you. Watch out for the curveballs. This is going to be one for the books. See you next month in April. All right, we got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's up, Scorpio? Welcome to March of 2025. I hope you're doing well. To be honest with you, I feel like for the most part, I think Scorpio risings are going to navigate the next month pretty well. A lot better than some of the other signs. So let's see, where do I begin? Well, both of your chart rulers are direct, okay? So whether you look at your modern day ruler, Pluto, he is still kind of pulling up all the floorboards and everything in your 4th house of your home and your emotional stuff and your family in the past. He is at a 3, so it's more going to be about communication with these people, options and choices and changes, and kind of like new paths that are emerging when it comes to your home. Now, Mars finally at the beginning of March is direct. So Mars is no longer retrograde in Cancer. Now it's direct. I've seen a lot of Scorpio and Scorpio risings like having delays with going back to school or finishing a program or getting a certification or traveling or, you know, whatever, taking a lot longer, dealing with like a legal matter. So now that Mars is direct and Pluto is direct, you have all of your chart rulers kind of working in your favor. So things aren't working against you, so to say. Where things are a little difficult, and this is what I said to all of my 12 rising signs, is like, if you generally just listen to your horoscope, please listen to my overview that I do prior to getting into the 12 signs, because it's going to give you a little bit more context, okay? There's only 3 areas of your chart that you really need to look at this month. That's it, just 3 areas. This is going to be Aries, all right, Virgo, and Pisces. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. And I'm just going to tell you out the gate that nothing is really going on with your chart ruler. And also, you are going to be seeing just a god-awful amount of retrograde energy. So March is not a month that we're like, oh, we're starting something new. We're launching something new. New business, new work, new this. No, everything's going to be slow. Painstakingly slow, actually. And I feel like if anything, there is about to be a huge buildup of energy in your 6th house, spring going into the summer, where you're going to have a lot of work. There is a lot of work to do. And I don't know if that's going to be working on your health, working on your habits. I don't know if this is going to be working in a new office, getting into a new field. I can just tell you, as a Libra rising, the last couple of years, I've had Saturn and Neptune in my 6th house. It's just like never ending. It's never ending work. And I'm grateful for it because I know that it's about service and helping other people. That is the 6th house. But man, it is a lot. So I can just tell you, like, get ready, you know, get all of your romantic stuff in the next 2 months, get all of your playtime in, have fun, you know, get really into the 5th house. Because once all these planets are fully in your 6th house, it's going to be like work, 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 and more work. If not, it's going to be focusing on your health. And a lot of you guys are finally going to be becoming, I think, more accountable for your health, your habits, and your routine. And we'll talk about that. So with that being said, the energies this month are essentially 2 retrogrades and an eclipse in your 6th house. And the 6th house is, you know, health, habits, routine, your coworkers, your pets. This can also be about enemies. This can be not hidden enemies, but people who give you like a hard time or who challenge you, especially at work. This can also represent where you need to be of service. And I think in Aries is like being a better service to yourself, right? And incentivizing yourself and pushing yourself and like being willing to try new things. So knowing that there's going to be a Mercury retrograde in your 6th house, your schedule or your workplace can change. Your health habits can change. If you've been having health problems, you can see that actually kind of roll back and things can get better. On the flip side, if you've been healthy and maybe you've been kind of slacking on some of your habits, you can kind of see some bad habits come back. And that might be something you work through during the Mercury retrograde. Venus retrograde and Venus in the 6th and Venus in Aries, oof. Not a fun combination for a Scorpio rising. I feel like in the 6th house, Venus here is always about having conflicts and fighting with women at work. It can also be about feeling like work is a lot of hard work and dedication, and love is a battlefield, right? When you got it in Aries. And then Venus retrograde. So truth be told, the 6th house is 12th house to the 7th. So for all of my Scorpio and Scorpio risings, this could mean that your partner or your spouse is isolating and hiding away from you. This could also mean that, you know, they are wanting to have their alone space. Maybe they're traveling, they want to go on a retreat. Maybe it means that, you know, they are spending more time in bed, or they're healing, or they're working through, or like resting, you know, so that can be kind of coming up. But this is also 12th house to the 7th. So if there's some relationship issues brewing or some problems, I think with Venus being in the 6th house going into the 5th, it means that you need to be more in tune with what's going on with your romantic partners. You need to be more curating more time for romance, for spontaneity, for fun, for date nights, and like carving out the time. I think that's something that's really that I've learned with Saturn and Neptune and Pisces, is that I have to make the time for the things that I have to do in the 6th house. And for me, it's been primarily more about health and wellness. I feel like I still have another year to work on my scheduling stuff with work-wise, but I'm definitely learning that lesson. And then when we see Mercury and Venus retrograde together, there is going to be some shifts revolving around matters of the mind and matters of the heart. Okay, so this is a house ruled by Mars, which also rules you. So a lot of this is going to be about, well, what are your belief systems revolving around what you can and cannot make time for? What are you learning about making changes in your schedule for travel, changes in your schedule also for education, changes in your schedule for health and for wellness? Also, you know, Venus is connected to relationships. It's also connected to subconscious themes and self-undoing and unexpected issues. So there could be some unexpected challenges coming up with relationships with people, both at work as well as your children. Mercury does deal with friendships and kind of networks and community, as well as joint finances. So there could be a lot of like going back and forth about budgets at work. There could be a lot of going back and forth about changing schedules, changing job location or offices. And before we have Saturn and Neptune fully move into Aries, where there's going to be a brand new beginning when it comes to all these 6th house topics, which you're going to have to manage better, Aries, it's going to go into the 5th. So if the 6th house is what we sacrifice and what we take on, Aries, what is the 5th house? Creative projects, self-employment, dating, children, responsibilities revolving around matters of the heart. So for a lot of Scorpio risings, it's like, okay, you know, I want to launch my own business. How do I do that? How do I create a schedule that I can stick to? How do I hire a team? How do I find an office space? How do I become productive? I want to have a kid. Okay, great. How do I work that into my work schedule? You know, how do I learn to be more diligent with my time and my management? How is there some responsibility there? That kind of stuff, you know, so that will be kind of coming up throughout the month, and it's all in preparation before Saturn and Neptune fully move into this sign in a couple months. So the month kicks off on March 1st. And this is when Venus starts her retrograde, okay? So you've got your relationship lord and your subconscious hidden lord retrograde in the 6th. This can mean that you are getting in touch with or reconnected to people you've worked with before, clients you've worked with before. Maybe you're touching base with your old healthcare practitioners. Maybe you are going back to a retreat, a healing center, or a doctor's office because you're trying to kind of get some blood work, or maybe you're trying to get some insight about your health or your wellness. This is also where you're working out some of the kinks in relationships. Now on the 3rd, Mercury enters into Aries. So Mercury will be in your 6th house, and it does well in this house. It's about getting down to details. It's about managing schedules, and also anything in regards to pets as well as health. Because Mercury deals with your 8th house, it can mean that you're looking to find somebody to manage your accounting, maybe to handle or process your taxes. It also can deal very much with what you're spending on insurance or what you're spending on healthcare, and it can also be connected to expenses with pets. Now, on the 11th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Venus in Aries in your 6th house. So we've got joint finances, also themes revolving around goals, friends, and networks, subconscious, unexpected things, all meeting in your 6th. So to me, it's a lot of like how to come up with solutions to problems at work or to problems in relationships. And it might mean that in order to do that, you're having to kind of dig through some fears, maybe going to therapy. Maybe it's about talking about vulnerabilities and being more about solutions rather than problems. Remember, Mercury wants to find solutions. Maybe the solutions to the health or work problems could be, changing your schedule. It could be about detoxing. It could also be about rearranging things and like making more time for
having like less mental stress. So that can definitely be a theme, especially with these planets going into the 5th house. I think a lot of you guys are going to be like, I need a hobby or something that's relaxing, or something that's like less analytical, or like less like busy work that is just more kind of flow. So think like film, photography, playing the guitar, something artistic or creative that can be an outlet for you. So that way you feel like it's kind of breaking up some of like the monotony of your schedule. Anyway, Mercury conjunct Venus, especially Venus in a sign that she doesn't perform well in, and then retrograde in the 6th. Scorpios and Scorpio risings, be very careful with your relationship around the 11th of March if you're in a relationship. Watch for changes with your health, and also watch for changes that can be happening in the workspace, and likely, it's at an 8, so it's going to be some kind of significant change. All of this is brought on by Mars, your chart ruler, in the 9th. So, traveling with a partnership or a relationship can show you whether or not you guys are on good terms. This can also be bringing up themes in regards to changes with your schedule, especially pertaining to certification or training. That can definitely be coming up. All right, we've got on the 12th of the month, you're going to see Sun conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun will be in the 5th house. Sun is about career and also I think your professional life and your talent. And the conjunction to Saturn might be that you're getting ready to launch a website, or maybe you're making a personal announcement about your children or your own personal business. This can be a time where there can be connections with people professionally online or through emails, meetings, or phone calls. Especially if you work in anything that's going to be like about media or writing or entertainment, this can be a good time to make a big announcement that you're committing to when it comes to a creative hobby or personal business. Maybe some serious conversations involving children or revolving around your children can happen this day as well. Then we're going to have on the 14th of the month a lunar eclipse in Virgo. So South Node lunar eclipse in Virgo. This is the first eclipse as a part of the Virgo Pisces eclipses in these signs. It'll be in your 11th house, which is going to deal with your audience, your friends, anything revolving around your networks. Obviously a full moon is some kind of conclusion or completion, but a lunar eclipse is more than that. And the South Node is there. So I think some Scorpios are going to feel like there are certain friendships they're moving away from, certain friendships that they're releasing and letting go of, certain goals that are changing. Group dynamics are changing in the 11th house. And the ruler of this eclipse is Mercury, retrograde in the 6th. So I think that a lot of Scorpio risings are going to find that some of the changes that are being brought on by this eclipse is like they're changing departments, they're changing offices, there's going to be changes with teams, something is being rearranged and kind of shaken up, and you're like, oh, I'm not working with like my friend in this department. Or, if you're looking for a job, a friend can also simultaneously help you get employed. So that can happen. Maybe you're feeling a little bit more kind of like critical of some of your friends, or you just don't really quite feel like you have the time to socialize and spend time with people the way that you feel like you used to. Then you're going to see on the 15th of the month, Mercury will start its retrograde in your 6th house. So this is bringing up the need to really reorganize or rework something about your work or your health routine. Retrogrades can reveal where there's something that's broken down or not working. So I look at this as more 6th house can be digestional, can be diet. If you are suffering from allergies, if you're having rashes, if you're having sinus issues, migraines, headaches, inflammation, anything going on with, the face and the nose is very Aries. Be very careful, because with these retrogrades and the eclipses, you are more predisposed to having head injuries, bumping your head. If you're doing any extreme sports, make sure you're wearing a helmet or anything with like head-on impact, okay? Obviously, touch wood. You will then see on the 19th of the month that the Sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So before the Sun goes into your 6th house, it's in the 5th of romance. And the Sun conjunct Neptune can be a day where you're feeling very dreamy, very whimsical. You're relaxing, you're creative, you're feeling like it's a good time to vibe out, listen to some music, have some wine, have a nice date night. But you may not be seeing things so clearly when it comes to speculative stuff like gambling or investing, romantic partners or children. So be mindful of that. Then you're going to see on the 20th of the month, the Sun will then enter into Aries, and you've got a stellium of planets now hanging out in Aries: Sun, Venus, Mercury, Chiron. And this is where things get real, right? The 6th house is kind of like before you go on a date,
You know, you fix your makeup, comb your hair, make sure you're presentable, you get everything in order before you meet others. So there's definitely like a lot of like self-evaluation in the sixth house. There's a lot of like, how can I be better? How can I take care of myself better? How can I be better with my time, my energy, also my productivity? I think the sun going there is kind of showing you that. It's also connected to your 10th house of work. So it seems like there's some new goals that are on the horizon when it comes to your professional life and you're wanting to get some of these things in order. You're going to see on the 22nd of the month that there is going to be a sun conjunct Venus retrograde in Aries. So the sun represents, it can be father figures, it can be bosses, it can be, you know, I guess superiors at work. Sun conjunct Venus means that there can be a chance opportunity actually to meet somebody romantically through work. So love can be found in the office space. You could be finding that it's somebody who just recently got hired or transferred into your department. Your boss could introduce you to somebody. This could also mean that suddenly you feel like it's more of a goal or responsibility to be there to help other people. Well, Sun conjunct Venus is highlighting the 7th house, which represents your partners, your clients, or your spouse. It's also the 12th house of the subconscious. Fun fact, this is your partner's 6th house. So some Scorpio and Scorpio risings are going to find that they need to be there to be of service to their spouse, to their client, to their pet. There is somebody that you need to kind of like rescue, especially Venus in Aries is like about like kind of like rescuing the damsel in distress, you know? So it's like you coming to the rescue, and it's going to be, you know, a matter of you tending or caring for somebody, I think. So watch for that. Then you're going to see on the 24th, the sun will conjunct Mercury in Aries. So we've got still more work things because of the sun. And now Mercury is going to be about organizing, you know, working through things. It can be about better communicating. It can also be about investments. So there can be a sense of maybe you're trying to get loans or you're trying to get investments for expanding an existing business. It can also mean that, you know, you're putting together a group or a team of people who you can kind of work with or work together with. And maybe that's part of like the Mercury retrograde, is that you're kind of being brought back to people who you've worked with in the past. And so now you're creating a new team. Then you're going to see with both of these transits, the 22nd and the 24th, some kind of an epiphany or an awareness, because the sun deals with either responsibility, work, parenting, or your boss of some kind. There is going to be like a sense of you kind of taking the initiative to be like, okay, you know, I'm going to kind of manage this and see if I can get things in order. So it's going to be good. It's just going to be a lot of work. On the 27th of the month, you're going to see Venus then retrogrades back to Pisces. So Venus is now retrograding back in a sign that she likes, Pisces. She's in the 5th house, which is about romance, true love, creativity, self-expression, and children. And Venus is going to be dancing with Neptune, and you'll see more in the month of April, Venus dancing with the North Node and Saturn. So maybe think about what happened in January and February when Venus was previously in Pisces. Maybe some of you guys were going on dates, you were meeting new people. Maybe you were talking more at length about what you wanted in your love life. Maybe you've been working on creative businesses. You're going to see that kind of come back up again, but it's much better for your love life. I feel like having your 7th house lord retrograde into your 5th house lord is actually a good transit. It can bring you true love. It can bring you pregnancy if you have been wanting children. It can bring you great gambling opportunities if you're gambling or investing. It can also bring you back to a creative project or a hobby that you really used to love doing. Pisces can be, like I said, music, photography, performing. It can be film. It can also be anything involving like wine or spirits or cocktails or like mixers. Maybe you're going to start having a designated date night, you know, once a week or once a month with your partner. Maybe you're just going to commit more to getting out there and meeting people. But I'm not really worried about the Venus retrograde in your guys' 5th house. I think if anything, you're making more time to play because you're going to be having so much work kind of coming in.
And then on the 29th of the month, we're going to see a solar eclipse in Aries. You've already had several years of these eclipses, so I think you'll be fine. But certainly, Scorpio, you know, something I haven't spoken about is the fact that Aries is a sign that in conjuncts or quincunxes you. That means you have nothing in common. It does not help you. The only thing you have in common is you're both ruled by Mars. So where Aries is more kind of scrappy and like fighting to be the first and get something done and like, you know, kind of like being independent. Scorpio is more art of war. You know, it uses Mars in a more feminine way to its advantage, and it knows, you know, how to navigate and make changes and sometimes kind of manipulate things to work in its favor. So it plays the long game. Basically, a lot of Mars energy is kind of coming at each other this month. And you also have Mars, which is like finally coming out of retrograde. So actually, you know, I can see a lot of changes in your schedule. I think this is a good thing, Scorpio. I think whether you're taking a course, you're traveling, whether you are focusing on some kind of training, or maybe you're just taking time to rest and recuperate before you get back into work, it doesn't really matter. I think that these little annoyances with the retrogrades and the planets going into your 6th house should be welcomed. Please don't make a health matter come up to sideline you. That's the one thing I've seen a lot in Libra rising charts. I've seen that in my own chart. You know, eclipses or retrogrades in my 6th house have showed me that I can get sick and it can put me down if I'm not willingly taking time to kind of rest and recuperate. So I just want to pass that little nugget of advice over to you. Let's see what the cards say. You know, I'm anticipating if you guys can make changes in your routine, you can have more fun, more time for romance and also connection. And the card that I get is the High Priestess card. I actually kind of like this with Neptune going into your 6th house. That's something I didn't say, by the way. Neptune's going to be there on the 30th. You know, Neptune can be difficult because you can't see very clearly, okay? And it distorts things. And so having had Neptune in my 6th house the last couple of years, I'll have weird symptoms, weird allergies, things that I used to be able to eat that suddenly I can't tolerate. Also, you know, definitely noticing whether there's periods where I'm definitely drinking too much wine or I'm like, no, I'm not drinking at all. That's very Saturn. More sensitive to medications. And, you know, in your case, Neptune rules your 5th house of children. So it can be sacrifice. You're sacrificing something in your schedule to spend more time with your kids, to help your kids, to have children. But also maybe you're sacrificing some of your free time because you're wanting to launch your own business, you know? So scheduling and all that stuff is going to be significant. And it's so hard having Saturn and Neptune in the same house because you need to figure out your boundary. You don't know your bounds. So health-wise, schedule-wise, that's something that's going to come up. Maybe it means that you're going to be focusing more on intuitive development. Maybe there's going to be meditation. Certainly Saturn and Neptune is great for meditation in the 6th house to be able to manage some of your energies and also have more of like that mind, body, spirit balance, right? Good luck, Scorpio. Let me know what happens. I will catch you guys back here next month. Sag and Sag rising. What's going on, Sag? Welcome to your March 2025 horoscopes. You were one of the signs that I think is actually going to do a little bit better maybe than some of the other signs, although you are going to be feeling the effects of the eclipses for sure. Just a little bit of like a rundown. If you don't usually watch my video or my clip that I do prior to you, so if you just scan ahead to, hey, let me watch the 10-15 minutes of my horoscopes, please go back and watch it. Trust me on this one. I'm going to give you lots of insight into what to expect with March and April and why this is such a significant time and where you really need to pay attention. Okay? Thank you. Appreciate it. You're ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter ain't doing anything. Nothing. Jupiter's direct. It's in Gemini. You don't need to worry about Jupiter. Actually, there's only three parts of your chart that I need you to be looking at this month. That's it. First one that you need to be looking at is Aries, okay? And that's because we have 2 retrogrades and an eclipse happening in Aries. So that's going to be a hot, hot, hot zone for you. Thankfully, it's a fun house. This is a house that deals with dating, romance, taking chances, creativity, gambling, self-employment, having fun. Yeah, I would like a little bit of an extra retrograde time in that house. Sure, let's do that.
You're also going to see that there is going to be a lunar eclipse in Virgo, okay? So if you're Sag, 22, 23, 24 degrees rising, you're going to be feeling the opposition to Saturn and a square to your Sagittarius stuff. So it's pushing you to grow, to be brave, to evolve, to expand into the unknown. May not feel very fun, especially because it's going to pick up a slight square to that Jupiter. So actually you're going to have a grand mutable cross. It's okay. It makes the wheel of the chart turn. Roll with the punches. The other area of your chart that you need to be paying attention to is Pisces. That is because all of these planets in Aries, Mercury, Venus, will be retrograding back into Pisces. So before we have this new exciting beginning, 5th house, something new, Aries, whether it's a kid, a romantic partnership, a new hobby, maybe this is going to be something you're going to just start doing more for fun. Maybe it's something involving your children or somebody you're dating. You need to figure everything out in your 4th house, which does not look like fun. I won't lie. That's not a fun transit. Saturn, North Node, Neptune is like, I don't know where the hell home is. I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like I'm a prisoner at home. Stuff's breaking down. Things are all over the place. Stuff's leaking. I know. Trust me. You're talking to somebody who has Saturn and Neptune in my 4th house natally, okay? And my Saturn return with all of those things. But you're almost done. You're actually going to see Neptune is going to leave your 4th house this month and Saturn is close behind. So what it's telling me, Sag, is that A, you have full steam ahead in relationships and partnerships. You either have a therapist, you have me as your astrologer, you have a sibling or a neighbor that hears you out. Maybe you have a spouse or a boyfriend or a girlfriend or somebody who's like there to talk to you about what you got going on, who's there to kind of help support you. And it also tells me that before you move forward with some of these things, you got to figure out where your home is at, what's going on with your family, what's going on with your emotions, and if you've dealt with the past. All right? Okay. So the month kicks off on March 1st, and this is going to be where Venus is going to retrograde in Aries. Venus rules your friends, allies, networks, and community. Venus is also connected to health and work and routines. So when Venus retrogrades in the 5th house, you're like, I need more fun. I need to make more time in my schedule. I'm working too much. I got to see my friends. I got to go out. The 5th house is like theaters, bars, shows, clubs. Like you're going to want to go to casinos. You're going to want to go and do things that are fun. You're going to want to be more active and kind of lively. 5th house can be about children. Going back and forth with a kid, whether or not you want to have a kid. Trying to get pregnant can definitely be a theme. And this can also be revolving around a romantic partnership where you're going back and forth. Right? 5th house is more casual affairs. 7th house is more committed affairs. Having Jupiter there can be actually very good for committed partnerships or marital partners that appear this year. But Mercury and Venus are going to connect. You're actually going to see Mercury then retrograde on the 3rd, and it's going to retrograde in your 5th house. So having your 7th house lord of committed relationships retrograde in the 5th, if you're a single Sag, this could actually put you in a position of like being able to find a true love and somebody who might be younger, they're exciting, they're fun, they're daring, they're dynamic, something's moving very quickly. But with Aries energy, things could start up very quickly and it can kind of fade off. So you want to assess where you stand with relationships down the road. And I should have said that to Libra rising, but I would say Libras and Sag risings, you're going to know whether or not somebody is going to stay or go, or if you can really commit to them, or if they're committed to you as you get closer to the 2nd half of April going into May. Can somebody from the past come back? Yes. And they can want something more commitment oriented this time around. That's possible. I think that with, Mercury being your relationship lord in the 5th house, and then on the 11th, when Mercury retrogrades back and conjuncts Venus, it means somebody who maybe you have had a cooling off period with, or somebody who you haven't spoken to can come back. This can also mean a friend can come back to help you and start working out with you again, or start working with you. Maybe there was somebody you used to work with and now they're coming to kind of work or collaborate with you in some way. But yes, I would definitely expect for Sag and Sag risings, you're going to be going back and forth about a relationship matter or hearing from the past. That's very, very likely. Now on the 12th, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Saturn in Pisces. This is a day where there is more serious matters to kind of deal with on the home front, especially in regards to your father figure, an in-law, or something kind of connecting to your long-term goals or plans or beliefs about home and family. Sun conjunct Saturn feels like you're throwing an anchor overboard and there's some responsibility that's kind of dragging you back to home. And the sun is also going to be kind of dancing around the North Node and also Neptune. So there can be this sense of being like, I just don't know what I'm going to do with this home or this family matter, you know, or I feel crazy with this renovation, or there's something kind of going on with like a parent where I'm having to kind of take care of them. It will pass. Don't worry. It will pass. On the 14th of the month, you are going to have a lunar eclipse in Virgo. So Sag risings, lunar eclipse, first one in Virgo that you have seen in quite some time. This is the first one, part of the new Pisces Virgo eclipses, but you may want to kind of think back to what was happening, you know, during those eclipses 9 years ago, or during those eclipses 18 years ago. What happened? Solar eclipse is going to be about a new beginning. That'll come at the end of the month. But before that happens, the lunar eclipse in your 10th house is basically saying we're phasing something out. We're phasing something out revolving around work, revolving around career, revolving around responsibility. So some of you guys will be experiencing retirement, changing jobs, quitting jobs, major launches, moving away from old responsibilities and things like that in a professional space. You can see there's lots of changes going on with the company that you work for. You can also see there's lots of changes going on with your bosses. Now, the ruler of this eclipse, Mercury, it's going to turn retrograde in your 5th house. So a lot of you guys are going to be like, okay, is it time for me to start working for myself, or is it time for me to give up my own business? If I've been trying to make something work and it's not working, is it time for me to phase something out? Especially if it's been a hobby or something you've been working on for the last couple of years. If you feel like it's not going anywhere, some of you guys might decide to kind of make a change. Then you're going to see that eclipse is in opposition to Saturn, which is a little bit more prominent, I think, for some of the mutable signs. And it'll square your sun, or rising. So it's going to kind of feel like you're in between a rock and a hard place, where you're like, well, I've got stuff going on at work, I got stuff going on at home, and like I can only do so much. And your body will be kind of feeling a little, I think, wiped out or exhausted. So just kind of take it easy around the eclipse, and obviously touch wood that you're not one of those people that's going to be experiencing a layoff or quitting your job or losing your job, or something that's happening with like your company if you're working for a company, because that can definitely happen for some of the signs. I would say Sag and Aries are the ones who are most likely to see some kind of change happening with their job. All right, now we're going to see on the 15th, the day after the eclipse, Mercury starts its retrograde. So it's going to go retrograde in the 5th house, which means now you're reevaluating matters of the heart, creativity, projects, hobbies, and old relationships. Maybe you're like, you know what, I'm taking a step away from work for a little bit. I want to have some fun. I want to spend time with my kids. I want to feel like I can kind of enjoy life. That's one way to look at it. Now, on the 19th of the month, you're going to see the sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces at 29 degrees. Now, this tells me that there's something going on in your home life, and it can be connected to your in-laws or a father figure. Maybe you can be feeling a little bit more sensitive or emotional. Maybe you're really kind of focused on the past, or you're trying to figure out how you're going to navigate a change with your home life. And I would just say, take it easy on yourself. You know, a phase is ending as planets are getting ready to go back into Pisces. And what's getting ready to end is how you've always lived, where you've always lived. Maybe you're moving. Maybe you're closing out one home and you're moving back home with family, or you're going to be moving in with a parent. Maybe it means that you feel like you have no other option but to make a change in your living situation. Something like that is going to happen. Watch for water-related things in the home. That can definitely happen here as well. Whether that's faucets, sinks, flooding, anything revolving around storms, that can kind of be coming up here also. Then you're going to see on the 20th of the month, the sun is going to enter Aries. Okay, so sun, Mercury, Venus, all in the 5th house. Honestly, not bad energy. Trines your ascendant, sun or moon. And this is definitely kind of livening things up, where there's much more of an emphasis on the 5th house. Now with the retrogrades, Mercury and Venus, it can be that you're deepening or bettering your communication with your partner, getting back into dating, communicating more with your children. It can mean that, you know, with Mercury and Venus retrograde into the 4th house, one of your kids are coming to visit you. They're coming to spend time with you. They're helping you with an emotional or a home-related matter. You will see then on the 22nd of the month, the sun in Aries will conjunct Venus retrograde. So sun conjunct Venus. So this can be about some kind of traveling. You know, maybe you're planning a trip, or maybe there is some kind of like epiphany or realization about where you want to go or what you want to do. Traveling and children definitely get highlighted there. And then you're going to see on the 24th, the sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde. So then the sun is conjuncting your 7th house lord and your 10th house lord. So this means that you're going to be having conversations with clients about your business, or with your partner, maybe about your children, or you know, making some big decisions revolving around the direction of a career or a hobby related matter. And remember, Pisces is the end, you know, Aries is the beginning. So for some of you guys, you might feel like, well, I got to get my house in order. I got to deal with what's going on with my home. I got to get some stuff worked out with my family before I'm able to do some of this 5th house stuff. And maybe you're going to be working on that actually in the month of April. But watch for these epiphanies, right? I think especially, like, I've seen Kazimis in the 5th house be times where you meet a true love, where somebody says, I love you. There's big turning points for your kids. It can also be a time where you find something that you fall in love with. And then on the 27th of the month, we're going to see Venus is going to retrograde back into Pisces. So she will be back in the 4th house, bringing beauty, love, and pleasure to your home. Likely, you know, if you have been thinking about renovations, moving, making changes with your living situation, or redecorating, this is the point where it gets a little bit easier to do this. Venus is still retrograde and she will be into April. But this is a time where maybe once you have figured out what's happening with your heart, what's happening with a creative space, what's happening with a romantic partner or children, that you're going to have more clarity about how you're going to be navigating things on the home front. Now, Venus in the 4th house can have a woman coming to visit you, coming to stay with you. It can also mean that there is opportunities for interior decoration or focusing more on investment with property and real estate. Venus does rule friends, so you can also have friends coming over to help you move, help you clean, help you pack, help you organize, or take care of pets, or anything that needs to be kind of fixed or tweaked in a way. Then we'll see on the 29th of the month, a solar eclipse in Aries. So solar eclipse is planting a new seed. It's a new beginning. It is directly in the path of where Mercury and Venus are retrograding. So that could be basically a huge new opportunity. When it comes to love and romance, it could be a chance meeting. It can also be an indication that there's some shock and surprise revolving around children or pregnancy. Solar eclipses plant a seed though, so it can be saying this is part of a process or a cycle that you're going to be working with for the better part of the next year, to have more fun, have more time for pleasure, to have more opportunities to express yourself, participate in hobbies, and I think fall in love. I think that's like a big piece of the puzzle. At the time of the eclipse, the ruler is Mars, and Mars is in your 8th house. So it does look like maybe you're taking chances, making some investments of some kind. Finally, at the end of the month, on the 30th, Neptune moves into the sign of Aries. So it'll be going into your 5th house, and Neptune rules the 4th of home, emotions, and family. Neptune in the 5th house is definitely good for creativity, visuals, anything revolving around music, mysticism, anything that's like, yeah, creative and like performance based. So I think of like the 5th house can be more about hobbies, Aries can be more about fitness, and Neptune can be about water. So I'm wondering, are some of you guys going to be like, hey, I'm getting involved in water polo, you know, or I'm taking a rowing class, or I'm going to be getting involved in, you know, going and, you know, starting my own kind of meditation practice. Something like that can happen. Art classes as well. I feel like the solar eclipse and the retrogrades are all kind of a prelude before Saturn and Neptune go into the 5th house. So that can mean that there's a brand new reality revolving around investing yourself in these 5th house topics. You know, getting serious about launching a business, getting serious about becoming a parent, getting serious about learning how to invest. These might be all things that you guys are going to consider doing. You're just going to start thinking about it over the next month or so. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you guys. I feel like you're going to do, like I said, a lot better than some of the other signs, especially because, well, there's so many planets in fire signs and it's in a really great part of your chart. So don't freak out about the retrogrades. I feel like if anything, this is just giving you more opportunity to really spend time in that particular area of your chart. The card that you get is the Devil card. There had to be a catch, right? Almost too good to be true. You know, I think that this is just trying to remind you that there can be too much fun, right? I know that sounds like crazy, but there can be too much fun. I think that Saturn will be there soon, and he's a little bit of a buzzkill. This can mean that, you're learning to have fun in a much more structured, responsible way. This could mean you're spending less money. This could mean, you're traveling less, or maybe you're trying to kind of find ways to have fun without feeling like it needs to break the bank. It can also be a time where you get serious about your creative endeavors and projects, and it may not feel like as fun as it used to be. So Saturn represents like all of like the trappings, and it's also connected to the Devil card, right? Even though this is about Capricorn, but Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, and it's getting ready to go into your 5th. Anyway, where you feel bogged down, tied down, and I think right now before Saturn gets into the 5th house, it's in your 4th, which means you need to kind of break free from heavy emotional burdens, from family responsibilities, family karma, anything revolving around feeling stuck in where you're living. And that's what you're trying to get out of. And what's interesting is like Mercury, Venus, are all going to retrograde over Saturn in your 4th house, where you're breaking free from the past. All this is ruled by Jupiter in your 7th. So that basically means that you need a therapist, an astrologer, a really good listener, or you need a partner who's going to be like, you can't stay there. You need to keep it moving. Let me help you. Don't get stuck. And I think that this is about finding all of the ways to be able to kind of, I think, heal the heart, heal the inner child. If there's any childhood trauma or anything that's kind of keeping you from being open to connecting with that kind of youthful, childlike energy, or even having children, this is a really good time to kind of address some of those wounds. Okay? Good luck, Sag. Let me know how it goes. I'll catch you guys back here next month. We got Capricorn and Capricorn rising. What's up, Cappies? How's it going? I'm excited to talk to you about the month of March of 2025. Just as like a heads up, if you don't usually listen to my rambling about the transits before I get into your personal sign, I highly recommend listening to it. It's going to give you a lot of food for thought. I would be really, really paying attention if I was a Capricorn rising right now. Okay, like pay attention, because all of the energies that are going into Aries, the retrogrades, the eclipses, Neptune going there, is all preemptive before Saturn goes into Aries in a few short months. And Saturn is your chart ruler. So sometimes when we see, Mercury retrogrades, Venus retrogrades, anything like that, it's kind of starting to show us glimmers of what's going to come up and what we're going to be working through. And it can sometimes feel like a bit of like a cosmic storm, where it's just like, what is going on, And when we break this down, it's all happening in your 4th house. So this is one of your parents, most likely your mom, could be your dad, but it's your mom, likely. It can be about property and real estate. It can be about some new beginning that's coming. It's also about independence. It can mean that you're thinking about relocating, getting your own spot, or moving to a new city or a new country. This can be also about going back home. This can be dealing with family karma. This can also be marriage karma, because it's 10 signs away from your 7th. So it can be a lot of changes in relationships. Anyway, for all of this to be happening right before Saturn shows up, I would be taking notes, and I would be like, And I think I could say this to any sign, because really it applies to any sign before Saturn goes into this house, and then we kind of get real after things have been kind of chaotic, and also maybe we've been a little too confident or a little delusional with Neptune going there. Then we're going to kind of spend the next couple of months with Saturn in Aries trying to kind of create some new boundary, right? But, here's what's interesting about Saturn, and this is Saturn in Aries in a nutshell. Saturn in Aries is like putting a little kid, a 2 or 3-year-old, in a suit, handing him a suitcase and being like, okay, go to work. Go and do that 9 to 5. They don't know what to do. They can't drive, they can't crunch numbers. They don't know how to get on a Zoom call. That's Saturn in Aries. They don't know how to do things on their own. That's why Saturn has such a challenge in Aries, because its exaltation in Libra represents knowing how to help other people and what other people need, and being able to work together. And Saturn in Aries does not know how to do its job, and it has to mature and it has to learn, but it needs to learn the skills. Anyway, so I use that reference because knowing that these retrogrades are going to happen and Saturn's going to go into your 4th house, it's like you're going to have to learn how to live on your own. You're going to have to figure out where you want to be. You're going to probably, some of you guys are going to buy your first house, or you're going to be becoming parents, or you're going to move to a foreign land, or you're going to get your first apartment on your own, or you're going to start, paying your bills for the first time. Something like that is going to happen, where you're going to be on your own. You're starting something completely new. Use this period of March into April to start getting a feel for what that looks like. And, you know, planets retrograding from the 4th to the 3rd means you got to talk about it, write about it. You got to travel, you got to do some research, you got to learn, and maybe experience some places before you figure out what it is you want to settle down. Homes need thorough investigations and assessments before you purchase. I think with like Mercury retrograde, Venus retrograde, and Neptune in the 4th, I would not recommend buying a house, okay? Because I think things can go wrong and there could be some major transactional issues. I also would recommend not renovating your house, trying to prevent from moving, you know, or decorating. Anything like that I wouldn't be doing right now, and retrogrades slow things down, all right? So I'm just giving you all that up front. Okay, so the month kicks off with Mercury turning retrograde in your 4th. Excuse me, Venus turning retrograde in your 4th. Venus, right here. Both of them will be retrograde this month. So Venus rules your work and your career and your reputation. It also rules your hobbies and creative projects. So I think with, you know, Venus turning retrograde, things you don't want to do, I already covered. Things you do want to do is maybe like, how can I, you know, make time for hobbies at home? How can I learn to better reconnect to my home and my roots and my family? How can I, you know, reconnect? You might be going and staying with a female relative. You might have a female relative coming to stay with you. You might be working from home. Okay, those things might be happening. Then you're going to see on the 3rd of the month, Mercury will enter into Aries. And then this is putting a focus and an emphasis on home health and your scheduling or your home dynamics. So this can be a time when you're more adamant about cleaning and organizing your home, maybe caring for or taking care of a home matter, fixing something up, fixing, you know, something, you know, on your home to-do list, or helping taking care of a pet or a relative. Then on the 11th, Mercury will conjunct Venus retrograde. So Mercury is the mind, Venus is the heart. And Mercury is about legal matters and international travel and also settling suits or cases. So if you're currently a Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising, and you're going through an estate matter, or you're going through a like a legal matter pertaining to citizenship or passports or visas, if you are trying to get divorced or you're trying to kind of settle an estate, there can be some kind of news coming up revolving around that with Mercury conjunct Venus in your 4th. Okay, this can also be a rearrangement of your home resources and also like taxes pertaining to home and property as well. Maybe you're looking to hire somebody to help you manage some of this stuff. And then you're going to have on the 12th of the month, the sun will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So the sun is still in your 3rd house. Obviously, you're ruled by Saturn. So the sun coming into conjunction with Saturn seems to be a serious announcement, okay? It can mean a tax document. It can mean an email about settling a suit. It can be an offer for a negotiation for settling something. This can also be a serious conversation with a neighbor, a sibling, or a relative. Watch for expenses relating to travel, education, or vehicles. And you might have to kind of like sign or agree to something, so that's possible. Then you're going to see on the 14th of the month, we have a lunar eclipse in Virgo. So it's in a fellow earth sign. If you happen to have like 22, 23, 24 degrees of Capricorn, you know, it'll trine your sun, moon, or rising. So it's friendly for you. It's also friendly for Taurus. It will be trining Uranus. So if you are a Capricorn, you might be having a grand earth trine. So it can actually be good for spontaneous travel and change and like really enjoying some of the energies that come through that. But lunar eclipses are emotional and they clear things out. So this can mean that there is a sudden change going on either with a legal matter or with travel or transportation. And when this eclipse comes through, the ruler Mercury is in your 4th. So if you're traveling back home, if you're going back and forth between one city and another, one country and another, there can be some changes going on revolving around either a relocation, traveling, or legal matters pertaining to home, visa, or documents. Lunar eclipses are very emotional and stuff gets kind of shaken out that we don't see coming. So what's interesting is that Mercury will then retrograde the next day. So it might mean that the eclipse prompts some of you guys to sell a home, to move, to relocate. Then you're going to see on the 19th of the month, the sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. This is a day to be very careful with contracts, negotiations. There can be scams involving credit. There can also be emails that are phishing scams. Be careful with signing things and not reading the details. I would be not trying to do any contracts or any financial negotiations under this transit because it's going to be hard to kind of see the details very clearly. You're also going to see on the 20th of the month, the sun enters Aries. So now the sun, Venus, and Mercury are all in your 4th house where there's more focus on where am I living, how am I feeling, what's going on with my family, what am I organizing, how am I getting back into the swing of, making changes. Maybe you're getting settled after moving, that's possible as well, or you're going back home and visiting family. You're going to see on the 22nd and the 24th that there is going to be some conjunctions to the sun. These are superior conjunctions, so in theory they're good, but they do represent the ending and the beginning of something new. So on the 22nd, you're going to see the sun conjunct Venus retrograde in the 4th. So this can mean that you're deciding that you're going to be ending a job, or that you're deciding that you're going to more permanently be working from home. This can also mean that there is something significant changing at home with one of your children or with a romantic partner because Venus is involved. You might be deciding that you're wanting to take on a home project and it's going to be painting, designing, creating, or doing something that's for entertainment. And then you're going to see on the 24th that the sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde. So sun conjunct Mercury is like a turning point when it comes to the Mercury retrograde. I think that maybe you've come up with a solution to your work schedule, to how you're organizing your home. Maybe you are caretaking for somebody on the home front. Maybe you're having to communicate with work about a home or family matter and how that's impacting your ability to get your work done or travel. Then on the 27th of the month, you're going to see Venus retrograde back into Pisces. So like I said, planets starting in Aries, retrograding into Pisces basically mean before we have some new beginning in regards to the home front, we really need to focus on what's going on in the 3rd house. So that can mean with Venus going back into the 3rd, you are updating websites, you are updating your vehicle. Maybe you're thinking about improving a vehicle. Maybe you're thinking about trading in a gadget or phone. This could also be about bringing in gadgets or things that are going to help you when it comes to your work projects. So if you're like, hey, I need to upgrade my laptop or my desktop computer, or I'm going to be working from home, so I need to be getting, new technology or something that's going to be helpful in being able to get the job done. That's another way of looking at it. I would be very careful with retrogrades and eclipses in the 3rd and the 4th with buying vehicles or buying houses. Those are things I would not be doing right now. Maybe if you're wanting to trade up, or if you want to do something temporary, like, hey, I don't know where I want to buy, but I want to rent for a couple of months, sure. Or, hey, I don't know what kind of a car, I want to have long-term, maybe I'm going to get a lease. Okay. Temporary things are fine, but be very careful because Mercury does deal with contracts and Venus does deal with money. And this is happening in the area of your chart that's definitely about home leases, and it can also be about purchasing cars and expensive gadgets. Don't be surprised with Mercury and Venus retrograde into Pisces that this is about kind of reassessing or reconnecting with siblings. So it can be aunts, uncles, cousins, or siblings that you're kind of going back and forth with. Then you're going to see on the 29th of the month, there's a solar eclipse in Aries at 9 degrees, same degrees which Mercury and Venus have been retrograding through. So obviously this tells me that there is now an opportunity at the end of March going into April to have more clarity about what direction you're going to be going on the home front. Solar eclipses are planting new seeds. This will unfold for about a year and change. Next year, when Saturn hits 9 and when Mars hits 9, you're definitely going to be making some really big home and family changes. So even if it doesn't come right now, it'll be coming within about a year's time. Mercury will be retrograde at the time of that eclipse. So you're still kind of feeling like things are a bit jumbled on the home front, and it's ruled by Mars, which is in your 7th. So that's basically saying that it's like some of the changes going on in terms of your home and your living situation is brought on by either a family conflict or some kind of change that's happening within a relationship dynamic. Can be also with a landlord as well, whether or not somebody is leasing to you or they have something that's available. The month finishes off with Neptune going into Pisces. Excuse me, going into Aries. I'm looking at Pisces. Going into Aries. So it's going to be leaving Pisces in your third, going into Aries in your fourth. Well, kind of weird because Neptune is usually watery, and obviously Pisces is associated with Neptune, which can be more kind of relating to water, mysticism, dreams. But when it goes into Aries, it's going to be about like, can we make our dreams a reality? Are we proactively going after our dreams? Are we being a little bit too idealistic? Are we not seeing things so clearly? You know, I think a lot of Capricorn and Capricorn risings are going to be in a foreign land. I think you guys are also going to be learning foreign languages. I think you're going to be deciding whether or not you want to relocate to somewhere like that more permanently, or somewhere that feels foreign to you. It might be closer to water or a coastal city. You may also be playing with the idea of putting in pools, updating water elements and things in your kitchen and in your home, but you have to watch out for leaks. This can also be when you're suddenly a lot more sensitive and a lot more emotional. And obviously Neptune can bring issues with like dementia, senile related issues, addiction related issues, mental health issues pertaining to our family members when it's in the fourth house. So when I think about Saturn and Neptune going into this house, you're going to see that some of your older family relatives are going to see that their health or their memory is going to be having some challenges, and you're going to feel personally responsible for like jumping in, helping them or assisting them in some way. Sometimes you can feel like a little bit of like a prisoner in a situation at home. So like with Saturn and Neptune being there, you can feel like isolated, you know, in your home situation, or that you don't know anybody, or that it's just like you're living in an isolating kind of place. Go and talk to a Sag rising about it, see what they have to say. You know, they'll give you lots of insight. But what I do think is great for Capricorn risings is that because Saturn and Neptune are eventually going to conjunct next year in 2026, I think a lot of you guys are going to be like living on, I think you're going to be like living on like farms, or I think you're going to be like living in like mountainous areas, or you're going to be moving to deserts, or you're going to be building a new home. Some of you guys are just wanting to start over in a new place that you've never been before, and it feels like an adventure. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but you're going to start seeing like where stuff is shaking out right now, where you're not really sure if this is where you want to be. And it's going to kind of set the stage for, okay, where do I see myself over this next year, if that makes sense. All right, with that being said, let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you. Oh, what a great card. What a great card for such a scary month. Thank Goddess, right? And I think a lot of this is, you know, Venus is retrograding back to Saturn. So it's this, you've got a benefic retrograding back to you. So it can be bringing you more job opportunities, more romantic opportunities, more creative opportunities. And it's just saying, hey, you can have these things if you're just willing to communicate, if you're just willing to renegotiate, if you're just willing to move, you know, or if you're just willing to make some changes. And, you know, how you get around town. 10 of Cups is the happily ever after card. So this is actually saying good things are coming your way, Capricorn. You're going to be really satisfied. But I really feel like for a lot of people, the whole process of Mercury retrograde with Venus retrograde is feeling very personally dissatisfied, feeling very disconnected, feeling very unfulfilled. And so that period of that decline, as it comes into conjunction with Saturn and Neptune, is like making us aware of like, okay, we need something that's more fulfilling. I think that maybe you're just looking to really expand your home and your family life, or you're wanting something that's going to feel more enriching, or something that's going to be able to give you the freedom that you're seeking to kind of have. And I think it's going to be an adventure. And whether you guys get into ranching or homesteading, or you move to a foreign country, it doesn't really matter. I think you're going to have the opportunity to do something that's exciting, and it's going to make your dreams come true. Okay? Let me know what happens, Capricorn. I'll catch you guys back here next month. We got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What's going on, Aquarius? Welcome to March of 2025. I hope you're doing well. Well, I am looking at the month ahead more from the perspective of looking at Saturn as your traditional ruler, just so you know, rather than Uranus, because truth be told, nothing's happening with Uranus this month. Whew, you guys get a break. But there is a lot happening with Saturn. And so because Saturn is your traditional ruler, when Sun's conjuncting Saturn, when Venus and Mercury are retrograding to conjunct Saturn, when all that stuff's kind of happening, like the end of March into what's going to be April, that's going to be a lot more, personal for you. Okay. So just kind of keep that in mind. Why is this month such a significant month? Well, honestly, because we have 2 retrogrades, 2 eclipses, and we've got an outer planet that's changing signs, and all of the eclipses are pointing to the same thing, a new beginning. So Aries is the area of the chart where there's a new beginning coming, okay? And before we get this new beginning, we have to experience 2 retrogrades and a solar eclipse, which is saying, hold up, you're not ready for this. Before we give you this, you have to go back and you have to do that. Okay, so before Aries 3rd house, you start the, the new website, maybe before you start writing a blog, before you start the new course, before you buy the car, before you go on the road trip, before you sign the contract, before you move, before you speak out, there is a need to reevaluate and reassess the 2nd house. Do I value this? Do I have the time? Do I have the money? Do I feel confident enough? Am I capable? Do I have enough clarity on my financial situation? Point blank, that's what you're doing. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. The other 2 areas, obviously, that I think are important are going to be Virgo, where you're going to have a lunar eclipse mid-month, the first eclipse in the part of the Pisces, Virgo axis. And also Pisces, because this is where the planets are retrograding back to. So here's what's interesting. For you and for Leo, this is very financial because you're having the eclipses in your financial house. In your case, the eclipse is in the 8th house, which deals with debts, loans, taxes, other people's money, banking, investments, your spouse's money, inheritances, spousal support, child support, that kind of stuff. And then the ruler, which is Mercury, will be retrograding back to your 2nd. So actually, Aquarius, this is a month that's a lot of like, hold on a second, we're going back to this contract. Like, we're going to go back to the conversation or the discussion we had. What were the terms? What did we agree to? In many ways, you might feel like it's about speaking up and kind of like telling people like, no, like you need to pay me. You need to give me what what we agreed upon. Or, this is where money is supposed to be coming back to you. Possessions, money, resources, whatever, but you're going to have to speak up. That's going to be the key. Anyway, those are going to be the most important areas of the chart. Essentially, planets are retrograding from Aries into your 2nd house. And then in April, you're going to continue to see retrogrades happening in the 2nd house where you're getting your money in order. Anytime I see a retrograde in the 2nd house, I always tell my clients, be very careful. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Be very careful with making lavish or expensive purchases because you can be purchasing things and then wishing, oh, I saved the tag. I saved the receipt. I wish I hadn't spent so much money on this thing. And there can be some remorse, especially if you feel like money is tight. So you're better off actually being cautious, holding off on not booking the trip, not buying the car, not buying the expensive phone, computer, all that stuff in the 3rd house, and really taking your time and waiting until some of these energies flush out and then making some of these decisions in April. All right, so the month kicks off on March 1st when you're going to see Venus turn retrograde in Aries. And Venus rules your 9th house of law, legality, travel, in-laws. And it's also connected to your 4th house of home, property, and family. So when Mercury and Venus turn retrograde together, okay, which they will by mid-month, you're essentially reevaluating, how do I communicate with my relatives or my in-laws? Where do I want to live? Am I thinking about moving? Am I going back and forth on a property or a legal or an estate matter? There can be documents and contracts you're needing to sign connecting to these things. And it can also be going back and forth with neighbors or going back and forth with extended relatives, aunts, uncles, cousins, or siblings. Now, Venus will turn retrograde first on the 1st, and then we will see on the 3rd, Mercury will enter into Aries. Mercury is connected to other people's money, your partner's money, your investments, your inheritances, your taxes, and also your savings. It's also connected to your children. So there can definitely be much more of like a bold, dynamic kind of conversation style that's emerging when it comes to talking to your children about money, and whether that's teaching them about the value of money, whether they're hitting you up for money and you're trying to decide how much is too much, when do you decide you're not going to be giving any more? This can also mean that you are starting to really get serious about writing,
So if you're writing a book, if you're writing a course, if you are putting together a blog, if you're creating a media channel, you are serious about how you can create with words and you want to make money doing that, or you're thinking about how you can promote some of your creative projects online and you can get some kind of like residual income or kind of get like monetized. That might be something that interests you, or trying to get somebody to invest in your idea or invest in your business. On the 11th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Venus in Aries. And, you know, Venus is retrograde, Mercury is in shadow. So this could be a time where you're reevaluating or renegotiating a legal matter. It can mean that you're trying to kind of negotiate things to work in your favor, or you're going and you're tweaking something in a contract or an agreement. Be very careful with the details, devil's in the details with Mercury or Venus retrograde, and with all of this being connected to Mars, I also feel like a lot of it can be connected to making some changes, maybe doing some breathwork exercises or doing some yoga or something that can be kind of calming the mind, the body, and the spirit. Now, then you're going to see on the 12th of the month, there is going to be a Sun conjunct Saturn in Pisces. The Sun rules relationships, clients, and partnerships. It will conjunct Saturn in the second house. This does mean that likely you are going to be having a one-on-one conversation with a spouse or romantic partner, maybe one of your children or even one of your clients, about where you draw the line financially. For me, this is like, hey, you know, this is what I'm worth. This is what I need to be paid. This is my salary. This is what I can and cannot give you. Or really feeling like your values are being tested in a relationship, and you might be feeling a little tapped out financially because people are constantly asking you for things and you're like, hey, I can only give so much. However, this is a day to be really in tune with your self-esteem, your confidence, and be feeling good about what you're able to provide. On the 12th of the month, that conjunction happens. Then on the 14th of the month, you're going to see the lunar eclipse in Virgo, where there is some major conclusion or completion revolving around other people's money. So it can mean this is regarding taxes, this is regarding loans getting paid back, or some money coming back to you. I do feel like with the ruler retrograde into your second house, that as Mercury is coming back into conjunction with Saturn, likely you're going to be finding out that investments that you have made, they're going to be playing out positively. It's just taking a little bit longer. It also might mean that, you know, you're having to spend money to make money, or you're having to take out debt to be able to expand a business. But very financial for you. And I feel like a lot of this is going to be about loans revolving around vehicles, or, you know, financing revolving around business stuff. This can also be around changes with cars or vehicles, okay? So like retrogrades and eclipses in your third house, some of you guys can actually have some kind of car damage, or there can be an accident, or there can be something that happens with the retrograde and the eclipse. And then you're like, okay, well, now I'm having to contact my insurance company. Like, is this covered? Are they going to replace it? Are they going to fix it? Am I going to get a rental? Watch for that stuff. Be very careful when you're driving. I think a solar eclipse in your, you know, third house in general can be an indication there can be some issues here, but that mixed in with some retrogrades, and then Neptune's coming into the third. Aries 0 degrees is about something new. So some of you guys also might be contemplating, hey, before my car breaks down, I want to sell it. I want to be able to get into something new. That can happen. I really recommend staying away from red vehicles. With Saturn and Neptune in the third house, you want to do something that's going to kind of combat that kind of Saturn. Going with something that's like cream, or going with something that is going to be a cooler color. Cream, silver, gray, maybe dark blue. Okay, we want to stay away from golds, reds, oranges, because that is going to be asking for trouble the next couple of years when you have, you know, transits that are going through Aries. Just a remedy for you guys. Watch for issues with neighbors and other stuff there, or miscommunications with siblings. That can definitely be a theme. You know, Aries is very much about jumping into something and having a conversation and being first and being a little daring or independent. I feel like the retrogrades here are really trying to get you to talk less, listen more. Learning not to overreach or over provide or over support other people. You're learning to say less with more. You're learning to say more with less. Hello. And you're also possibly going to be going back to things that you have studied in the past, or you're going to be editing something that you have written. Good time to be making changes to websites and stuff too. We just don't want to go live with any of this stuff until the second half of April. Now you're going to see on the 15th of the month, this is when the Mercury retrograde happens in the third. So be careful, read the fine contract. details and contracts. I'm putting this out in mid-February, so I really recommend if you have to sign contracts, do it in February. Don't do it in March, or do it at the end of April, because March is not a good time to sign contracts, buy cars, launch businesses, websites, things like that. There's going to be so many problems. I really recommend not doing it. All right, on the 19th of the month, the sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. This is where you have to be careful with people who are kind of peddling financial opportunities your way. Somebody can be inquiring, hey, do you have something? Can you give me something? Will you invest in this? Can you donate to that? And I think I would be very cautious about financial matters and how much information I'm giving to other people about my finances or what I'm willing to include them in. This can also be a time where money can go missing or an object can go missing, so be very careful with that. You're going to see on the 22nd and the 24th some significant things going on with conjunctions to the sun in Aries. So on the 22nd, you're going to see Venus conjunct the sun, and Venus will be retrograde. So this is a Venus cazimi. This represents something coming back to you, okay? So it can mean reconnecting with a teacher, a mentor, or a guru, traveling back to a place you've been before, reconnecting with family at a distance. So that can happen, or somebody returning home. And then you're going to see on the 24th of the month, the sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde in Aries. The sun represents children, relationships, partnerships, and change and transformation. So I'm wondering, are you reconnecting with a family member or a relative that you haven't seen in a while? How have they changed? How are they different? How are you communicating with them? It could be with a romantic partner. It could be with a sibling. It could also be with one of your children. But you're going to see that there is a turning point going on in how you communicate and connect with this person. So I think with the retrogrades, you're kind of waiting and seeing and feeling it out to see if you guys are on the same page. I think that on the 27th, when Venus dips back into Pisces, it's actually really beneficial for you, Aquarius, because Venus likes being in the second house. It gives you the opportunity to purchase lavish goods, better self-esteem, and it brings you more money. It gives you more access to liquidity. Also, when Venus comes back into Pisces, you're going to see at the end of March, going into April, Venus is going to be dancing around the North Node and Saturn. This is going to be giving you opportunity to invest in property and real estate, to change your personal style, to feel more confident, and to have access to resources. So it's bringing something back to you. So you want to just kind of, feel things out in the month of March. You want to wait until you get till April. And I feel like if something or someone is meant to come back to you, it will. Just be patient. You'll see on the 29th, a solar eclipse in Aries. This will be in your third house. This is basically planting a new seed when it comes to traveling, moving, learning, maybe writing something or launching some new kind of online business. The sun is connected to the 7th house. So this is when you're getting ready to start making announcements, or you're going to be traveling with a partner. Maybe you meet somebody on an app locally. This can also be a good time, I think, to be really reevaluating with Mercury retrograde, new ways to be able to make money, what you'd be willing to give up or give away to be able to have more resources. So for some of you guys, you might sell a car and make money. You might decide, hey, I want to get a new cell phone, so I sell my old one and you make money and you can pay for the new one. There can also be opportunities for you to be filling out forms or things revolving around like loans or financing for some of these, new endeavors that you're hoping to do in the third house. The solar eclipse will play out over time. It is brought to you by Mars and Cancer. So I really recommend for my Aquarius and Aquarius risings, since Saturn is going to be going into your third, since you're going to have retrogrades in your third, I would really like to see you guys going for walks, okay? Join a walking club or a walking group. Get on a treadmill, start walking. You can go on a Stairmaster too, because Saturn's going to be about an incline. This can also mean that you're making more of an effort to start walking your pets or your dogs, because Mars is in the 6th house. And it's trying to improve communication with your, either your employees or your fellow work associates. So that way you guys can kind of get the show on the road and be more so productive. Breathing, breath work can be really helpful for navigating any anxiety or health related challenges that may come up with the eclipses and the retrogrades in your third. Then finally, on the 30th of the month, Neptune is going to enter into the sign of Aries. So it's going to move into your third house. Neptune deals with money, personal possession, resources, and self-esteem. So Neptune going into your third house means that you're going to have an interest in watching fantasy shows, reading fantasy books. Maybe you're going to find that you're going to start kind of writing more as a source of, creative expression. Maybe you're feeling inspired to tell stories. This can also indicate that you're more likely to be a little bit more idealistic when it comes to money and resources. Maybe you have an interest in learning divination or doing some kind of intuitive development. Saturn is close by and he is your chart ruler. So you will see in 2025 into 2026, Saturn is getting very close to Neptune, which means a lot of you guys are actually going to get very interested in learning about psychic or intuitive development. You're going to be wanting to listen to books on tape. Maybe you're going to be reading books. Maybe this means also that you're going to be feeling more inspired to read spiritual kind of books, and also anything revolving around motivation, right? Personal motivation, personal inspiration, motivational speakers, that'll be coming up as well, because Neptune can be what moves us emotionally, and then Aries is about action. Anyway, so all of these things are going to be wonderful. Maybe you'll start learning about meditation or some kind of spiritual practice, and maybe some of you guys are going to be considering learning a foreign language. That can be kind of coming up for you as well. We will see how the Saturn Neptune stuff kind of plays out. We're just going to kind of get a sneak preview of it the next couple of months before both of the planets, Saturn and Neptune, fully move into Aries next year. With that being said, watch your finances, guys, and focus on listening rather than, just kind of jumping in and giving people a piece of your mind. Reserve some of your resources and your energy, and read the fine print this month. Card that I got for you is the Eight of Wands. I was like, somebody is going to get this card. This reminds me of like the eclipses and the retrograde in Aries. It's like, we're doing it, full steam ahead. And then like we kind of get hit with some of like the retrograde stuff. And I feel like you'll keep going. And I think a lot of that is probably attributed to the fact that all of these ingresses into Aries and even the retrogrades are sextiling Pluto in Aquarius. So you're so determined to have such a significant change in your career, in your appearance, in your life, that you're like, no, mind over matter. Like, even if it means that you have to be having these reoccurring, kind of mentoring and coaching yourself and talking to yourself, like that's what's going to have to happen. You're going to have to do that. You're going to have to kind of talk yourself through it. And you're going to be very committed to kind of seeing some of these things move forward. Get moving, get walking, or go on road trips or go on drives. That can really kind of help clear your mind, but you're really focused on the future and what's new, right? That's what everybody needs to be focused on. We're not doing any more of this like watery shit. We're going to have planets in fire signs and air signs. The next like 6 months is going to be whiplash for a lot of people, because there is going to be such quick evolving situations, and we're going to have to adapt. And honestly, Aries, fortune favors the bold. So if you're willing to be bold when it comes to your ideas and communication and being willing to learn and adapt, travel or move, hey, it's going to be really beneficial for you. And I think that you guys are going to love it. So just keep moving. Until next time, I'll catch you guys back here in April. Let me know how it goes. And last but certainly not the least are my Pisces and Pisces risings. Well, if you happen to be a March Pisces, happy birthday to you. I hope it's a good one, Pisces. I'm going to tell you what I told everybody else, which is if you have a tendency to just scan ahead and listen to just your, 10, 15, 20-minute horoscope, actually go back and listen to everything that I had to say about the transits. This month, it's actually really important. There's a lot of stuff in there that's gold, and it can be really helpful for you in navigating the month ahead. There's only 3 places that I think are really important this month, okay? And I've said this to all of my signs. Aries, Virgo, and Pisces. Nothing else matters. In your chart, Jupiter is your ruler traditionally. It's not doing anything. Your modern day ruler, Neptune, is doing something. And it's going from Pisces, 29 degrees, into Aries, 0 degrees. You're a Pisces, okay? Pisces is the end, Aries is the beginning, right? And I think a lot of you guys are a lot more in tune with this energy than a lot of other people, because you just have had so many damn planets moving through Pisces in shadow, that a lot of you guys are pulling back a little bit. You're listening to your body, you're listening to your intuition.
Maybe you're feeling like you're just vibing out, but you can tell that there's about to be some major shifts happening in the world. Now, for you, they're going to be a lot more personal than they are going to be about what's going on with the people and the things and the places around you. I'm going to tell you right now that you have to put your oxygen mask on first, okay? And really, Pisces and Aries, you guys are the two signs that I really feel like you need to be a little bit more selfish right now. Why do I say that? Well, you're going to have a ton of planets that are going to be moving through Aries. Mercury, which is going to be your relationships. Venus, which is going to be about your money. It's also going to be about your joint assets, and it's going to be about communications. Go retrograde. That means you got to watch your finances. Be careful with your expenses. I've seen people when they have eclipses and retrogrades in the second house, you know, they spend money on stuff, they change their style, they invest in lavish things. And then there's a huge flip-flop that happens with their financial situation, and they're like, oh, I wish I didn't buy that house, you know, or I've had a sudden change in my financial situation. Trust me on this, less is more. Saturn's going to teach you very soon, the next couple of years in your second house, that minimalism is your best friend. You can do a lot with very little. Now is the time to be creating a budget, saving, and be managing how you're spending your money. And the second house is what you're eating. It's your beauty routine. It's your style. It's also your values. And Aries is like, all I need is me. I don't need much, just me. I can do it my way. So a lot of this is becoming more fiscally and financially responsible. It's about developing the skills and also the self-esteem and knowing your worth and being able to manage this stuff. But it's going to go in and out of this sign. So you're going to start to kind of see where financial situations become a little bit more critical, and it's all on you. However, these planets are also going to retrograde back to your first house, which is going to be me, myself, my body, my appearance, my needs. Be selfish, especially as these planets are dancing on Saturn in your North Node. We're going to see eclipses that are going to be in your opposite sign. So for many Pisces and Pisces risings, you're going to see the lunar eclipse is going to shake things up in a very big way in relationships, and you're going to be deciding whether or not you want to stay or go. Could be with a client, could be with a business relationship, could be with a committed partnership or a spouse. Certainly, the best relationships can make it through any transit. But when you're having South Node eclipses in your 7th house and the 7th house Lord is retrograde in the 1st, it means you're deciding whether or not you can trust somebody, if you want to stay with them, or if you want to get back into a relationship with them. Retrogrades also bring back the past. So Pisces, as Mercury is retrograding in your 1st house, which it will be next month, and Venus is retrograding in your 1st house, you're not going to have a shortage of people who are interested in you. Your question is it worth my time? Is it worth my energy? Okay, can they meet me halfway? How does it benefit me? That's something that I want you to ask yourself this month. All right, March 1st, Venus stations retrograde in Aries. So Venus is going to turn retrograde in your money house. This is about liquidity, cash in your pocket, money in the bank, your spending power. Venus deals with 8th house, which is things like spousal support, inheritance, taxes, debt, loans, credit cards. For some Pisces, it could represent a time where some kind of income is being cut off. So if you're used to having access to a partner's money, if you're used to getting these, kickbacks, if you're used to getting disability, unemployment, whatever, you may not be getting it. It might be harder to have access to some of these things. You might also decide, hey, I'm not going to be putting stuff, on a credit card. I'm going to be trying to pay stuff off, possibly. Now, then you're going to see with Venus retrograde, there's also going to be this look at traveling, trips, vehicles, and gadgets. So buying cars, buying new gadgets, moving, going on trips, not a good idea right now. I'm just going to be honest with you. And any jewelry or anything you wear on your wrist. So think like rings, bracelets, watches, that kind of stuff. Nope, we're not doing that. You're going to see on the 3rd, Mercury's going to turn retrograde in Aries. So, on the 3rd, Mercury enters Aries, and then you will see it retrograde mid-month. I apologize. So Mercury goes into the 2nd house, where then your mind is on money, resources, and things, where Venus is already retrograde. Mercury rules relationships and family. So it looks like there is this reassessment going on of like, what am I spending on my cost of living? Who is helping me? Do I need help? Is my family helping me with an expense? Am I putting money into property? Am I putting it into real estate? And like, how am I getting some of these bills paid? Then on the 11th, Mercury will conjunct Venus, which is retrograde. So that means that Venus is bringing back a message about money, personal self-esteem, and resources in your 2nd house. This tells me that there is likely going to be money that is owed to you that comes back to you. So if you're due for a tax refund, if you're supposed to get a settlement, if you're supposed to get an inheritance, if you're supposed to, maybe you're going to get an email, maybe you're going to get a check in the mail, maybe a sibling is going to loan you some money, something is going to come your way. You might sell a vehicle, you might sell a gadget, maybe that's how money comes your way. Certainly retrogrades in the second house are good for clearing things out. I love having retrogrades in the second house to sell stuff, get rid of stuff, clean out the garage. You know, you can make money off of stuff you're willing to part with. But that's a time where you might be reevaluating, looking at a receipt, a document, or an agreement, and you're like, this money needs to come back to me. And it can be very much about what's owed to you or taxes. On the 12th of the month, the sun will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So sun conjunct Saturn in the first house is bringing up work and your health, and also some serious matter, what you feel like you are or are not capable of doing. Whether it's working, whether it's finding a job, it can be about physical related energy, vitality related matters. I think that's something that I would really watch. You know, you might be deciding that you're committing to a new health, a new habit, or a new routine. And obviously Pisces is the feet. Okay, the first house is a morning routine. So are you committing a little bit of time to dedicating to stretching out your back, doing some yoga? Are you doing some creative work in the morning? Are you working on a garden? Are you walking a pet? You know, something like that. Sun Saturn is pretty serious in the first house. You might feel a little grumpy on that day. And you might be feeling a little bit more stiff. On the 14th of the month, this is when you see the lunar eclipse in Virgo. First eclipse in Virgo as a part of the Virgo Pisces eclipses. It's in your opposite sign. The moon, okay, which rules romance, creativity, and children, opposes Saturn. So you might feel like you're kind of disconnected from a romantic partner, or you're not feeling as romantically involved, or there is some kind of issue that you have with them and children, or maybe you're just kind of feeling like there's this longing for a partnership, or somebody from the past comes back. Now, the ruler of this, Mercury, is about to retrograde in your second. So you could have, you know, partners coming back, hey, you know, can I borrow some money? Or here's the money I owed you. Something like that can happen. There can also be this sense of reassessing, okay, my self-worth based off of where I stand in relationships. Number one, what you're going to learn with the retrogrades in your second house is you can't feel like you are or are not worthy or good enough if somebody wants to work with you, if somebody wants to date you, if somebody finds you attractive. You're going to have to give yourself that kind of oomph and that confidence and that pat on the back. We're not looking for it from other people. That's something that's really, that I've learned having a really healthy stellium in the second house is I had to kind of learn the hard way, obviously Scorpio, but I have a lot of these planets that you're having this month in my second house, and it made me kind of realize, like, I've just learned to be like, I don't really care what other people think. I'm not going to let somebody else make me feel like I am or am not good enough. Certainly I can get a little cocky sometimes, but hey, it's better than having low self-esteem. Anyway, that's what you're going to be working with this month. You're going to see with the March 14th lunar eclipse, there can be endings and conclusions to certain relationships if they have been on the fritz for a while. Separating or ending relationships, be that work relationships or professional relationships or even romantic relationships, can have some kind of financial implication. It can also be, we're breaking up, give me my shit back. You know, give me the money that you owe me. I'm keeping the couch, leave the dog, you know, that kind of stuff. There can be this very kind of give me energy with all these planets in the second house. That's like, that's mine. You're not taking that. And it can get a little nasty. You're going to see on the 15th, then Mercury turns retrograde. So that's why I'm saying things that are owed to you will come back, because Mercury rules partnerships and home. Now, this could also be you have a partner coming back to you saying, please take me back. Let me come back. Let's live together again. Let's make it work. Or, you know, I can't live without you. And you're like, kind of like, just leave me alone. You know, give me some space. There can be this sense of being like, no, I don't want to kind of mesh either financially or physically with you right now. I need my alone time. Then you're going to see on the 15th, Mercury retrogrades in Aries. The 19th, the sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. I really feel like this is a day where you're like super exhausted and you're wiped and you're like, you know what? It's me against the world. I just need a day to hang out, take a bath, lounge, maybe have a glass of wine, watch some TV. You're going to be feeling like you need to be zenned out and alone. And also your intuition is probably going to be on overload. Still, watch your health, because Saturn's in your first house, planets are retrograding into your first house, sun conjunct Neptune can mean that there is a turning point revolving around your health, either physically or mentally, And also some shift revolving around your purpose, okay? Or how you can be of service, or feeling very visually kind of inclined. Then you're going to see on the 20th of the month, the sun leaves Pisces, it goes into Aries. Now we're in Aries season. And then the sun, Mercury, and Venus are all hanging out in your second house of money, resources, personal possessions. So you're really focused on, okay, sun in the second house, acquiring resources, making money, working. So, I think you're going to be very busy. I think that over the 22nd and the 24th, I would pay attention, because you're going to have on the 22nd, Venus retrograde conjunct the sun. So this can mean that there is some good news coming your way about money, travel, or resources, as well as money owed or taxes. So I think you might be pleased with a refund, or what you're getting back, or what's owed to you in some capacity. Then you're going to have on the 24th, sun conjunct Mercury in Aries. So this can be about what's coming back to you, either from a partnership or a family member. Maybe it means that if you're in a committed relationship and you're good, you're like, well, my sister and I are buying a house together, or my partner and I decided that we're going to put our money together and we're going to buy a big house, or we're going to build a house. It doesn't have to be negative, but all of this energy is very much about wealth, development, building what you're acquiring at home, and like what you can do with another person. So there is this huge focus on money and resources and wealth in the second house, and how that benefits you in some way. So watch for the good financial news around those dates. On the 27th of the month, Venus will retrograde back into Pisces. Hey, I'm not mad at it. Basically, from the end of March all the way through April, we're going to see Venus back in your sign. So it's bringing you more beauty, love, opportunity, partnership opportunities. It's going to be bringing you access to other people's money. Sexy kind of charm is kind of turning on, the way you communicate and the way that you kind of bring people in. Great. I mean, it's great for basically just getting appreciation and kind of feeling a little like goddessy. Obviously, a Venus retrograde in your first, changing your style, changing your appearance, especially your body and your appearance is your first house. Your style and what you wear and the colors you wear and the materials that you wear is your second. Take it from me. I have had a retrograde where I had a lot of planets retrograde in the second into the first, and I changed a bunch of my clothing thinking that, I'm going to like it. And then like 2 months later, when we got out of like the Venus Mercury haze, I was like, I hate these materials and I don't like it. And even though it's in style, I don't like it. And so Aries can be something that's more kind of military style. It can be more masculine. It can be more sporty. It can be something that's just like a little bit like more hip and happening and new. And it might be too much change at one time. Okay. The second house is also your mouth. So major dental work and that kind of stuff. I think with Saturn getting ready to go into your second house, be careful. Trying to do too much at one time, or trying to do some major, big, expensive kind of like overhaul in your mouth. Not a good time to be doing that. All right, then we're going to see a solar eclipse in Aries on the 29th. So this is a new moon solar eclipse. So we're taking action and planting a new seed revolving around self-esteem, money, resources, and also your spending habits. This will be hosted by Mars, ruled by Mars in Cancer in the 5th. So you're feeling like, hey, I've got some money to work with. I'm willing to take chances. I'm willing to put money into my creative projects. I'm willing to spend a little bit more money on my appearance to enhance dating, creativity, having fun. I'm willing to spend money on my kids. I'm willing to spend money on getting pregnant. I'm willing to spend money on going on dates. You get the idea. Especially, I feel like this can be some kind of confidence revolving around your skills. So if you've been trying to start a home business, Mars in Cancer is like, it could be home design, renovations, home organization, sewing, crafting, kids businesses, party businesses. You're like, hey, I feel confident about this. This is going to take off. I'm going to put money into it. It might also be trading or things involving the real estate market. That's possible. But I think that, you're feeling like you're ready to start these new opportunities or these new ways of making money. Okay, so eclipses and retrogrades are happening right before Neptune goes into your second house, and Neptune is you. So you're dreaming, Neptune, of becoming self-sufficient, independent, entrepreneurial. Money's coming quickly to you. This is a lot of money manifestation. This is like getting in the vortex, as Esther Hicks says. But this is also about not being too overly confident. This is about being really clear about what the vibration of money is, what you're going to do with it. And obviously there can be lots of reversals and twists and turns happening with eclipses and retrogrades here. So you could be thinking, oh, the stuff is coming in, and then Neptune shows up and you're like, where is it? Or where did the money go? It was gone like that. Be very careful with Neptune in the second house, especially if it's going into a creative project, children, or if it's going into the market. Please trust me on this. Do not be making crazy ins or outs with investments. We're going to see a lot of people with Mercury and Venus retrograde in Aries that are going to be like, oh my God, the market's going this way, we're selling. And then, oh my God, it's going that way, we're buying. And like people are going to go nuts with just how hard to track and time it's going to be. And just full disclosure, Mercury and Venus retrogrades are never good for business or for global markets, because it's going to be about shipping and I think international trade. As these planets go into Pisces, it's going to be disrupting national trade and national markets, and it's going to be a me first mentality, Aries. It's going to be like, a lot of countries are going to be focusing on gold and metals. A lot of countries are going to also be focusing on creating jobs in their homeland, and they're not going to be resourcing jobs out, and they're going to be becoming more focused on how they can be stimulating their own economy. So this is the end of globalism over the next year, and it's going to be the beginning of nationalism. And we're going to see some countries that are going to be like, we're putting ourselves first. Aries, me first. So in your sense, that can impact your dollar. That can impact your spending power. That can also impact you when it comes to what you're purchasing, what you're buying. And I would say vote with your wallet. I think that this is good because there is this kind of like entrepreneurial side that's going to start coming out for you, where you're going to feel more open to the idea of taking more risks with money, or maybe trying to start your own thing. Okay. So with that being said, let's see, is it good money karma that's coming your way? I hope so. You know, Venus can definitely bring some beautiful things when it's in Pisces. So what do the cards say for my Pisces for the month of March? Oh my goodness. There's like two like really, really good cards. It was this one, it was the 10 of Cups. So wish and you shall receive. Something I would say about Pisces and Aries is like it's here, and Pisces is like, I can see it, you know, so as above, so below. So it's almost like, you know, there's all these planets in Aries and you're like, I need it, I need it, I need it. And you want to be acting in a way where you already have it, right? So grateful and thankful for all of your wishes to be answered. You know, I thank the universe so much for the abundance that it sends my way. I receive that. Thank you for always providing for me, you know, that kind of stuff. And getting into the feeling of what it feels like to have it, and also be realizing that a lot of this is going to be about the actions that you're taking with your money and your resources, because it's an energy. It's got to be in flow. If we're holding on to it too much, we can't bring it in. And if we're just constantly putting it out, we can't hold on to it. So moderation is key. Saturn is getting ready to go into your second house. I think the 9 of Cups is basically saying you're going to get what you want. But obviously it's going to take a lot of work. I'll be the first one to tell you that second house, she's going to work hard for the money. It's not going to come easy. Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you guys. I hope that if you are having a birthday this month, it is magical for you. For everyone, you know, like I said, I'm going to tell you, this month and next month is going to be one for the books. We are going to look back at the astrology of the spring of 2025, and we're going to be like, well, and that was the tipping point, right? And that's when everything changed. And I guarantee, if there's one thing I know, I guarantee that that's what's going to be happening for us, for you, for me, for the collective. I thank you guys so much for watching my videos, for liking, sharing, and subscribing, for commenting on my videos, because you guys help my channel grow. Even a simple thumbs up or a share really helps get the video out into the YouTube algorithm. We are now hitting around 40,000 subscribers, so thank you guys for making that possible. I want to keep it going. At some point, it'd be nice to get that plaque, but we'll see. At some point, maybe. Maybe there's going to be some changes going on with media. You never know. So please do like, comment, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, trying to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. You want to see more about me and my work, click the links below and go to beyondtheveiltarot.com. You can book a personal reading with me, check out my courses as well as my calendars and everything else that I have to offer there. Catch me on a Friday if you've got questions about these eclipses or retrogrades, and please provide feedback. Come back to this and let me know just how crazy the month of April was. I look forward to, March. I look forward to April, because April is going to be when we're going to kind of make sense of some of the stuff that happened. Pump the brakes. Don't start anything new. Wait until we get into April. The second part of April is going to be a better time to get things going. Right now, we need to reevaluate, slow down, reassess, and think about where we're going and kind of wrap some stuff up. With that being said, I'll let you guys go. I hope you enjoy the rest of your week and month, depending on when you're watching this. And I will be back very soon. Until next time, you guys take care.